guys seen my shirts?
No, mate.
I can't say I have.
No.
What's up with them?
I don't know. It's weird. Fucking weird.
This is unreal. Beautiful stuff. They take him down with ease. What am I watching? I cannot believe what I've seen. And they've done it. I've done this for 5 years, and I've never seen anything like that. Shutting them down one after the other. That's Hardy for you. Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is.
Hello and goodbye.
It's all over. Oh, cannot be serious.
Come back around, full 360. Striker coming for the backside cage.
This man is absolutely insane today.
Oh, what?
Oh, it's nasty.
He strikes again!
The Papa don't miss! Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?
Hi, friends. Welcome to Watch Point. I had some other line planned and it just didn't come up. But anyways, welcome to Watch Point, everybody. Danny Lim here, joined by Jake and Jack today. And we're going to have a great show. We have so many great matches. But anyways, yeah, Jack, welcome. Back, because we had you for post-show, and then you're here now.
Yeah, it's a good time. I'm back.
He wanted more.
I did. It was
definitely
fun.
did.
It was fun. That's always a good time.
It is. Before we get started, though, we want to address the fact that Zoe's not here today as she takes care of her family. So, Zoe, Nuna, from all of us here on Watchpoint, we love you. We're wishing you the best, and we can't wait to have you back on the desk with us. Come back, please, shortly. Well, we'll be fine for today, right? Hopefully.
We'll make it work.
Another thing, you may have noticed that someone else is missing. Our big, friendly, giant Reinforce is under the weather. Speedy recovery, Johnny, and big thanks to Jaws right here. And also, Custa is going to be joining us on the desk throughout the day as well. Nice.
I feel taller already, right? Like, right. Like,
The average height has gone down a little bit.
No,
That's good.
A little bit, by like 100%.
Yeah.
Realistically.
All right, now it's time to do what we do best, and that is none other than talking about Overwatch. So let's take a look at where we stand after 2 weeks of action. Right there, we are looking at Atlanta Reign standing tall and proud and chilling at the top, 4-0. We got Houston Outlaws in second place. They are going to be playing their third match today against Atlanta Reign. So everybody stick around for that. That is going to be a banger match. Of course, Florida Mayhem, they lost to the Gladiators yesterday. And yeah, that was pretty surprising as well. Anything that catches your eyes, guys?
I mean, for me, it's this 4-5-6 slot that I think is really interesting to look at. You know, Justice was on a great opening run, but they got absolutely trounced by Boston. Vancouver wasn't looking that strong, but they beat Boston, right? So arguably Vancouver could be, thought of as maybe the fourth strongest team right now, despite where they are in the standings. So I think we're still, especially looking at more shakeups at the middle of the pack. Gladiators maybe finding a resurgence, could be rising through the ranks. Shock as well. We expect to see more out of them. So I still think there'll be more movement to see. But these top three, they do look like very solid teams, especially the top two. So that makes this final match of the day, I think, really, really exciting. Everyone wants to know, can Outlaws, do they have a hope at the top of the Reign?
Yeah, I mean, speaking of top two, Reign and Outlaws, we finally get the decider today. Finally, one of them is going to lose a game. Although Atlanta Reign just looked too good. They are 4-0. Like, Outlaws need a couple more games before they can get up there. But that is potentially the game of the week. So that, for me, biggest standout, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely for me as well. I mean, talking about all these shakeups and great matches, I think it's a good time right now for us to talk about teams we feel like are under the most pressure to perform, right? And I mean, I guess I'll start. I think the obvious team that we have to talk about is the Vancouver Titans, of course. They were going up against Boston Uprising. Boston was the favorite to win that match, but, Vancouver came out strong and they dominated the Boston Uprising. Now, sort of before this matchup, I think Vancouver Titans were a team that, we talked about them being sort of middle of the pack. But after beating Boston, now they have a really good chance of sort of solidifying themselves as a top team, right? Because they have, I think, I don't know when it is, but very soon they're going up against Gladiators as well. So if they somehow take down Gladiators as well, now they're talking about, Vancouver is a really strong team.
I will say, I think that's like a much tougher test than Boston, honestly. I think Vancouver, they are looking strong, but I think it's the Floridas, it's the Gladiators, potentially even, Shock and Toronto that are going to be tough tests for them. But I think especially those last teams, Shock and Toronto, they have to be a little bit more worried about Titans as a team. It's not a free win anymore.
Yeah, it really doesn't feel like a free win. And that's the scariest thing too for a team that no one really had their eyes on going up against some of the bigger boys at the top of the table. It's going to be pretty scary. I think Shock have a little work need doing to them.
Yeah, true.
1-1, you're looking at the team like, wow, okay, you kind of got trounced by Atlanta Reign, but then so did everybody else. So it's like, okay, that's fine. But they had a close match against Defiant, a team that's also been struggling over the past couple of weeks. So you're like, okay, you go to a map 5. This isn't really the Shock we're used to. The caliber of this team, no matter who's on the roster, should be punching down into a lot of these teams, but that's not the case right now.
Yeah, I don't know if it's been a long time, right, since the Shock franchise has gotten trounced by a top team.
Yeah.
Or trounced by, frankly, anybody. I mean, yes, they lose some games, sometimes they have a slow start, but getting 3-0'd, annihilated by a top team, they look like they're a tier below, which is rare. The team I want to mention, though, is the London Spitfire. I do think last season they really brought the fans so much to be excited about. I think Lethal was a great addition to this roster. Both Sparker and Backbone playing these backliner heroes, letting Lethal focus on the Tracer. That has looked really good for them, but they haven't been able to get a win yet. I mean, I think today, well, they've most likely got a win coming up, but I do think sort of longer term throughout the course of this early season, I think this is a team that fans wanted to see more of. I think last season gave people so much to hope for, and honestly set the expectations pretty high for this team to at least repeat last season's performance. So I think they're going to be feeling a lot of pressure starting the season 0-2.
Yeah, I mean, I was a huge London fan, and quite honestly, I wasn't really impressed by their performance, right? As far as what we've seen. But talking about London, they are playing our first match, which brings us to our today's match schedule, everybody. Here is our first, schedule of today. It's Vegas versus London Spitfire, Valiant versus Florida, and then Houston against Atlanta.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. That is the big game, I think. The week,
that's the biggest game, the matchup
today.
for the season so far.
Sure,
right?
yeah.
From what we've seen, these are the two teams undefeated.
Right.
I mean,
one of them's going
to get an L.
And also, one team's going to get a win in the Vegas Eterna versus the London Spitfire match, right? They're both 0-2 right now.
Anybody could win that match, guys. Anybody.
Yeah, I mean, we... We are, I guess, definitely ending the day with a banger. The Dive Comp Kings, Houston Outlaws against the seemingly meta-proof Atlanta Reign. What makes these two teams so good? Jake, let's talk about Atlanta first.
Well, I mean, I think Atlanta, you could talk about anything, right? We've talked about every single player on this roster because they just don't really have a weakness right now, like that we've seen. They can kind of play everything. Vigilante has been on the bench so far, and I think that I just say that to highlight that they've got a deep roster talent. They're not having any issues on a double flex support meta, which if there was a weakness to Chio and Fielder last season, it was the double flex support comps, those Babs and comps. But now you've got Vigilante, I think a very top tier backline flex support player who's going to be able to just fully specialize on doing what he does best, fragging out. And now Chio and Fielder on every other meta, I mean, they're so great. These tanks are top tier, and I haven't even talked about Stalker and Lip. Arguably the best DPS duo in the league. I think there are competitive teams, like a lot of teams have great DPS, but these two guys, this meta, Tracer Sombra, it's really terrifying to play against. There's just an overall strength of roster that is just overwhelming on the Atlanta Reign right now.
I mean, but if there's any team that could have a chance of winning against Atlanta Reign, it has to be Houston Outlaws, right? Joss, what makes Houston Outlaws so good?
I think what's great about the Houston Outlaws, right? It feels weird. I'm taking this.
No. Somebody should. It's only right. It's only right.
I think Fearless is a name that you could put up there right now. Who's kind of making the difference maker for the Houston Outlaws. And what's crazy about Fearless too, you think about him last year on the Dallas Fuel. We didn't really see him a whole bunch. We saw him in the finals, and we saw him in the playoffs a little bit, but that was really about it. It was mainly the Hanbin show, so it's good to see Fearless kind of stepping up to the plate like he used to back in Overwatch 1 when it was him and Hanbin, that was the dynamic duo. But now Fearless is on his own, on the tank, and he is going to have to be the big difference maker, but he kind of has been showing up, and his Winston play is just so good. This meta is nice for the Houston Outlaws. I wouldn't say it's perfect, like the Atlanta Reign, it seems to be on the other side of things, but at the end of the day, if there's one person you can count on, it's Fearless and his Winston.
Yeah. I mean, that matchup is definitely going to go crazy. I'm copying Jaws. That's going to go crazy. It definitely is. And another crazy thing is, I mean, this wasn't the only Overwatch League action that went on. While we were sleeping, the East had 2 matches. So let's take a result and see. Let's take a look at the results. Sorry, guys. There you go. Yeah, we got the Dynasty against the Spark. I mean, Dynasty unfortunately took the L against the Spark 1-3, and Fuel against Dragons. Fuel. Was this their first win, second win?
First win.
First win, I believe.
First win.
Yeah.
Yep, they're 1-3 now. To match the Dragons, to be fair.
Maybe they're finding their rhythm with Hanbin. Edison looked great in that series, putting up huge highlights. If you didn't catch that, it was kind of like a vintage Edison game, especially on the Hanzo. It was really terrifying.
Spark was hitting pulse bombs too.
Maybe you can say this is like Fuel coming back, but this is just the Dragons, a team that has been, well, I'd say hot and cold, but I'm going to say cold and a little occasionally there's been like a spark of life for them. But for Fuel, I think they'd still have a lot more to prove. It's a good, clean 3-0. That's what you want to see for Fuel fans. But we need to see more, frankly.
I think APAC is a very interesting region.
Zany. I'm gonna use the word
Zany. I mean, so much great
Off the
competition,
chain.
Worldwide and this weekend. So, be sure to stay up late and watch those matches if you guys are interested in APAC. And I know, because I know gamers, 1 a.m. isn't that late, right?
That's nothing.
It's nothing.
Somebody tell my mom in high school, and like, it's cool. I'll be fine. I got plenty of time before I have to get up at 7:30 and go to school.
All right. Speaking of games, though, we have one for both of you, Jaws and Jack. Jaws and Jack. Jaws and Jake.
I want to play too, Danny.
Jaws and Jake. All right, it's time to play something called, as you guys can see behind me, the art of guessing. You guys will each have 30 seconds to draw the prompts on the card in front of you, and after 30 seconds, you will reveal your drawing, and I will guess what it is. If I guess it correctly, you guys get a point, and we'll play 3 rounds. Does that sound good? Let's play 3 rounds.
I'm great at drawing.
That doesn't sound promising. All right, let's start with the prompt number 1. Ready? Flip the card. All right, and you guys get 30 seconds starting now.
Bro, what is
Let's go, man.
I did 1 year of art in university, but it was also coupled with programming. And guess which one I took? The programming side. It wasn't the art.
Yeah. Guys, I just want to let you guys know that if I get any of these drawings wrong, it's not on me, it's on them. It's their drawing that's bad. It's not me being stupid. So, yeah. We got 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Done. All right.
Bro,
no more drawing.
All right, I got a legendary one.
Oh my God.
All right, who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Jake goes first. Bro, what?
I know what this is.
Oh my.
Lucio Poop.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. All right. All right, Jake gets point. All right, Jack,
Even
how
the
about you?
descriptive.
Let me see it. Let me see your drawing. Let's go.
What the?
Pay close attention. What is this? Danny? Danny, please, bro. Please. Please, Danny.
Junker
Do you know
Queen.
what it is?
Junker Queen.
Junker Queen? Does Junker Queen have fangs?
I mean, I don't know what's going on.
What is that?
You gotta step your game up.
That
Jack.
is
How do you
that
draw?
is worse than Carl.
It's Winston Primal Rage.
Oh.
He's angry. He's got the little anger symbol on his head. You know?
Why'd you make the 2 teeth so big?
He's got like fangs when he goes primal.
That does not look like a monkey, dude.
Why is he smiling?
I thought it was a lion.
I don't know. I
for a
did your
second.
mouth. I didn't do a mouth. He's like raw. He's like roaring.
All right, let's move on. So Jake gets 1 point.
This
Jaws,
sucks.
good luck on your
This
next
sucks.
prop. Let's
I
move
like
on
to
to
just
prop
giving you
number
the
2.
close-up on it too. Like,
Prop
look
number
at what
2.
he did.
Let's go.
All right.
Ready?
When you're ready, Jack.
Okay, go.
Go. Why am I nervous? I don't have to be nervous about that. I'm getting nervous about this. All right. I'm seeing a lot of. I just took a peek and I'm seeing a lot of lines. 10 seconds. Coming down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and stop. Show me your drawings or lines, whatever
I'm
it is.
going first.
All right.
Oh.
I know what it is. I forgot the name. It's
Who gave him these prompts?
Lifeweaver's alt.
Yeah.
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 Tree of Life.
Yes,
There you
yes.
go.
Who gave me these and gave Jake those?
I'm just saying, maybe it's a skill issue. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got.
I reveal. I trust in you. I have complete faith in you. What
It's two separate things. It's two separate things. Okay, shut up.
Is it? Wait, is this? Can I get a hint? Is this Overwatch related?
Yes, it's Overwatch related. Look at the top thing, and it's one thing, and then the other thing is kind of another drawing too.
Oh, I think I know what it is actually. I got it, but it took me a while.
I didn't want to.
It took. You can't write. I mean.
Yeah, you can't write. That would be cheating.
I respect the integrity.
I got.
Please, Danny, please.
Cloudy.
Oh, you're so close. It's on the tip of your tongue.
Please. Guess.
I got it. The timer's over.
I'm running away with
What
this
was it?
one.
It's a C9. I didn't want to write a 9, and I put a cloud, and there's a person that's saying no.
It's weird because you went with the cloud as if it was gonna be like a verbal symbolism,
I should have gotten that.
but then it's actually the picture. You should have just cut the cloud. I think maybe you would have had better.
All right, let's start. This is our final one. Prompt number 3. Are you guys ready?
Yeah, I think so. If this is
Go on,
this is
then.
the card I haven't looked
Flip
at
it. Let's go.
Dude, what? Are you kidding me? I'm getting scammed. Production has scammed me. What is happening?
No, I think it's a skill issue, bro. I think it's a skill issue. Please, Jack.
I'm trying. Trust me, bro.
You got this. All right, now we're nearing 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, Jake going first again.
All right, this is gonna be. I don't think I got this one, but
Skill issue.
close. What? On what hero is it a skill issue?
Tracer.
Let's go, baby. Yeah. Okay, I kind of cheated that one, but I'm gonna take it.
All right, I'll give you 0.5.
All right, I'll take it.
I
0.5
I scrubbed out my cheat. Maybe I should have kept it in.
I believe in
Okay.
you. Come on, Jaws. Oh!
No, Danny, come on. Come on, Danny. Come on, you're kind of doing it right now. Come on, Danny.
Lee Jae-gon!
Yes! Lee Jae-gon's victory face.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
dude. Yes, Danny. Yes, dude.
All
I wrote
right.
player cam, but I thought it was cheating, so I kind of.
I mean, clearly Jake won. Jake got 2.5 points. Jaws got 1. But I mean, if we have to make a decision on like who was a better artist, I cannot decide who's a better artist. So chat, you guys do it. I'm giving it to you.
I'm low-key proud of the tree, honestly. The other ones
tree
were
is
a little
very
suspicious,
good.
but.
All right, vote now and let us know who's got the better whiteboard art skills. All right, everybody, the poll should be up right now, and let us know. All right, Jake and Jack may not have an art career ahead of them.
Speak for yourself, Danny. Let's let the YouTube chat decide.
I'm a great artist. What are you talking about? But hey, our fans definitely have some crazy art skills.
yeah.
Take a look at this, as an example. Take a look at this crazy tracer drawing submitted by Verat, Veraat. Sorry, Verat, if I murdered your name, but yes, amazing drawing.
Beautiful.
Great shading.
Yeah.
I like the smoke as well. That
I could never do that.
I don't know how people do this stuff, man, but
It's insane.
you know what? It's cool to see the talent. I mean, I feel like Overwatch has even in esports, a pretty unique community of artists. And there's so many people who are so passionate.
Oh, yeah.
So everybody, if you want your art featured on the wall, submit your art to our fan art gallery for a chance to get shouted on our broadcast. Submit them in. Let us see your crazy art drawings. Let us admire it. All right, thank you. Before we dive into our first match, we wanted to give everyone an update on Izayaki. If you missed it, Izayaki went to the hospital last week with a collapsed lung. We're happy to report that he's on the mend. The Uprising tweeted on Tuesday, "He's home and recovering. Thank you for your kind words and thoughts. He's anxiously waiting his return to the team." Thank God he's doing okay, right? Izayaki, we're so glad that you're feeling better, and we're looking forward to having you back on our screens, all right? And with that being said, everybody, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. That's the drawing. Mid-season madness in Seoul, South Korea. You get Overwatch in Korea. What else can we say? That's the best.
I've watched Overwatch in Korea. It was a lot of fun.
That's the best, guys. The tickets are going sale on Monday, so please buy your ticket. It's gonna be great. Now, before we move on, we got the poll result. Actually, Jake, you won. Why are you winning all the polls?
Nobody is surprised.
Are you planting like
Nobody is
fans in
surprised.
there to make you win?
I'm just better. It's a skill issue. It's a skill differential.
All right, let's
And I
take a
can say
look
that
at.
because I'm alone on the desk now. So.
All right, well, let's take a look at our schedule today one more time. We got 3 great matches, starting the day off with Vegas Eternal versus London Spitfire, and then Valiant versus Mayhem, and then we're rounding out the day with Houston Outlaws versus Atlanta Reign. I mean, talking about this first matchup, before we even talk, we heard that there were some changes in the Vegas lineup, right? I mean, as we're seeing the regular lineup, and then we're seeing Avala, who is the GM of Vegas Eternal, joining for the support. For those of you that haven't checked social media, Eternal actually did tweet out what the problem was. Here's a tweet. An update on today's match, Malthel had an internet outage this morning and could not fix the issue in time. We asked the league to delay our match time, but our request was denied. Therefore, we are playing with Avala as support and Luca Mino as DPS. Right?
It's not reasonable to delay the match time, in my opinion.
And it continues. The second part is, if Malthel's internet is fixed, he will play as much of the series as possible. We hope the fans understand this extreme situation. I mean, you just have to deal with what you have, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think you can't ask London, like, hey, just delay the match by 2 hours. Like, London just warmed up,
Right.
they're here to play, right? So, I want to see London Spitfire come out guns blazing. Don't change anything because of this. Like, I think, to be fair, I think I would have put them as a heavy favorite to win, as a much stronger team, regardless of this. But, I mean, this one, honestly, it's looking really bad for Vegas Eternal. Putting the GM in, I mean, this is the punishment you get, I think, as a team for only having 5, like, professional players on your roster. I mean, Avala, she's like a GM player, but not a pro player. You know, like probably no experience playing on pro teams, or like at least not at this level, right? Not in like the elite level. So honestly, for Vegas, I would have thought this would be a 3-0 regardless if anything happened. But it's not only just Avala in, it's like Luke Mino's going to be on DPS, off-rolling, and Avala in. I mean, this is going to be an absolute beatdown.
I mean, there's no way of sugarcoating it, right?
Yeah,
I think
I don't
Jake
sugarcoat
said it
anything.
best,
You know me best, Danny.
I mean, maybe our casters think differently. We got Jaws and Custa for this matchup. I know Custa's very sad because he loves Malthol Genji.
Yeah, you guys are so
Malthol
confident
Genji's
in
not
that, right?
happening today.
This is going to be a great series, Scott. I can see it on your face. You're
This
so
is
happy. What a big smile.
Going to be one of the games of all time in the Overwatch League. As you
Oh,
said,
boy.
Jake, London Spitfire were probably the favorites heading into this match even before the news came through, but this is just going to really solidify that.
Hey, you never know. Avala might pop off.
Yeah,
I mean, she's a high-ranked player, right?
she's a good player.
She's a good player. She's
mean-
not bad, but like still stepping into the stage like this and like going against Overwatch League pros is very different between a high-level play in ranked and Overwatch League, especially against London Spitfire, right? I mean, I've been beat down a few times by Hardy in ranked. It was just him. So yeah, going against the whole of the London Spitfire, it's it's going to be pretty scary.
All right, that match will be happening, honestly, right now. But before we get to that, let's take a look at our predictions. Johnny and Zoe actually both submitted their predictions. We got Johnny, London. I don't think we saw Zoe.
So we also went for London.
Okay, so we also went for London. All right.
No
I don't think there's any surprises.
You can just
I'm
reveal them
also
all.
going for London. Yeah, I think we could just
Production.
honestly.
This is not a close one, guys.
I honestly don't want London to go easy on them because of their problems. I think they should just go all out.
It's
win
time
it.
for London.
Yeah,
Like, let's see what they can do.
Yeah.
Yes, this is not going to be like a true test of their ability, but I want to see. I actually personally I like when one team just absolutely crushes the other. I want to see
Me?
a skill
I always say
differential.
that.
I want to see strategy differential.
Love domination.
Team comps. I want to see it all. And so London, don't pull any punches. This is a real opportunity for a speed run, world record. Think about it.
That's actually a good point.
Yeah.
There could be a record set, which is also quite exciting.
Vegas, please pick attack.
Please pick attack, yeah.
Please. I'm begging you.
We might see it. I surprisingly also went for London. Scott, I imagine you went for
Vegas?
Vegas?
No, I went for
Oh,
London
okay, well, that's
Spitfire
crazy.
as well. This
crazy.
is going to be a tough one, Jake. The king of not sugarcoating things. This is going to be a hard one for the Vegas Eternal. But honestly, I wanted to see more out of London Spitfire. They've been struggling so far this season. It's kind of been a disappointing one, especially where they ended last year. But this really won't be a true test of what we want to see from them in the future.
Yeah, which is a little bit frustrating, I guess, because they're not going up against a team like Boston Uprising, for example, or like a middle of the table team, even like Titans would be kind of a cool taste test there. But London Spitfire and the Vegas Eternal are facing off right now. Will there be a record set? Not sure. It is really unfortunate as well. Obviously, switching your support player over to a DPS role. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's probably pretty damn proficient on DPS as well as support, but still not the ideal circumstances for this game. There's the map set.
Yeah.
Lijiang
Lijiang
Tower.
Tower.
That should be an interesting one. King's Row. Thank God. Thank God King's Row is back in the pool. Havana.
It's interesting.
That might be a little rough, especially with snipers.
But for me, the thing that's been interesting about the meta, and we've seen it evolve over the last couple of weeks, is it feels like people have been leaning more into that Ramatra Rush style, which should be in the wheelhouse of the London Spitfire. You saw their starting lineups. You should have seen Backbone. You should have seen Sparker. So maybe they're going back to their tried and true style that found them so much success last year.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I want to see what Avala plays too. They are a support player. So worth keeping that in mind as well. So I'm curious. The only time I've seen them play, they do play Ana a lot, but I'm not sure they're going to play Ana here. It wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. Lucio, though, not bad. Rack Attack really going to roll out in the Weaver?
No.
Wife Weaver? Yeah, no way, Chief. There he is, the back. Okay, so this is classic London. Like, this is London Spitfire right here on the cards.
Yeah, exactly. Hardy on that Reinhardt. We've talked back and forth about this Ramatra versus Reinhardt so much. It seems like people are starting to favor that Ramatra, but Hardy is known as the Reinhardt guy, so really sticking to the tried and true. We get both engages and Maywalls are down.
Yeah, Backbone was low, so was Landon. Quick shift, regenerative burst from Landon to keep him alive and the rest of his team. Those turrets are going to be kind of annoying, but free charge for Dove to fire off a shot and try and find a pick. He takes a body shot there from the Mei, and Landon actually just finishes up with a couple of little tri-bursts there from his rifle, as London Spitfire do end up capping the points. They did already force the land in the Eternal, so London Spitfire can't really do all too much, or, well, they can, because Well, I guess they're down one, so it's all good. I was going to say you can't push that lap, but losing Dove so early, not good for Eternal. Big wrap around here to White Room.
Yeah, London Spitfire just controlling the space a lot better than the Vegas Eternal. They did get over the bridge, Vegas, but unfortunately they didn't have anywhere to go from there, and Dove ended up on an island completely alone. But now this is where it gets really difficult walking into this Reinhardt. Hardy's just waiting for them to step up almost at that Earth Shatter. The wall does go a little bit too early, so that might be an opportunity for Vegas.
Kill the turrets. You're going to get rolled by the turrets if you're not careful. Here comes Hardy, straight to the back line. He'd just be swinging. Huge blizzard. It's going to lock up everybody from Eternal. No one stood a chance. You see Hardy in the play. He's like, whoa, I just, yeah. He's like,
that was pretty cool.
Wow, that was pretty sick.
Wow.
It's not bad. No, pretty good.
Hardy, I feel like, is my favorite emotionless player. We have a couple of them in the league,
Yeah.
but it doesn't matter if he's getting farmed. It doesn't matter if he's farming. He's always there, just having a good time.
Very stoic.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
A bit of a Marcus Aurelius moment. Very stoic.
Especially when you hear him in interviews as well. He's just so monotone, and he just says it how it is, and I respect that. But we're going into another fight. Vegas Eternal do have a lot of their ultimates coming up. They did use the Amplification Matrix last round to no avail.
Hardy, here to Shatter. Here we go. Avana does have the sound barrier, so they can lay that down. There it is. An engagement, including the Blizzard from Eternal to shove London Spitfire on the point. There's the Shatter. Hits Avala. She does get saved somehow, though. Rack attack with the lamp just came in clutch. However, a sound barrier to match Vulcan's Nemesis form, top with the Annihilation, isn't really going to do a whole bunch, as the London Spitfire do retake control. Bit over-eager there.
14%. Let's go.
Okay, indeed.
Big.
Okay.
You love to see it. There is going to be a switch. Luke Mino goes over to the Farah, which is a bold strategy.
Let's go.
Maybe trying to
Do we
boot
know what
someone
Luke
over.
Mino plays in ranked?
Well, Farah, apparently.
On DPS, I wonder.
Maybe this is his comfort pick. Decides to go over to the Farah.
Oh, dude almost got 1v1 by Abra in disguise. You got to be careful. Both DPS from the Eternal are on the flank. Hardy does end up going down to Nemesis form, though, but Dove loses the fight to NPCs. Those turrets do take him out. Lucamino isn't on the point pressuring, but it's actually the supports from the London Spitfire that are doing the heavy lifting right now. There is Avala in disguise. They get taken out, and that will be it. London Spitfire, 99%. Let me get a replay on those turrets.
Yeah. The turret's really the MVP of the London Spitfire there, I think. But a pretty convincing first round win here for London Spitfire. This is what we expected in this matchup. I do like that they're leaning onto the Reinhardt. That's been a lot of the complaints about London Spitfires. It doesn't feel like they're playing the players that gave them the success, the compositions that gave them their success. If there is ever an opportunity for them to play it, they should. Obviously, against the Vegas Eternal, it's not as impactful, but moving forward,
look at him
that's
go.
an important look. And Admiral, nice clean boot.
Nice little boop, and a nice little kill. So let's see from a main support. Shades of Faith there from last week. Feels pretty good. Let's see what Eternal want to run on this map, though. I mean, going mirror. Honestly, quite a Chad move from Eternal, I would say. Going complete mirror against London Spitfire's favorite comp. Pretty epic. Also, the TP is incredibly slow. Wow, London Spitfire got there way quicker. Amp out the spawn doors, of course. I wonder if Avala missed the amp there.
No. London Spitfire decided to TP out of spawn instead of TPing to the point. They wanted to get control of the back of the point, but they're actually going to flip it back around. So now Vegas Eternal are in control on this point, so actually in a good position.
Good. Here we go. Kill the turrets. You got to kill them. They ended up killing your DPS last time. All good. London Spitfire again, just doing a little loop-de-loop. Hardy's in the back. Hardy is in the back. He does force the lab, as he do be swinging. Lucamino booped off of the edge. Another clean boop from Avril. Lucio's doing a lot of work. Vulcan at least finds one, but the rest of his team have been slain, as he does end up following them to their watery deaths.
Yeah, Hardy just going aggressive. No one else took the teleporter back behind the point other than Hardy, so he just surprise shows up there, gets a pin onto the Mei, I believe, and forces them off the map. And from there, Vegas Eternal don't really have any other way to fight. But ultimate's coming up for both Baptiste and the Earth Shatters. Let's see if Vulcan can hold a candle to Hardy.
There we go. TP Shatter. I'm ready for it. First one of the year, maybe. Little TP behind. Whoa, boom. Hit him in the back.
Chatmate can do it, you can too.
Yeah, hell yeah. All right, Vulcan, square up. Square. Oh, don't square up to that. Ooh. Yeah. All right, reset. All good. No shadows used. We can still see the TP shadow. It's all good. That's what we're here for. Just cool ultimates being used in combination with other abilities.
If Hardy doesn't go for a 360 here, I'm incredibly disappointed with him, honestly.
Look at the
this point.
stoic nature of his face right now.
Yeah, exactly.
He's calm, cool, collected, moisturized in his own lane.
Yeah, we've got to stay moisturized. Make sure to do that, especially the head.
Do you? Okay.
Yes, I
Moisturize on the head?
moisturize, Jack.
No, on the head.
On the
If
top of
you
my
were
head?
bald-
No, I-
No, not you. You've got hair.
Oh, okay.
But would you moisturize on your head if you're bald?
Maybe we should ask Hardy. If we do an interview with Hardy, that has to be at the
Do
top
it.
of the list.
Oh, TP Shadow. He landed.
Oh, there
Nice
it
sound
is.
barrier 2 from the Eternal. They do manage to save the pinned victim from Hardy, but Backbone just alley-oops that Blizzard into the backline, and Rack Attack once again goes down. It will be Backbone holding the fort alone on the point. Had to use wall and block to stay alive, but it's all good because Admiral once again is boot Lucamino off the edge, doing a bit of sightseeing by the looks of it. Wall comes through. Is London Spitfire trying to make this last fight? Dove is stalling out for a long time here, but the problem is Eternal don't have the cap.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of wasted time, a lot of wasted ults right now. Dove being a bit of a magician right now. Houdini in London Spitfire, but Hardy, yeah, he pulled the bottom out of the top hat, and yeah, there was a rabbit in there all along.
That Earth Shatter's never come out from Vulcan. They still do have the Blizzard and the Earth Shatter, so potentially
Shatter.
able to do something.
No TP. And no Lucamino again. Well, the windows come out from London.
no touch.
And there will be no touch. Vulcan did hit a shatter at the end. Look at that.
Yes!
He got it. All good. Well, the London Spitfire do end up 2-0ing, but look, I mean, smiles on Lucamino's face and Vulcan's right now. Rack Attack's just a small little grin. Dove too. So at the end of the day, you know you're in a situation on this team that, especially today, you're probably not going to come out with a win.
Yeah.
So just coming into it, not feeling too down about it is going to be like the main port of call, I think. The main objective for today. Because as soon as you get into that Doomer arc, it can be very hard to kind of get out of.
Well, the unfortunate part about that, Jack, is they're kind of in a Doomer arc right now with how they've been doing so far throughout this season. But unfortunately, as you said, this day is not going to get any easier. This isn't where you're going to turn it around. So you can't make things worse. Just accept where you are as a team and, you know, try your best with the Vala. Have some fun with it like they were. But right now, especially in this meta where Hardy can play Reinhardt, it's going to be difficult to go toe-to-toe.
It's going to be tough. We're going to King's Row, though. But it also could be an interesting day, like Jake said. Maybe a speedrun record. It would be quite fun to have. But
Pick attack.
It does always feel bad on the opposite end of those kind of things. But, you know, you got to take it in your stride. Vegas Eternal are down a map. We are going to King's Row to wet the palates a little bit in a bit, and then Havana, Queen Street, and then Ilios if we need it. We're going to jump to a quick break, though. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Update, alert, alert. Malthul is in the building, alert.
Nice.
He's in. So, Malthul back on DPS. Lucamino, you've had your time to shine on Farah for approximately 30 seconds. You're back to support,
It was
buddy.
pretty good.
You're back to support.
It did a little bit of damage, a little bit.
But
But
he's going to have some wicked stat cards at the end of the year.
yeah.
Lucamino, Farah, 28 seconds, 200 damage.
Honestly, that's more damage on
More
Farah
damage
than
than
you ever
Overwatch
did.
League, bro.
Yeah,
that's
that's
true.
it.
That's facts, actually. That's facts.
It's true for me as well, but I played Torbjorn, so you know
That's
I
wicked, though.
got that going for me. I know you're a huge Torb fan, but
I love Torb.
London Spitfire are making substitutions as well. Lethal coming in, Sky Ripper as well. We've seen this look from them in the past. This allows them to play the double flex support, so they could play that Ana Kiriko, Baptiste Kiriko that the Florida Mayhem have been popularizing lately. And then Lethal has really come in to be that tracer player so far for London Spitfire this season.
All right, pretty good. We are going to King's Road too. Another map that really just favors London. Let's be real to ourselves here. Like you can play the Rhine pretty easily here. You can play the Ram pretty easily here.
But people haven't, which has been the interesting thing this season. People haven't been playing as much Reinhardt or Rush in general like we've seen in the past because Winston's just been so prevalent that you can control the tempo so much easier, and especially when you can have those Annas play on those high grounds. Oh, Hardy's getting out of his chair, so we're not starting anytime soon, that's for sure. Hardy is a known chair leaver.
Whoa. Is he getting in Landon's chair?
Hey.
Oh, okay. He's like, no, my time.
If you're going to play musical chairs, I'm going to play musical chairs too. I'm playing support now.
Hardy's support. What would Hardy's main support be? What would he main on support role?
You know what? Hardy seems like a Moira player.
Ooh,
I know
a
that sounds
backline Moira player?
disrespectful, Hardy. If you hear this, I'm sorry, but he just seems like the kind of guy who would backline Moira.
Yeah, fade in.
Yeah.
I mean, Moira got a buff recently. She can fade in Cole. Epic.
That's buff Hardy then.
Yeah, buff Hardy. You know, straight into the backline with the Cole. I could see that for sure.
Yeah.
Might beat IRP on the ladder. We'll see. What would Landon play on tank then? What does Landon look like he plays on tank?
What has landed? Is he a Wrecking Ball one-trick kind of player?
Oh, he might be.
That Wrecking Ball one-trick in your games that just rolls around.
Yeah.
And
He's
you're
that
like,
support player that can play one thing
Exactly.
in each of the other roles, and Ball might be his tank pick. I would be interested.
and everyone's like, please, bro, just go Winston. He's like, nah, man, I'm getting
Look,
so much value.
Trust me, bro. Trust me. But there's a Sombra on the other team. No, but look.
God, Sombras don't matter.
You see that slam?
Yeah.
Did you see that slam?
I got a 4-man slam. I got my one. What are you doing?
Didn't even get one. He slammed it like, where's the follow-up? Come on. That's my favorite Wrecking Ball moment in rank during quick play.
It's just Landon diving in the backline, Hardy in the backline as well, throwing out some damage orbs to clean it up.
I want to see it now. I want to see Landon on ball. And then Hardy on the Moira. Unfortunately, we are just going to have to take a quick break here. It looks like Vegas are just sorting out a couple of technical issues, so we'll be right back after this. Sorry about that. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Yeah, so about the sub.
Yeah.
It's not happening, unfortunately. I guess Malfoy's internet may have DC'd again. Not entirely sure what happened on the back end, but Rack Attack, he do be ready. He do be stretching. Violet is back in on the support role, and we do have Luke Camino on the DPS.
I'm just saying, in Australian Contenders, way back when, they had a Torb 1v1 to determine the map.
It was legendary.
It was elite. I'm pretty sure people got fined, but it would be worth it in this situation. Avala, you could sub in Nuki. Nuki could be there as well.
London, if you're listening, Nuki, the
Map 3.
raid leader, legend. Get her in.
Yeah, get her in. Avala versus Nuki, 1v1, Torbjorn, Havana.
Ooh,
that to close
that
it all
would be
out, to close the series.
That would be epic, actually.
But until we get to there, to have that decision, we have to go to Kings Row, Jack.
And London are on attack.
London are on attack, so they will get the opportunity to go first, see how much time they can finish with, but we won't see the Reinhardt in the same way we saw in that last map because of the substitutions that remain for the London Spitfire. It's like Vulcan rolling out on the Ramacha, playing these Baptiste Kiriko that I talked about, that Florida Mayhem played a little bit in their series last week. And it just looks so oppressive, and people are starting to catch on and starting to play it more.
It's thinking about Kiriko when she first launched, I was like, wow, like immortality? That's pretty epic. And then I thought, BAP, that's pretty epic too, that you can deploy lamp every 22
a lot of
seconds.
epic things, Jack.
Yeah, it's epic. So there's two forms of like invulnerability. Quite frustrating, but Kiriko in this kind of comp will probably play with Dove on the sidelines and then just TP back when necessary. And Rack Attack can just play with the main lineup. And it looks like London Spitfire actually going to do the same. Complete mirror match here for London versus Eternal. Skill matchup. Let's go.
What that usually means when you see two teams roll out on the exact same composition, something we've barely seen, probably in scrims throughout this week, this composition will be the thing that we'll see a lot more because people are practicing and learning and starting to think that this might be the superior composition to play. Luke Mino on the DPS on the Hanzo gets the first pick though.
Oh yes, sir. All right, Avala and Dove, and in fact the rest of the squad just kind of chilling on height right now. Kiriko doesn't have the kunai changes in the game just yet. That is next patch, which we won't see for a little while, mind you.
Not big changes as well.
Luke
Mino again.
Okay. Boy can play the hands though. That is for sure. All right. Okay.
Maybe we retire the Pharaoh.
Maybe you just play Hanzo. I mean, Hanzo, you know, you could say it's luck all you want with the logs, but a lot of skill in kind of predicting where people are going to move. I'm just saying they're so slow, Scott. My word.
Yeah.
Might die of old age before they actually cat one tick, but we'll see.
It doesn't feel like they're playing aggressive with the Kiriko. They're just shooting arrows,
There's
trying
the
to find
shot.
someone, and Avala's the first one to get caught. You can see Dove trying to sort of turn back, but he's just getting hounded by Sparker on the Hanzo.
How Tracer running like that? How Tracer running like that? You see the arrow sticking out of her shin? Jesus.
Feels different.
If that was lore accurate, I don't think she'd be running. I'm just saying.
It's going to be hard for the Eternal to get back into this. They look like they do want to fight it. They jump the window,
You
but
can punch through the window, it does extra damage, mind you. However, Huddy is lapped right now. There's the Annihilation. That Annihilation from Vulcan's only 5% away. London Spitfire with one tick, maybe two on the board in just a moment. Sparker finds a volley yet again, this time with a Sonic Arrow. Dove trying to force the Suzu out from land, and he does so rather successfully. A very rare Vortex kill there by Hardy on Lucamino as Dove tries to find some more purges on the backline. Not going to happen though. Sparker shuts it all down.
some signs of life from Vegas Eternal though. They're pretty solid hold. You can't ask for better than that. Getting a couple of picks, slowing things down. Huddy did have to pop the Annihilation to close that one out as well. So it's costly fight for the Spitfire, but they do eventually cap it. 4 minutes remaining on the second point.
4 minutes remaining. Avala does have their rush up, so pretty easy street swipe if you get a decent rush.
Yeah.
There's no speed boost either, so you can't exactly escort your team away or, you know, just kind of back off or even run into them. So we'll see how they want to end up setting up. I mean, if Sparker just keeps going on this tear, like, someone's going to be headshotting in the next 5 seconds or so.
Yeah, not if Luke Mino has anything to say about it.
True. My boy Luke Mino. I mean, look, he do be flinging those arrows there around that corner. Not quite 5 seconds, but Landon's also trying to find some decent ground. There's the rush from Avala. A nice mid-fight Suzu then. Or early start fight. Was really mid-fight. Nothing's really happened yet apart from that rush. London with a perfect back away. That rush is going to fade away in a couple of seconds, Scott, and there it goes.
Yeah, great disengage. And now the London Spitfire re-engaging. They do have the window from Sky Ripper. Vulcan's got to be careful about being caught here, but he's looking to pop this Annihilation. You can see he's waiting for the Spitfire to step up, so then when he presses it, he can run them down.
Yeah, not only that, he's waiting for Hardy to come out in Nemesis form as well. So Hardy can't just stand up there with his arms crossed. Pulse bomb available for Dove. Looking at Sparker right now, he's been the main source of damage for the London Spitfire so far. The winner comes out, I can hear around the corner. Oh, Dove gets hit in the shins again. 23 HP, Pulse bomb on the ground, and now so are you. London Spitfire up one man now. There's 2 Annihilations going off, and that's more room. Time to cross arms and look at each other for the next 5 minutes. However, it looks like Vulcan taking a little bit too much damage. Avala nor Rack Attack in a position where they can actually save their tank player, and now it is just dying on the payload is the order of business. London end up coming up big on this second point push.
Yeah, London Spitfire, they just slowed that fight down to the point that Heidi got another Annihilation before the team fight even happened. So lapping Vulcan in the Ramatra ultimates and capturing that second point. London are playing just incredibly slowly with this composition. Usually you have your Tracer and Kiriko trying to flank and provide pressure and put on, sort of put on these off angles. But it doesn't feel like they're really willing to play that aggressively. Maybe it's the eternal defensive setup that is slowing everything down.
Lethal almost got skill chipped there by Dove. Very slow push from London, yeah. I mean, they used the window, get a bit of space here, move the payload around the corner. Oh, and Avala takes down Landon.
Kiriko diff.
Rolled Sun, Kiriko diff. Let's see what Avala can do. Suzu in the front line. Vulcan a little bit healthier now after that one. It doesn't like London to go back off. You can't really fight without Landon, without that Kiriko. So another reset. Very slow with the London Spitfire moving them.
Yeah, and there was a... Someone saved good Dragons.
Dragons. However, that lamp saved Vulcan's life, at least for the time being. Hardy pops Nemesis form to just run away, or at least try to. Found Dove in amongst his backline, and Dove had to hit the recall and get out of there. So again, very slow, measured, waiting for Lucamino or Sparker to find a headshot.
There was a graphic and stats that came out recently that Vegas Eternal take the least number of fights in the Overwatch League right now. They just refuse to fight. They just want to play incredibly slowly. And you can see London Spitfire feel like they're getting impatient. That Kitsune rush didn't really offer anything.
Yeah, it really did. Oh, wait, Vulcan T-posing on the front line. The ultimate form of disrespect. Nice lamp, actually, by Rack Attack, but it gets finished up anyways. That pulse bomb killed it, and he was sub 50 HP. Lucamino now in trouble, one shot away from going down, but Avala is keeping him high and alive. Lethal does manage to help Sky Ripper kill off Lucamino eventually. Not enough heals to sustain through all that damage, and now the final push for the London Spitfire. Hardy with the Annihilation, but same with the Vulcan, and a Genji switch, now a Widow switch for Lucamino. Here comes the Annihilation, Lethal just torn to ribbons, but Vulcan taking too much damage. He's receiving a lot of healing and actually lamped in the front line to keep him up. Hardy not ripped his Annihilation just yet, actually gets taken down by the Vortex as Lucamino comes back, kills both supports. Lucamino is poised to support, but man, can he shoot.
Okay, Lucamino, I see you. You can see a little smile on his face as well. Great play, honestly. You know, the Widowmaker switch there at the very end.
I'm just saying, Scott. When you're a support player, you can play Widow. Trust me.
Trust me. That's not true in my case, so it is definitely not a thing across the board. Sparker does take Avala out to start this team fight, though, and Lucamino.
Sparker, okay. Lighting on the backline right now. Vegas Eternal have already lost 2. Avala's going to be able to TP back though in just a moment, Scott, but look at Hardy just running it down. That Annihilation mixed with the Dragons, all the AoE, and then some. The payload moving towards that final checkpoint. Lucamino's on Jay is dead. Lethal killed him. Nice double kill for the Genji. Rack Attack dead. Only Dove. And now Avala to clean up. There will be a rush on the point, and that'll seal the deal. 36 seconds on the board for Spitfire.
I'm about this mystery heroes that Lucamino is playing.
Dude, he's down. He's down to Clown, and that's my favorite thing about this match right now. Anybody's down to Clown, and honestly, Widowmaker looked pretty good. Hanzo looked pretty good. Jay Silly, he didn't get a kill, but he probably did damage.
He's just trying to play as many heroes because he knows he never gets this opportunity again. Very rarely will Lucamino ever be able to play DPS again, so you just got to get the Infinity Gauntlet. He's trying to get everyone in. That's why he went Pharah on Lijiang Tower.
He did.
Yeah.
So we saw Pharah.
Widowmaker.
Widowmaker. He switched to Genji for half a second.
Did he?
For half a second. So there you go. Jay Silly. Look.
Torbjorn on attack.
Torbjorn on attack. Like,
let's do it.
I'm just saying. imagine that stat line at the end of the year. The player that's played the most any heroes, right? Maybe it will be Lukamino. Can't Suzu that, unfortunately. No Band-Aid is going to help it.
Oh, nasty.
Sparker is kind of nutty on Hanzo, that is for sure.
And that was one of the frustrations a lot of people had with some of the earlier matches that London Spitfire played. It doesn't feel like Sparker should ever come out of this lineup. Regardless of anything, Sparker really is that golden child for them in the way that he just sort of has that impact on the server. Yes, he's primarily a hit scan player, but play around that. Play to your strengths in the same way that the Florida Mayhem do with Merrick. Just sort of find how you can get value out of him. Lukamino deciding against the Torbjorn on attack, disappointing honestly. He's gonna, he's never gonna get through the whole hero roster if he keeps playing Hanzo.
Yeah, they've only got 4 minutes to do it though, so can't really blame him. But yeah, it does suck. Oh, rack attack. Jeez, he was
very low.
Very low. I was kind of happy to just jump up in the air. Normally the exo boots mean death, especially to good hit scan or even good Hanzos. Oh, Dove. Oh, he's dead.
Blendon doesn't need Sparker to help.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, ideally you want to do a big flank with the Tracer and the Kiriko, but when you've got someone like Sparker who's also kind of just chilling in the sidelines, helping his supports, a random log can just really end your life. Double sniper for Eternal. I think Dove was just trying to go for a shot. Yeah, switch over to Tracer now.
Yeah, Tracer's just so strong, enables you to play flanky, get in the back line, apply a bit of pressure, especially with your Kiriko, but Sparker got upset that Lukamino was becoming the star Hanzo of the show.
Was that a technical term?
What's that?
You said flanky?
Yeah, flanky. You haven't heard of flanky? It's a very professional term.
Yeah, flanky. A flank on the flank. Yes!
Yes! Yes! No! That was dumb!
No,
Dumb. What are you doing?
Oh, okay, dude. Well...
what are we doing here? Dude, Dove is just throwing away ult charge left and right.
Yeah. Well, you do retain a little bit of it now, but...
Yeah, but he's staying permanently at 30 because he keeps swapping heroes.
You do be swapping quite repeatedly. That sucks.
That was a weird Suzu by Landon. He just
super weird. Vulcan was like, wait, did you really just
Suzu there?
I mean, sure. All right, here comes the push. Vegas Eternal with 2 minutes on the clock. I've already said Hadi and Spark are pretty low. Free time here. Hadi needs healing. Supports, I require healing now. In fact, look at London Spitfire's health bars right now. The supports are just doing damage, Scott. I don't know what to tell you. Avala takes care of lethal, and finally Hardy gets some healing. A nice little window there to supplement the damage and heals. With Avala taking one and healing up Lukamino, that might be good. In fact, Hardy doesn't end up going down. Avala healing up the rest of the team as Lukamino's refusing to die against Landon, who's 1 HP. Okay, eventually takes down the Kiriko, and that will be a point cap for Eternal.
Yeah. Honestly, Eternal are playing this quite well, going back and forth with this composition. Honestly, it's Avala who's the one who's finding a lot of these early picks to win some of these team fights. So credit to her, she's doing a phenomenal job getting subbed in last minute. Having to play, Lucio and Kiriko.
I mean, she did tweet earlier too that she, because of an emergency, she couldn't actually play Overwatch for the last week or so. So, coming in cold like this is one thing. Coming in after you've not really played a week because you've been doing other things on the team. Of course, being a general manager, it's a lot of responsibility. Like, mad props, mad props.
Yeah, everyone's skipped a week of Overwatch, come back. You feel like you're gold again, or you're bronze again, or you're not playing very well. So you can see pressure coming out, lots of ultimates coming up from both sides.
That pulse bomb looked meaty from Dub, but it ended up finding a connection. That's a lot of ultimates. My god, Hadi really didn't stand a chance there. Dragons, Annihilation. Vulcan luckily saved his one. There's a couple of cheeky fellas on the high ground. Hadi's actually gone over to the Winston, no, straight back. And just high ground control is required now from the Vegas Eternal to make this one stick. However, Lukamino again. God, this guy's ripping face right now.
And London Spitfire are in a bad situation. Their backline is sort of stuck behind them. I guess if you're confident in yourselves, I would like to see Vulcan just run them down, pop this Annihilation, just force the issue in any way. It feels like they're just allowing the London Spitfire to continue to exist, and now they're going to be getting circled here by the Spitfire. Skyripper does have that amplification matrix as well. Can anyone touch?
Oh, okay. Lethal does double blink in to get the touch. It's going to be able to survive quite a while on there, as Avala right now not paying attention to him. Sparker's on the sidelines too. Yeah, like you said, Scott, a full wraparound here for the London Spitfire, and Vulcan is just kind of chilling on the payload. Hitting that Annihilation, Hardy is getting healed up to full, so it is just him kind of
half AFK. There will be a Suzu as well as a Lamb to try and save him for the Pulse Bomb, and save him they do successfully. 2 meters to go for the Eternal, but only 2 minutes to try and take it. Once again, Lucamino taking names, numbers, address books, social security numbers. This guy's got the whole damn package. Hardy dead, London falls. I mean, Rack Attack dead, sure thing, but Eternal really sticking it to the Spitfire right now. Managed to cap the point.
I've seen enough. Lucamino needs to be a permanent DPS player for the Vegas Eternal. Hanzo is getting a lot of value against the caliber player like Sparker. Vegas Eternal are currently in the lead if you're looking at times, and they're making a positive look of their situation. It feels like they're playing slowly, and the London Spitfire don't know how to react to that. They're just not really doing anything and relying on themselves to get picks, and they are finding them.
All right, what more have you got for us, Lucamino? You have to 1v1. Oh no, he's not there. He disappeared. He's on the low ground. There's the rush from Eternal side. Pretty easy stuff.
Lethal down.
Lethal dead, and those dragons coming out. Double dragons, in fact. I think it's the name of a film. Don't know where those dragons went, but it killed Sparker, that's for sure. Lucamino with 2, and now just has to, well, maybe ignore Scarippa. I mean, they're using Rush on the point. Vulcan is stuck, but gets Lamb to save him. And here comes a window. Amped healing, amped damage. The Vegas Eternal are going to be able to complete by the looks of it with more time. Charlie comes out to play, but he's already so low, and Dove and Lucamino take him out. Larden also dead. What is happening right now? 2 minutes and 30 seconds for last Eternal. They might take King's Row at this rate. London Spitfire have a minute. Versus Eternals, 2.5. Look at Rack Attack's face right now.
Dude, they're loving it. They're living the dream. On the other side, though, look at the London Spitfire. That hurts. Like, even if they go on to win this map, that hurts. You're going against a team that has their GM playing, a support player is on DPS, and they managed to outcap you on King's Row playing a mirror composition. If you're the London Spitfire, that really stings you as a team, and they need to respond in kind. Jake said this should be a beatdown. It needs to be a beatdown right now, so they need to find something, and they need to, find a way to deal with the threats of Lucamino and Avala, because right now they're getting diffed.
Oh man. All right, Lucamino. This is the play that really opened up this second point. Dude just kind of clean with it. Let's be real with ourselves.
Yeah, his Hanzo's nice.
His Hanzo is nice. This is good stuff from Lucamino right now. I mean, you expect him to kind of play most roles you'd imagine at a high level, especially being in the Overwatch League. You look at a lot of players on ladder. If they're in the Overwatch League, they're easily like top 20, top 10 kind of players on ladder on their role, and then there are other roles that are up there too. But this is a standout performance from Lucamino right now on DPS. I see what London Spitfire have in their attack score. There's a minute.
Yeah.
A singular minute.
The overtime push on King's Row is very forgiving, though, because of how far the spawn doors are. So if London Spitfire get the first capture point and get the cart rolling, there is a chance that they could make it a lot further, but it's about cycling your ultimates and playing smart macro decisions. Don't just take this, like, Hanzo duel and hope for the best that your arrows are going to land. I want to see them force their coordination, use their strengths as a team, rather than just sort of relying on individual brilliance.
Oh,
there it is.
There's the pick. Straight from downtown. And there comes the diffs. All right, Lethal, Sparker, that's the diffs you wanted to see. Hanzo's taking out one another, and then Dove falling. So with 15 seconds to go, Spitfire are definitely going to be able to cap, or at least get it to 2 ticks. And it looks like, yeah, okay. Eternal know that really now there's only one fight. So just waiting, that payload's gone, okay, whatever, reset, fight Archway.
Yeah. And you can see how these fights can be determined by one Hanzo arrow that manages to land on a head. That's all the Vegas Eternal need to do. They have this advantage holding this choke. But the London Spitfire, no ultimates just yet. It looks like Rack Attack is going to actually get the first ultimate with the Amplification Matrix. They could use it early.
Could do. Those Hanzo arrows are one shot as well. Low HP targets. Who goes through that window? Sonic. Dragons. Round the back. Okay, that was straight on top of the Tracer.
Oh.
But Lucamino goes down. The window comes up, but that window's a bit of an awkward spot. Like, it's in the archway. Kind of, not really. Rack Attack does end up falling. The Annihilation from Vulcan is on the payload and actually kills Sky Ripper. Hardy's got an Annihilation of his own, though, but doesn't want to use it. Keeping Ultimus right now for London is critical. As a Vulcan ult does end up running out. He is still wailing away at the front line, but the spawn positions from the London Spitfire are just too close for him to fight.
Vulcan's got to be careful. He needs to get out of this fight. Vala does a phenomenal job of just keeping Vulcan alive through all that damage. So they do have the Kitsune Rush to match this, but as you said, Jack, Hardy has this Annihilation. It's so hard to fight into when you don't have one of your own.
It is. There's Pulse on the lethal side, though, so he can easily go in with that if he finds a flank route. There's the Vulcan. He's going in. Vortex kill onto Sky Ripper. Dove finds a Pulse on one. Lethal finds the kill onto Vulcan, but with Eternal, with people up, there's no hope for Spitfire there, even with that Kitsune Rush. You pop the Annihilation, it's hard to fight on the payload, Scott, but it is very winnable for Eternal.
That's very winnable.
1 point and halfway to second with 2 and a bit minutes. I mean, Scott, this, I did not expect this. I'm going to be frank.
Honestly, it's been a great match.
It has been a great match so far, honestly. I mean, you're fighting with utmost confidence almost as Vegas Eternal right now. You weren't really expected to win this match, especially with a GM subbing in. What do you have to lose? What do you fear? The man with the plan or the man on the team that has nothing to lose?
Luke Mino has nothing to lose. There is no expectations for him to perform. And he is. He's doing well on Hanzo, so now that gives you confidence. Even when they lost the first map, you can see they're laughing. They don't care. At the end of the day, there's no expectation from the community to sort of for them to perform in any way. While London Spitfire, on the other hand, that's the difficulty of playing against these really, you know, I guess, bad teams. I can't sugarcoat it in any way. When you're playing against a bad team, it was the same way in 2018. No one wanted to be the first loss to the Shanghai Dragons.
Vegas started with a map in their sights, potentially. All right, let's go. Straight out the gate. Lucamino.
With how slow the Vegas Eternal play, it really has to be on Luke Mino to just hit a shot because they don't really have many other opportunities. Or Avala, just, they're not going to find much positioning. That's not how Eternal really play. Just need one pick. Just get your one, Luke Mino. You can see pressure coming out from the Tracer and the Kiriko on the off angle. Luke Mino is getting healed up, but that's dangerous gameplay. They're getting ticks up as well.
They are. Sparker just playing all the way back there. Okay. The logs. Oh! Sparker. I mean, no dodging that one. No matter how good you are.
That's 2 ticks though, Jack. So that's going to force London Spitfire positioning. They have the advantage. They had 2.5 minutes, so they still have time in the bank to come back. So not the worst thing in the world if you're the Eternal.
Not bad. One pick. One pick. Either a kunai to the head of somebody and then Dove finishing them off, or just a Hanzo log or an arrow. Just one pick is all that they need. And that 33% will be gone before you know it. And Vegas Eternal 2, Scott, they're fighting for their first map win as well. Worth keeping in mind. They haven't actually won a map so far in the 2023 season. Oh, Skyrim.
If they win it with the GM, that would be just so funny.
Unprecedented stuff.
They've done a good job of forcing out the Tracer Kiriko in their backline. Actually, they've just flipped sides. Landon's getting low, forces the Suzu early.
It's pretty nice, and Hardy's in trouble. There's the Pulse Bomb. Good lamp from Skyripper keeping him up. Here comes the Annihilation. There's another window up too, and Hardy is in trouble. He's getting kept alive by Skyripper, but no,
they lost the point.
They lose the point, Scott. The Annihilation way too much for them to handle, and now Skyripper's dead. All right, big reset here from London. There's maybe only a fight left. 45 seconds to go.
That's such a bad fight for the London Spitfire because they lose the point so late. They're all going to get back spawned. They're all going to be so far away to the point that they're going to get this archway for free, the Vegas Eternal. So we're in last fight territory with only 30 seconds remaining. Last fight in every sense of the word. Hardy does have that Annihilation once again, but that didn't work for them last time. Honestly, this Dragon from Luke Mino could force so much positioning from this Spitfire.
Could be legendary. But Hardy has Annihilation, right? You have Rush. You have Dragons.
The Dragon could split the backline, though. If Hardy goes aggressive, the Dragon goes through. Doesn't allow the backline to come help him.
Right.
Hardy could get himself isolated on an island. You can see him already stepping up way too far compared to the rest of the team.
Do not C9. Do not C9. No. Okay, say it with me. Do not C9. Dragons in the back. Sparker ripping him, but Lethal is dead. Vulcan now has to deal with Hardy in the front line, being kept alive by the lamp, but Hardy's just swinging. He's swinging, and London Spitfire, they do not miss. Overtime is ticking down. It's only Avala and Rakatak to touch. Dove ends up falling, and that will be it.
Get him,
what we thought maybe was a map was not to be. London Spitfire on a 2-0, but my God,
That was close.
London Spitfire and all their fans breathe out a sigh of relief. That would have been a tragic map loss, but Vegas playing it incredibly close. Looking very comfortable playing that Hanzo Baptiste Kiriko setup. Wow, I was not expecting this to be as competitive as it is.
Ain't no way. Scary stuff for the London Spitfire side. I mean, they're up 2-0, but like Jake said on the desk, you want to stomp, ideally, right?
Yeah, this is... The sad reality is this has probably already been a pretty poor showing from the London Spitfire. There needs to be some confidence coming out. This team has been just incredibly poor this year. Obviously, the meta's not great for them, and they've been trying to integrate new players like Lethal and Skyripper, but they just haven't been able to find that same level of synergy that we saw from them last year when they came top 6, when they made it all the way through the playoffs against some of the best teams in the league. They need to find that secret sauce again.
Secret sauce they need to find. But which jar is it in the cabinet? That's the question. I'm not sure.
It's like the Space Jam water. They need to find that.
Space Jam water. There you go. The London Spitfire water. They need it. Where is it? Who's been hiding it? I mean, look, Luka Mino's also kind of stepped up, man. I mean, honestly, kind of crazy. Good stuff. I mean, just what you want to see if you step into a role like this. You're off-rolling right now, but showing up in the Hanzo. I mean, calling the mitochondria, bro, because he's the powerhouse of this team. We're going to go to a break.
What?
That was terrible. I was cooking that for a while. I'll put that one back in the oven, maybe. We're going to go to Havana after this break. Squanin, London Spitfire, and the Vegas Eternal. Oh my god, King's Row. Oh my god, I'm shaking.
Calm down, Jack. It's okay.
Shaking. That was close. Avala is stepping in. If you're only just joining us, Avala, the GM of the Vegas Eternal, has stepped in because Mouthful, Internet, go bye-bye, unfortunately. So we are seeing some crazy substitutions for Eternal with Luke Camino on the DPS instead of his usual support role, although you wouldn't know it because his Hanzo has looked pretty clean so far, and we're going to Havana as our next map. So, little double sniper maybe?
Oh, I don't know. We haven't seen too much double sniper. We did have a substitution on the side of the London Spitfire. We had Admiral coming back in, which makes me think that they're going to play some Lucio. And we've seen that from a lot of teams. They've been playing the Ramatra style, trying to play a faster pace, not allowing teams to play slow with those double snipers. But hey, honestly, this is a great map for Hanzo. So if anything's going to happen here for the Vegas Eternal, it might be Luke Mino on that Hanzo once again. But I don't think anybody predicted that Mouthful can't play, Avala gets subbed in, Luke Mino moves to DPS, and they somehow improved.
Okay.
Maybe teams should try this more. Maybe Moon should come in for the Shanghai Dragons.
Dude, get Albert in. Get Albert, yeah. GM of, dude, he's GM 1, top 500 in all roles almost down, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We should have a GM off.
A GM off?
Yeah.
I like that. That's good, actually. Just get them all in the tour bomb you want. A little Widowmaker. That's the All-Stars this year. It's just all the GMs.
Whoever wins gets proper.
Oh my god. I mean, that'd be kind of funny, honestly.
Yeah, honestly.
But how great would that be for proper? Like, he's just being tossed around. Like.
Congratulations, you're going to the Vegas Eternal.
Avala just dominates on the Kiri. Not looking bad on the Kiri, though, I will say. She's got a few kills, which is great.
Both teams going back to the Reinhardt. We saw how dominant the Spitfire were on Lijiang Tower playing this Reinhardt mirror, so maybe feeling a lot more comfortable in this map as Luke Mino is unfortunately on the main and not the Hanzo.
Ah, that sucks, actually. That really does suck. I thought maybe he jumps over to the Hanzo. He looked pretty good. I mean, still projectile hero, though, in the main. Just like a fire strike, and Avala, unfortunately, going down. They were behind the car at that moment. Now, Lamp isn't going to save too many more seconds, I would imagine. The Vegas Eternal are now just going to get cleaned up. Nice forward hold, though. Always something you like to see. Just burning that time off that bank. I mean, 45 seconds, you take that for a first hold, honestly. Or for a spawn hold. Even.
It's a hard hold to get because you're the team that's more in the open. I think they need to play more aggressive. You don't want to let them out of that spawn door. That's the big advantage that you have, is they have to walk outside of that choke. But as soon as London Spitfire are in the open, it's their game. And Dove being on the Sojourn over the Hanzo, I'm not a huge fan of. I think the Hanzo, we've seen how much value you can get on a Hanzo, but backline trying to go early, stopping them from walking up the stairs.
I thought he was trying to separate Vulcan there, but just walled himself off. But it didn't matter anyway, because that was chilling. He did stop him from going high ground.
Yeah.
Window? Wow.
On both sides.
Very awkward window usage from Vegas Eternal.
Oh no, Luke Mino's stuck in the stairs. They weren't able to help him. And with Luke Mino going down, that's probably going to be the first point going over to the London Spitfires. Just much better plays with their May walls. It feels like they're forcing the tempo of Eternal, while Eternal are just dropping their walls almost in damage control at all moments.
I do worry for Eternal now, though.
Yeah, this is Reinhardt matchup is just
tough. It's rough regardless. I mean, but with Hardy on the other side, plush up Lizard, plush up Dragons, this is so susceptible to being Dragons here. You can get the people off high ground. There you go. I said it. It happened. Although the Dragons aren't really splitting them too much.
Very early.
Just be crouching. Very, very early lap to try and save Vulcan, though. But London Spitfire don't really want to press the issue right now. Luke Camino up on the high ground, dueling with the Hanzo, and pops the block. Here's Blizzard. There's the wall. Blizzard comes out and oh no, Luke Camino does get trapped. Yeah, and so does Vulcan. Nice little wall though, and good heals coming out from Vegas Eternal's backline to keep Luke Camino in this game. However, without your tank, it's a very sore hold on the second point.
the card is moving as well for the London Spitfire, so Eternal, they might get another fight, but it's not gonna feel good. They're gonna have to stream out of this window. You can see Vulcan looks like he's lining up to do it. We have a Symmetra switch out here from Luke Mino just to close the distance.
Boop.
Great boop. And they caught
it.
Nice boop from Admiral. Forcing people up on that high ground. Lucamino on the sim. They hit the shatter. Why not? Getting rolled by turrets. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much over there at least. Fantastic stuff from the backline of the London Spitfire. Can't blame Hardia, honestly, hitting the shatter.
Yeah. Sometimes you just got to do it to him.
Oh, Aval do be dying. There we go. All right, fine.
Luke Mino went over to Widow for a second, but decides better of it, goes back over to the Mei. The Vegas Eternal, this is a quick push right now for the Spitfire. Eternal, not really many answers in these Reinhardt matchups. Maybe, you know, this is a very difficult point to attack. It's literally a castle and a moat, so you can't ask for better than that.
Yeah. Window will do, though.
Very early from the London Spitfire. Eternal are just going to give that space up. But that's pretty good if you're the London Spitfire. All of a sudden, you're going to get the cart over the bridge for almost free, right? It only costs you an amplification matrix. You take that.
Wow, Lucamino's gone super low already. There's his sound barrier. Didn't affect Lucamino as he was in his ice cube, and now he's forced away. Look at him hiding on this little turret. Wait, he's in the wall? Kind of? Okay, he's out. Fine. Kind of hiding in the vents there.
Landon does go down, so they're going to lose a lot of their healing, but Admiral's going to drop the sound barrier because of that.
Here's Vulcan, MTD time.
He wants the shadow so bad.
He does. Look at him trying to square up on this point, try and get the shadow onto the payload, but London Spitfire very used to playing with Ryan's and against Reinhardt, so they're good to play around that. There's the shadow. Nice shots, though, from Dove. Takes Backbone out of the picture. And now Hardy's pretty low. I mean, they did lose Landon pretty early on in that fight, but the spawns are so close for London, like it didn't really matter at the end of it, but these stagger kills are looking good for Eternal right now.
Yeah, London's been in like a permanent 4v5 disadvantage because Dove's just been finding picks over time, so London Spitfire haven't been able to capitalize and get over this bridge, but Ultimate's coming up once again. Hardy now with the Earth Shatter. Can he get more value than Vulcan did?
We'll see. Normally it's the case, but Lucamino's going to decide to go first, but everybody getting out of that blizzard rather rapidly. Kind of knew Lucamino was going for that one. He was already on top of the payload and threw it out. Now Vulcan's got a backboard against him. That wall just pinning him in. The Shatter's big for Hardy. Four-man Shatter behind the window. Shatters it and two. London Spitfire, it's good to see you back on Ryan, that is for sure. 2.5 minutes and a team kill as they push into third.
Chardy doing what he does best. As you can see, Backbone's going to wall them in, so they're not able to get out of this door right now. They're actually trying to break it, but with
nice
it being
tech,
in a way vertical,
nice.
they have to go through so many of these pillars.
Bastion. He's on Bastion. Lucamino on Bastion. There we go. As another hero added to the Infinity Gauntlet. Lamp to save Rakatak, or Vulcan and Rakatak, I suppose. There's the sound barrier too to keep them competitive here, waiting for Wheels Mode to come back up. A lot of damage being pumped towards Spitfire right now as Lethal dies to Dove. And another sound barrier this time on London Spitfire. They want to end this right now, and with Dove, Rakatak dead. Very, very aggressive push from the London Spitfire. Now the point is theirs, only the Bastion to stand up to, and they cap that with ease. 1 minute and 49 seconds in the back.
Yeah, it's just too oppressive there from the Spitfire. They're just so confident in themselves when they play this composition. Even when they lose Landon, their primary source of healing, they're able to use that sound barrier. They know the advantages that they have and playing them to perfection. And Vegas Eternal, as much as they were able in the last map to go back and forth with the Hanzo shots and just sort of playing around those individual plays, when you have such a macro strategy like the Reinhardt Brawl, it's hard to go up against one of the best teams in the league at that composition.
Yeah, super tough. Maybe looking like a 3-0, especially with that time bank.
Yeah.
How many times you cap Pavana with time to bank? Like?
It was fun while it lasted.
Yeah. Yeah. King's Row is definitely a map to go down in history.
Here comes the Shatter. I think he hits the backline here. Oh, there was a couple of holes in it.
Yeah. Boom. Instantly hits Q. 4-man Shatter. And the window to back it up too, right?
Yeah.
You know, we're really worried about that. Like I said, nice to see Hardy again back on the ride, hitting the big shatters. Feels good. Feels good. It's like nature has healed. Please, Dove. Rail. Something fishy here. Vulcan was asking if London Spitfire went Ryan.
Yeah.
Who's really surprised.
It's also important to note something that we haven't talked about so far on today's broadcast. There obviously was a live patch that came out with the bus, you know, the Junker Queen and all that type of stuff. We aren't playing on that. Luke Mino getting spicy here with the value. I can see Jake smiling somewhere.
god, the Junkrat is such a silly hero. Does get taken down by Landon, but that opens that up quite cleanly. London Spitfire's hold, not quite as good as Vegas.
Hey, no, Luke Mino, don't do it. Just stay Junkrat. Throw a curve at him. Unfortunately not, goes back onto that mate, but good first team fight win.
Yeah, you take that, Oh, they can reset pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So good.
And that's the value of playing these Reinhardt compositions. You can get 3 fights on this first point, but just because of how far you have to go with the cart. They were thinking about going high ground, but they decided against. But just look at how passive the Vegas Eternal play. They didn't set up any sort of trap, anything like that. They're just willing to let the London Spitfire walk on them and just sort of take a 50-50 fight.
Taking a 50-50. Heads or tails. Hardy just receiving a lot of damage. Lethal still trying to find this initial pick with the Hanzo, but not doing so successfully. Just a couple of body shots, and that's about it. Window for Rack Attack, forcing London once again for going for a weird reset. However, they do use a window of their own, but it's only Admiral, Landon, and Hardy really shooting through it. The DPS on an off angle currently. Same with Eternal now, as they do try and retreat, making sure they don't take additional damage from the window. Ice wall on the right-hand side to block Hardy away from the rest of his team, but they quickly escorted around by Admiral. Here comes the Blizzard. Lucamino in trouble. Does get Lamb to save his life, but the pin from Hardy is going to take him out. Fair and square.
Yeah, and then the rest of the team follows like dominoes. And Backbone just with a great Blizzard, understanding that as soon as Luke Mino came out of that ice block,
no spawn beat.
Nowhere to go. And then London Spitfire, are they going to continue to hold these spawn doors?
Might as well. I mean, you're 5, right?
Yeah.
You might as well hold the spawn doors. The payload's going to trickle back. It might add up to something quite annoying to retake if you're Eternal.
Dodd's going to take this off angle and is getting close to this overclock.
Shatters. Hardy versus Vulcan. Oh, Hardy, he wants it, but so does Vulcan. Maybe baiting him in or trying to. Ice block for Backbone. He's actually on his lonesome right now, but Violet does end up going down to trade. Backline, though, for Eternal dead. And that will be that for this push at least. Payload's still making his way back. It's actually quite considerable amount of progress being lost right now for Eternal.
And if London can win another team fight and the cart keeps moving back, they essentially gain a team fight that they can win. But with the loss of Backbone, it seems like they are going to think better of it. Fall back just a little bit, but 5 ultimates for the Vegas Eternal. They need to be proactive, and they're going to rip Dove's overclock first.
Oh yeah, they are right on the high ground. Dove looking for heads to click on, but walls, ice blocks, and shields right now is all that's in his periphery. That window's pretty decent. Nice block by Vulcan. However, Lucamino does go down, but he's good. He's just shielding.
No touch?
No touches.
So no touches?
So no touch from London Spitfire. Oh, okay. I mean, window shatter. Eternal had beats. I mean, you take that.
The Blizzard did zone them away, but the Spitfire didn't do a good job there. They're winning this team fight. Shatter goes a little wide there from Vulcan, getting a little bit confident, but Luke Mino taking out Landon is a huge pick. Even if the London Spitfire do manage to disengage, they're going to have to fall back because they don't have the healing.
Yeah, Landon's only just spawned, so London have to back all the way up. I'm watching Lucio gameplay sometimes, just dude be spinning. You know, there's Lucios that spam AD, you know, the AD straight.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like watching that in first person. Only Lucio players see this POV, you know. They're used to it, their brain being scrambled on the daily by wall riding.
It's like the joke between, you know, Lucio players, what they're doing with their keyboard compared to a Widowmaker. Counterpin does come out and Blizzard from backline.
Yes, Dove gets out of there, but Vulcan does not. Meant a frosty end on the other end of that icicle. 2 minutes to go for Eternal. Have been making this series fairly competitive despite the circumstances, so...
Yeah. They've been having some good moments from bits and pieces. You're seeing glimmers of hope if you're an Eternal fan. But the London Spitfire just so oppressive here. They're going to take this high ground, and now Eternal going to route around this right side, trying to close as much distance as they are getting up to the Blizzard of their own. If they can wall off Hardy or Backbone and find that value of the Blizzard. So far, Luke Mino hasn't found that much value with the Blizzards.
Pretty nice spot to use the Dragon. It's not from this angle necessarily, but it can still cut off the doors.
These windows from Rack Attack have been very strange. Like, just the angling makes it very difficult for his team to find value through.
Very weird. But he's on that little beam. Yeah, I didn't think he could stand up on there until the other day where I landed on there by accident.
There's the Blizzard from Lucamino, forcing Hattie down from the high ground. There's the Dragons I was speaking about, but it only forces the block. And now Lucamino actually in a whole lot of hurt. Yeah. Nice wall, nice response from the London Spitfire.
Yeah, Lucamino's May is just, you can tell he's inexperienced on playing this at an Overwatch League level. It's so hard to understand what you can and can't do at this level of play.
He's on Genji now.
Yeah, he just goes a little bit against it. Yo, the Infinity Gauntlet only gets stronger as Lucamino goes, I saw Mouthful do this one time, guys. Trust me.
Trust. Have faith in the support player playing Genji. Oh, Shadow from Hardy.
Got two in the back.
Two in the back. And Lethal's got a perfect lineup there to kill Avara. Rakitak also fell over, but was not in the line of sight, I would imagine, of Lethal's Storm Arrows. Last fights for Eternal to try and make this series work out.
Yeah. They're running out of time right now, and you can see the London Spitfire aren't going to let them go that easy. Running them down. Avala gets caught, and they're just all over the place. Dove and Lucamino are both scattered in the backline of the London Spitfire. Chasing down Admiral. Solo beat.
Do it.
Yeah, do it.
Just solo beat into the backline.
Dove's in a good position with the overclock.
Yeah, but they do know where he is, so maybe not. He's calling for it. He's calling for it. He's waiting.
Yeah.
Overclock. Lethal. Lethal heads up.
Oh.
Dumps in the back. Oh, but the beat is good. There we go. The window comes out from Vegas Tunnel as well as that lab, but Dove's willing to like square up to Landon, but it looks like it's going to be all over. With Lucamino and Vulcan already dead, it's up to Dove to hit shots. I mean, yeah, it's not happening, Chief, unfortunately. Despite the circumstances, this game relatively close when it came down to it. GG's all around. London Spitfire, however, will take their first win of the season as they take down Eternal 3-0.
Sorry, if you guys saw what me and Jack just did, that was the worst thing we've ever done.
Dude just hit me in the face with a cable.
Hey, sometimes you deserve it, okay? But yeah, as you said, the London Spitfire come out on top. There's not too much to take away from this one. If anything, for the London Spitfire, worrying look when they played that Baptiste Kiriko. If that does start to lean into more of what the meta will be, then I think that could be a problem for London Spitfire because they didn't look comfortable.
Oh, that King's Row. That King's Row. It was so close for Eternal to find their first map with a GM in on support, which is crazy. And then also Lucamino on the DPS, who did look very strong, mind you. I'd say he's probably the man of the match or the player of the match or however you want to call it for Eternal. But it did end up going the way of the London Spitfire, a 3-0. But this is not the confident win that you wanted to see today. Yeah. Jake said it, and I think everybody was thinking it too. London Spitfire needs a convincing stop here. Just roll them. Just get in the server, roll them, make it a quick one, go have lunch. But it was not that at all. And it was London struggling a little bit here. However, they do end up coming up with their first win.
And Landon is going to be the player of the match. Just the Baptiste of Landon was really that piece that came into the London Spitfire last year and really enabled them to play this Reinhardt Brawl style. He just gets so much damage and healing out with this Baptiste, and he also plays this Kiriko quite well. He played a lot of it towards the end of last year when Kiriko first made her appearance into the Overwatch League in the playoffs, and he's just very aggressive, very accurate with those kunais as well. So, you know, shout outs to Landon. Obviously not a great performance in the grand scheme of things of the team, but
there's very few deaths.
Look at those final blows to death. They were definitely better in the Reinhardt mirror.
Yeah, they really were. That BAP looking rather good from Land.
6,000 damage per 10 minutes is a lot of damage.
For a BAP, yeah. I mean, with Window, maybe, yeah. I'd say that's, per 10, that's pretty crazy. I mean, the Amp Matrix, you're just sitting behind that the whole time. Like,
yeah.
You feel so good. And especially when you're shooting into the Rhine, too. That shield's going to evaporate. So, a lot of extra damage, a lot of extra healing there from Landon. That was a 3-0 from the London Spitfire in a closer series than people might have thought. However, they can come away from this, you know, thanking that they got a win. They finally got their first win of the 2023 season, so only up from here.
Exactly. And, you know, if you're the Vegas Eternal, maybe you sub a Valorant again sometime. It looks pretty good.
Lucamino, Hanzo, you know you want to do it to him. We're going to jump to a quick break, though. Don't go anywhere. We've got 2 more bangers coming up. Don't forget, Reign versus Outlaws later on. The loser finding their first loss of the season. It's going to be crazy. We're going to jump to a quick break, though. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. You know, if you look good, you feel good, and what better way to look good than with a new team jersey? Grab one for up to 20% off right now at shop.overwatchleague.com. As Birdring would say, look at this tweet, guys. Bye 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 bye.
Reading this.
That was facts.
That was pretty good.
All right, thank you, Birdring. Yeah, Birdring.
Very eloquent.
I guess.
Very eloquent.
I guess.
Great pitch.
Do you think Birdring actually drew that, made that drawing, and
Yes.
selling?
Yes, I think he's probably a talented artist, just like me.
Just like you. Just
Not
like
like
you.
Jack.
Oh, by the way, Jack.
just
By
like
the way,
us.
Jack.
He's just like us.
Jake won the.
I know, I heard. Don't worry.
Big
I heard,
surprise.
don't worry. Yep. Thanks for that.
But
What terrible.
No, what the
I
heck?
needed to
You don't like the
and yeah,
the lion gorilla
everybody
hybrid?
cussed us back on the desk. How does it feel to be back?
This is nice.
It's a better desk.
Yeah, this is a really
Return, the glorious
I missed the
return.
truck. You know, the intimate process of the truck.
The
We were
intimacy.
actually very intimate.
I mean, we can still get
Physically very intimate. Yeah, a lot of BOs. Anyways, let's talk about this match. So London versus Vegas Eternal. I mean, we started off sure like we thought that Maltha was gonna get it, but he wasn't. You know, he had some internet problems. So it was Lucamino, the support, coming in, and also Avala filling in as a support. Before we talk any further, I do want to give a shout out to Avala because, you know, honestly, if you're not a pro player and you're playing with like all these great pro players, I feel like you're gonna get so nervous. It's not an easy thing. So,
It's a
great job.
very stressful environment. I do think, you know, on this Kings Row, it looked a lot more viable because it's a very individualistic team comp where it's a lot more similar. Like even how the pros play this comp is actually more similar to like a high-ranked GM game than most comps. I think it was when we saw the Lucios come out. That's when everyone needs to be on the same page. You know, you need to be like going on a rush and like making like a snap decision play, and that's where it's really, really hard. But I think she did impressively well on Kings, you know, playing her game as Kiriko.
Real question: How did you feel about the Luke Mino Junkrat? You know, as the professional on the desk.
I liked that they were spicing it up. I do think for with how close that second map was. I mean, I guess to be fair, it was that comp. You know, I mean, the Junkrat's like a troll pick. Like, he even brought it out on Kings, like coming out of spawn on Junkrat on last. Like, don't do that. Like, play Widow or something if you're gonna go for a pick. But yeah, it was a little off the wall, a little zany. But you know what? I understand Vegas. Like, it's hard for them. This is a write-off for them. You know.
Yeah, I mean, Lucamino stepped it up. Avala definitely stepped it up as well. Great job, but unfortunately, the dub went to the London Spitfire. So right now, we have a post-match interview with the one and only Chatty. Here with the Chatty. Hello, congratulations on the win.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Jake, did you want to start?
Yeah, sure. Well, Hadi, what I wanted to ask you about, right, is I feel like your team last season really went above and beyond people's expectations. I think you guys like had your vision, your style, and you were able to make it work and kind of force a lot of like unique metas that other teams weren't able to play or weren't able to match. And I feel like this season we've seen more, you know, you guys sticking with the meta, playing what feels strongest. Maybe a little bit more of you guys playing like the Ryan Lucio than others. But so how do you guys see like this season in terms of compared to last, where maybe last season you were kind of going for that like one-off vision of forcing the Ryan comp, and then now I guess maybe your aspirations are a little bit higher. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we were trying to like play the meta, to be honest, a bit too much, and we should play to our strengths a tiny bit more, and that's what we're trying to do after like reflecting from our first week. So now we're playing a bit more to our strengths again.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's wise. I think especially today on the Lucio comps, the Ryan, like that's where you guys looked really, really solid. So I would want to see more of that.
Yeah, well, I wanted to follow up with the Kings Row then, Hadi, because obviously on the Reinhardt, you guys were dominant, but on the Kings Row, I'm sure you guys probably weren't very happy with that. Walk us through what happened.
Yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest. We didn't play the mirror matchup that much in scrims recently, so we had to get used to it first, and they kind of put us, like, caught us off guard with their style. We should have done way better on that map for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Before I let you go, Hadi, I also have a quick question. I know in the Pro-Am you said the Ramatra Brawl, you called it Poor Man's Brawl. Do you still believe that, and do you still believe the Rhine Brawl is the better Chad way to go?
I still believe the Ryan way is the way to go, but sometimes you gotta bite the bullet, and go over matcha too, unfortunately.
Word, man. I 100% agree.
Don't conform, honey.
Ryan
Stay
is
strong.
superior. Chatty, thank you so much for the interview, and big congratulations again on getting the dub.
Thank you, Huddy.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, are you wondering how you can get into some competitive Overwatch action? Sign up for Calling Our Heroes Minor 1. It kicks off on May 20th and registration is live until May 16th. Check out callingourheroes.gg for more info.
Esports for everybody, baby.
Yeah,
Love to see
nice.
it.
Calling Our Heroes has been awesome lately. So.
It's been really
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
been fun to watch. The top teams are actually, really, I think as the events have gone on, people have improved, and the level of competition is pretty serious.
Absolutely.
So yeah, sign up, guys. I think it was May 16th. Until May 16th. All right, let's move on. Let's move on to the next match. This one is another interesting match, I feel like. It's the match against Valiant against Florida Mayhem. I see someone off camera just doing a tongue thing. What? Mitch,
What are you saying?
Mitch, what?
Wait. Hang on, wait up.
What?
No one clip that.
All right. But
Maybe that just came out wrong, but you guys know what I mean. You guys know what I mean. All right, let's talk about Valiant for the Valiant. Of course, we have the Valiant lineup, and we have. Are you guys expecting anything different?
this is what we're gonna see all season from the Valiant. I do think they've got bright spots on DPS. I think Seeker especially has looked pretty strong on the hit scan, so could be something to look at in this match. What I'm worried about, though, is the clash of styles here, or rather the lack of clash of styles. I think both of these teams, they like playing slower, grindy compositions, enabling their hit scan, and I think that's where there's just going to be a strength of players that is going to favor the Florida Mayhem. I'd take Merit on hit scan all day.
Merit on his hand. I mean, and also, remember we talked to RuPaul, I think, after their victory last time, and then we asked something, and he said a very interesting answer to one of my questions, I think. So we have a clip prepared for all of you. RuPaul had to say about their upcoming match against Valiant, and here's what he said. Before I let you go, I'm gonna ask one final quick question. Are we gonna see a Life Weaver pick anytime soon? Okay.
Please, come on. Maybe Valiant. We'll see.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Today's the day, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna see the best Life Weaver player, RuPaul, pull out that hero and dominate.
Well, maybe. I mean, they didn't really commit to it. I won't hold them to it. Maybe if they're up 2-0 and dominating, they'll have some fun like we've seen the Florida Mayhem do before, and I honestly wouldn't hate that. But I kind of want to see teams now take things a little more seriously. Even like you've lost a game, right? You want to just make it clean 3-0s. You want to build your confidence and execute well and show what you've got. So I hope to see just like everything dominant here coming out from Mayhem.
Look, if you're 2-0 though, come on now. Come on, if you're 2-0, just rip it out for
Cheeky
a round.
little bit of life.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you might as well.
You guys are trolling.
Just one round. We're not expecting him to do that.
Come on, Jake.
One round.
One round.
Exactly.
One round.
I like watching RuPaul's BAB. RuPaul, he frags on BAB.
He does. He
So I want to see.
Life Weaver.
Or you could not kill anything on Life Weaver.
Okay.
Well,
All right, well, I mean, we just have to get on with the match to find out. Let's look at our predictions for this match. Let's see what Zoe and Johnny had. No surprises? No surprises. Same, Florida as well. I mean, I also agree with Jake, what you said, like, because they did lose to the Gladiators. I think they're, like, ready to just go all out. I'm pretty sure they're pretty angry, so I think they're going to vent on the Valiant today.
yeah, and I feel like Valiant's best looks have been when they're able to force like a non-mirror and maybe try to play a slow comp, enable Seeker, and just survive dives. They have been able to do that against a couple strong teams, at least a little bit, not enough to get a series win, but they've looked decent. It looks possible for them. But I feel against Florida, if they want to play slow, then I think Florida's happy to take that mirror, so I predicted Florida.
I mean, they're one of the best teams in the league right now. They look so good, dude. Can Seeker stand up to Merit? Probably not. Like, it's gonna be pretty tough, but enabling Seeker is gonna be the most important thing, like you said. I think Valiant really need to play around the fact that Seeker can just go off. He can just be lightning in a bottle sometimes. You just gotta unleash it. But Mayhem is gonna be my bread today. I mean, I don't think there's a possibility to go to 5 maps, but I would at least give Valiant him maybe 1. Like, if Seeker just absolutely tears face, like, maybe we see that 1 map come out from them.
Yeah, I would agree that Seeker could potentially just win them a map, but they're playing against the Florida Mayhem and Barrett, who also like to play that hit scan. I think they're going to struggle. Florida Mayhem, after that one loss to the Gladiators, they destroyed the Toronto Defiant. Yeah, I think they're going to come in, and they're not taking anything as a joke. They're coming in serious. They're going to 3-0 the Los Angeles Valiant in this one.
Unless
if they play Lifeweaver, they're gonna lose. So you know.
All right, for this matchup, we got Mitch and Matt casting all the action. Mitch, yeah. What's up, man?
I'm staggered by your lack of resilience to distraction off camera, Danny. Most people normally just keep going with the show. Not only did you stop, but you described what I was doing off camera.
That's pretty wicked.
Oh, but you're copying to it now, though.
Mitch, you know by now, like, I don't think that much. Thinking's not my forte, and if I just see something, it just came out.
Now, I've been told...
nodding.
Yeah, I mean... Danny didn't lie. I hate how you guys made production make this massive prediction graphic when you could have just thrown Florida Mayhem logos all over the place.
It reminded me of the 6 versus 6 scoreboard.
Yeah, they got like a 10-person prediction graphic for Valiant Mayhem here. Come on, man. Just throw the Mayhem
Hey, listen,
logo
we've got the production resources, Matt. We may as well make use of them. Speaking of which, I mean, they took the Telestrator pen away from me because they knew I would...
That's the biggest he's ever going to be as well.
Pull some shenanigans with it here, but obviously I'm here in the studio. Hello, welcome back everybody. I'm here with Matt Morello, who is indisposed right now. This is actually from his toilet. We've dragged a green screen in there. He's just sat there. Guy's got a little bit of reflux, but great to have you on the show either way, mate. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm like Omak from Legends of the Hidden Temple, that big rock guy. I'm just a voice in the wall.
What is that? What is that? Like some obscure movie like The Velocipaster? Because I've never heard of that one, mate.
You never heard of Legends of the Hidden Temple?
Have you guys heard of it? No. No.
You guys are just the worst people to work with. That is actually incredible.
All right, well, what about these co-workers here, Matthew? We've got, obviously, the Los Angeles Valiant and the Florida Mayhem facing off against each other. Something we noticed, I thought, which was interesting, is that, you know, Krawi specifically, and I think Jake sort of alluded to this, doesn't really go for like that standard sort of Winston composition. In fact, he really prefers to go towards Ramatra when possible. And we've seen someone actually play quite similarly to that. So, again, to quote Jake, it might be a matchup of similar styles.
It could be, which if you're going to have a matchup of similar styles, I think that bodes really well for the Florida Mayhem. You know, not throwing anything kind of like sideways at it from the Valiant point of view. I think you're going up against a team with just like stacked roster in terms of talent. And, you know, maybe RuPaul brings out the Lifeweaver right off the rip. Have to wait and see.
And a Reinhardt hover here, at least for the Los Angeles Valiant, which with the May in tow definitely telegraphs pretty clearly the intent for the Los Angeles Valiant here. If you've been a fan of Overwatch for some time, you know that means they want to get that point first and they want to hold it. Both teams with the Lucio setups here. Florida Mayhem absolutely seething after that loss against the Gladiators. They took it out on the Toronto Defiant, and they're far from done on their path of Rampage. Matthew, here we go.
Yeah, now you can run Reinhardt here on this map, right? If you're the Valiant. Reinhardt with the Symmetra and the May, you get to get control of the point here first. This is been a standard setup for a while on this map, where Florida are running pretty much the same thing, except just running that Ramatra instead of the Reinhardt.
We know that Ramatra can hold up in the brawl for a time. It's hard to do it against the Reinhardt for longer periods. It's going to be Nemesis already for someone as he makes his way towards the point. The Valiant have opted to give that space up in order to collapse on RuPaul. They're able to dispatch him pretty early on. Both the Immortality fields out of the mix here, but it's going to be Sauna finding a key kill on CJ in a longer fight that's going to benefit the Mayhem, but they've given up so much ground now with that Chorong. They don't have the ability to reposition on the dime.
Yeah, it's also interesting because we caught it a little bit there from Seeker. Like, you can actually charge this Sim Beam up on that Ramatra shield from a distance and, like, not really be very much in the line of fire. So something to look at is two May walls split the point off from everybody, but someone back in Nemesis form right away.
They kind of bait the wall there from Nos, and now the Mayhem are biding their time. They get a lot of good poke damage, forcing an early Immortality field. It's going to be a Symmetra wall thrown up, and Sauna finds himself on the wrong side of it. Gets run into the ground by the Valiant here. Blizzard is in play, but what ability do you have to follow up on it? The wall is such a pain for the Mayhem to work through. Nos is eventually going to be taken down, and Florida, while they do find a key kill, they still need to capture the point. 36 and counting, Matt.
Yeah, Florida wants to invest. I mean, they use an amp matrix here and their own sim wall to try and like move players off of the point, but that's going to actually be Liar using the sound barrier as Valiant push right on through that, as Valiant want to hold on to this, and they're getting a ton of percent.
Here's the Annihilation, though, like able to find someone, and he goes for that ultimate there, and it buys a couple of seconds for the Mayhem, but it's going to be a bit of stall for Sauna in a 1 versus 4, so this will be short-lived, and it will be the Valiant back in residence.
Yeah, I mean, just 11%. We're going to get up to 13% now, but for the Florida Mayhem there. So Valiant, you back off a little bit. You end up giving up the percentage on the point. You get that sound barrier. You push on through. As Valiant has done a really nice job being aggressive here early on.
And sectioning off key players, right? First it was Sauna in that fight with the Maywall, and then Rupal on an island apparently caught up in midair and taken down. There's a shatter available here for Krawi, but he's got to be judicious about its employment. Back up against the wall, he lets it go, it's someone knocked down and nuked instantly. Seeker's able to follow up and deal with Sauna now, and in a 5 versus 3, the Valiant are looking real good.
I mean, that did not look like it was going to go well there. Wow, we were on Crawley when he took the TP basically into everybody on the Florida Mayhem, but CJ and Co. able to keep him alive. The Shatter, you're able to deal with someone and Sauna. It's just like this, Mitch. You know, the Valiant 1 fight away from taking the first round.
Crucially, sound barrier available for Chorong here. The Mayhem are going to have to play around a lot of defensive ultimates, though. Blizzard Wall going to be available as well. Nots manning the front line for the time being here. Sound barrier used pretty early by Florida, and it's a wall thrown up to really negate the effectiveness of that extra durability. Chorong's caught in the corner. Nots just gives him a hosing on down, and Seeker's going to be there to find the second as Sauna drops. The Florida Mayhem really getting outmatched in this brawl-style composition. The Valiant start on the front foot.
All right, well, let's see if they can do it again. I mean, they come out there with the Reinhardt, the Sim, the May. They make quick work of the Florida Mayhem in our first point here. Definitely a little bit of a wake-up call there for Florida. This is not going to be as easy as a series as they may have imagined.
No, and I really love the setup. Look, around the May and Symmetra, a lot of value for the Valiant from that. And we'll see here's Liar. This is Rupal getting a little caught out, right? He kind of uses his Exo boots there, but with the TPs in play, Matt, it's been really hard for the Mayhem to, I guess, predict where the Valiant are going. They're doing a great job collapsing on these individuals.
Yeah, Liar making some plays there. A little
love that
3K. Finish that one off. Valiant now, they'll actually go over to Ramatra. They'll bring in a Sojourn here as well. And Florida with a pretty big deviation from where they were. They're going to have an Echo in place. So Echo, Sojourn, and then Kariko here. So they're going to drop the Lucio. Wonder what the Valiant do. I think if you see that Echo, obviously, in the sky, there's no Lucio on the other side. You can get pretty aggressive. You have that speed boost to collapse on Florida Mayhem whenever you want.
Well, the damage, though, from Sauna really causing problems for Krawi. That's already an Immortality field deployed here. That's been taken out now. And that's something that Reinhardt can handle a little bit better with the shield, but Krawi can be pressured down just like this, and Sauna's creating a ton of space for the rest of the Mayhem to take some control. So much so that Merit is really free-firing from an off angle.
Yeah, I mean, Krawi's a pretty easy target there for a lot of the damage that Sauna's putting down. And the focusing beam, it gets so dangerous when you get low. You have to back up. But look at this. It's going to be CJ already with an amp matrix. So Krawi just takes so much damage early on. We're talking about the benefits there for Sauna and the Florida Mayhem. But that allows them to build up that amp matrix first. And that'll be the Valiant taking the point.
How much of this fight is based on what Sauna can get done in like the first 5 seconds? Because it feels like if the Mayhem don't find a kill, they're losing out in the longer game.
Well, yeah, it is. And then you also, because you're not really reliant on Krawi to be the one who's like stepping up on the point and contesting it for a long period of time, you have that May as well, right? With the wall, with the ice block to just kind of like rotate players in. And it allows CJ to just farm up this amp matrix so fast. This is going to be someone moving in here on the side. He's actually going to use the Nemesis form already, which is getting so low.
And Matrix also thrown up here, but for the most part, Rupal using it just for that extra healing. Oh, someone's in a bit of trouble. Is going to go for the Annihilation here. Merit needs to find his way through the wall. It gets thrown in his way. It's more of an Iron Curtain if you're the Valiant. It's going to be a trade of kills here, but someone goes down. That's pretty crucial. Merit finally finding an opportunity to fire up here. The Mayhem, though, still don't have the point. They're on cleanup duty. Krawi, crucially, though, using that ultimate himself, Florida able to finally move back in. It's 51% to 0.
Yeah, and I actually don't think that the Valiant needed to get that aggressive there. I mean, we were watching from Merit's POV. You saw Cry just kind of like use Nemesis form, come out of nowhere down towards the side, where he didn't have the Annihilation up yet. He was getting very close to it, but I feel like you didn't need to push the issue that hard there. You had control of the point. You could have kind of played around that central pillar. You know that Florida doesn't have that speed boost to clap on you fast. That was the advantage that the Valiant had.
9-2 right now for Seeker, having a huge impact on this Sojourn. A lot of crucial kills here, making it very hard for the Mayhem to actually execute on this strategy. Getting value from the Echo. Duplicate is going to be available here, but Sauna is being pretty cagey for the time being. Doesn't want to fully commit now. It's going to be 2 Sojourns on the field for the Florida Mayhem. What can Sauna make happen? Seeker already strikes it again. Chorong down to the overclock. Sauna trying to charge up the railgun if he can. Yes, Florida, they do have the point for the time being, but look at that already. Sauna warded back off the point by a punch from Krawi, excuse me. Immortality field down for the Florida Mayhem. Both sides, in fact, have already gone through those. And look at the Mayhem getting pushed off the point again.
Yes, this is where the Valiant, you don't need to get that aggressive. You can kind of play around this central pillar. That'll be an Ant Matrix here from Rufo, but you already lose Merit, and you lose Sauna right at the start of that fight. This is best case scenario for the Valiant here, Mitch. That's Ant Matrix, and they lose both of their DPS straight away from, the Florida Mayhem's POV. Just kind of throw that ultimate in the bin.
This has absolutely gotten out of hand now. We're getting very, very close to last fight territory. Sauna makes a switch over towards the Tracer here, and the reality is that something just isn't quite working for the Mayhem. Finally, Matt, they switch into the Lucio for Chorong, but is it too late?
And they have Sauna make a swap over to Tracer. It definitely feels like it's a little bit too late here. Sound barrier available for the Valiant. Be able to put this first map away.
Laya keeping track of Sauna there as he tries to make his way in from the periphery. It's going to be the sound barrier now, and again the Valiant know when it's time to go forward. Merit just crumples under the pressure. Crowry the one to deal the finishing blow. Laya's able just to circle back over towards the point here, and someone might have to part with that ultimate in just a moment. Crowry's also going to reciprocate here, double annihilation on the point, but it's not a Venn diagram that plays in the Mayhem's favor. Here's Seeker once more dealing with Chorong. 13-2 for the Sojourn. He just keeps racking these kills up, and the Los Angeles Valiant, a convincing first map against the Mayhem.
Well, this series may be a little bit more interesting than a lot of us had thought, where, everybody picked the Florida Mayhem, kind of joking a little bit, and this is going to be the second stomp of the day. But maybe not. Valiant looked really clean there, map number 1.
The Fleta deadlift for Seeker, 14 final blows out of his team's 27. It, of course, started off here on this Symmetra with some fantastic repositioning. You see how quickly Seeker is putting together these teleporters. And the Mayhem tried to mirror, they tried to match the Valiant, and they lost out in the 1-1.
And I mean, a Valiant win, obviously, a few maps away from that. It would be a pretty wild, I think probably the wildest start to an Owl Day we've ever had, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely.
You have a GM play. You probably didn't have that on the bingo card on the way in. A GM plays in the first match, and the Valiant win the second one. As I tell you what, though, they looked like the more coordinated, and composed team. I thought they did a fantastic job being able to capitalize on a lot of the little mistakes from the Florida Mayhem all throughout Nepal.
Back to the drawing board for the Florida Mayhem to rediscover what it was that gave them the edge over that Toronto Defiant squad. It's 1-0 in favor of Los Angeles. Wings out. Can't believe I'm saying that. Stick around for Kings Row. Well, ladies and gents, I hope you're all wide awake now as the Valiant definitely take hold of the Mayhem's shoulders and shake them vigorously on Nepal. A very convincing start to this series for a team who's still looking for that first match win in the Overwatch League, and Seeker was resplendent, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, really, everybody in the Valiant was awesome there in our first map. So it'll be Checkmate coming in for the Florida Mayhem. You saw that sub pop up there for just a sec. And then the next map is King's Row, where you can play some Reinhardt if you wanted to here. We'll see what... I think it's really kind of dependent on what the Valiant decide to do here. Florida seems like they wanted to play that Ramatra the entire time. Valiant, you saw a little bit of Reinhardt at the start. Don't know whether that's like just a, that point on Nepal type of strategy, but potentially something that could come in.
I find it really interesting that the Mayhem are in this phase right now, because you don't have to think back far to a time where someone was like a real dyed-in-the-wool Winston player, playing it basically everywhere and putting a lot of other tanks to shame here. It seems like a real change of tack from this team in terms of how they want to play in their main tank. They really seem to think that the Ramatra pick is the way to go. But one of the more, I guess, conspicuous things for me about the Mayhem in their first map was Merit being somewhat absent, right? Not able to live up to Seeger's impact, not able to have that ridiculous performance that we've seen him in past games that kind of had us thinking he was like a top hitscan player in the entire league.
Yeah, absolutely. And Merit coming out on the Ashe here. So Scott and I got to cast the Community Clash yesterday, which was played on live. So obviously a completely different balance patch where you did see a lot of rush, but still similar kind of compositions, in just the nature of it, right? Maybe just swapping out the tank here and Owl. And we saw a ton of Ashe yesterday from the top teams in that. The Dynamite, obviously, against these compositions that want to play close together, just so strong. And you have this great sightline for Ashe here on defense.
The bob-up time is pretty scary if they're able to connect those Dynamites with frequency. Chorong here just exchanging pleasantries with Nos, who pops into this left side of the map, and Checkmate will respond. We're seeing a lot of teams play the Kiriko and Tracer duos together. They both obviously boast some really impressive mobility, but Checkmate's able to win out there. A little bit of damage, of course, from Chorong. He's dangerous. CJ gets a kunai-based lobotomy, and he's back to spawn. A great start for the defenders.
Yeah, it's like we got a little 2v2 on this side of the map while everybody else just plays by the choke. It'll be the Florida Mayhem's duo winning out on that one. Is Chorong with one, Checkmate with another. It's so difficult to try and push in, right? Because that hallway is so narrow. The Kiriko just really needs like a headshot on either of those heroes, the Tracer or the Kiriko, to put down some lethal damage and finish it off.
You see the incentive, of course, for CJ to hang around. I mean, it's such a high risk reward profile using the kunai. If you get a free kill there and just switch that back to your team, then you're golden. You're even in numbers and have a spawn advantage. Merit here takes a bit of damage early on as the Valiant try to make their way through. It's going to be a real staunch defense of the Alderworth Hotel there by someone who pops that Nemesis form towards Seeker away once more. An early mortality field from Rupal is down, but Chorong again finds his opposite number, starting to cause some real problems on this Kiriko, Matt.
I mean, the Kiriko healing is phenomenal, but then also the damage and mobility that you're able to do there, where you see Chorong taking the fight with Seeker. Like, that is such a difficult fight even for the Hanzo to take, right? Kiriko's hitbox is very slippery, I would say, in terms of being able to land those shots, especially when you're looking up towards the high ground. So Chorong with some big kills open up some of these fights as Valiant stalled out.
And she's no Life Weaver in that sense, that's for sure. Again, Seeker really embodying his...
Life Weaver's got the hitbox of his tree.
Yeah, exactly. It's quite hefty. Seeker again getting pressure, got a little bit too close now, excuse me, someone trying to run him down, but guess who's there? Krawi will be helping out, forcing someone away. Seeker opting not to push further and try and take more space. He's going to have to opt away from the flank for the time being. Checkmate plucks CJ out from under him. He and Chorong the Goon Squad for the Florida Mayhem. Mate, they've got this one on lock.
I was going to say, I mean, Checkmate and Chorong have just dominated here on defense. They're fighting with everybody else. It's kind of like a little bit of a trade in the neutral, but Checkmate and Chorong have dominated, being able to pick up like 2 or 3 kills, every fight, sometimes even more combined with the two of them, and really end anything before it gets seriously in trouble. Where now for the Valiant, this is probably going to be your best shot here. With a minute to go, you're going to have 4 ultimates to work with.
Looking like a very different story compared to that first map. Nos's Pulse Bomb, a crucial way to find the way in, but pretty hard to get value out of it against these two opponents. Okay, Suzy gets used early here. Nos might realize there's an opening. very low is Turong, but it's going to be forced away. Merit's Bob is removed by Seeker, so still a 5 versus 5. Here's the Kitsune rush now, and most of the Valiant making their way across the point, but other ideas for Nost. He's going to try and wrap around again. Annihilation's in play, and Seeker gets dragged down by the tendrils, just exsanguinating it. Both of Ramatras now T-posing on each other here, but you definitely favor the Mayhem with a player advantage and not forcing to use another recall. That's the dynamite we were talking about too.
Oh, yeah, so we got Seeker going over the Widowmaker here, maybe just trying to catch somebody out in the open.
The not-so-great bamboozle, if you will.
Yeah, not much of a bamboozle there. As his Seeker will go over to Ash here, so you're looking at Nas. Nas has to get a big pulse bomb here to open this up, but really it is not looking good. It's pretty dire for the Valiant.
Nos still has that pulse bomb. He's been holding onto it for some time. And Matrix goes down, but Liar disintegrates. Never had a chance to make use of it. Nos's pulse bomb gets used just to clear away that immortality field, and that is just not going to be enough. Crowy, percent on all sides. Eventually we'll have to bend the knee as well. The Florida Mayhem only concede 1 tick of point A here on Kings Row, turning their fortunes around drastically after map 1. They're in a strong spot on Kings Row.
I mean, you know, you give up a tick, but it's not even like a real tick, right? It's not like they kind of, you know, worked for it, made it close. They just kind of like ran onto the point there at the end, and while the rest of Florida was just cleaning everybody up, they're able to get a tick.
So, 1 kill for Los Angeles Valiant.
Okay,
against
not great.
Florida Mayhem's 21. It was CJ, in fact, the only player who was able to find that final blow, and that was on Rupile. Outside of that, a clean sheet for the Florida Mayhem. My goodness, talk about taking the wind out of your sails.
Yeah, I mean, it was, I can't imagine like you know, you're super hype after map 1, right? Everything's going great, and you just get absolutely dumpstered in map 2. It's gotta be just a little bit of a emotional roller coaster here. It's Secret Agent Liar. I think that was Rupal put in the chat. So I mean, the bans are between players.
Come on, even Jaws has an agent, man. Just sort it out, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, anybody can get one nowadays, right? I mean,
good heavens. Well, the Valiant here.
Seeker goes Rubly, the only death in your team. Yikes.
Seeker obviously omitting the fact that he didn't inflict it.
Look, the first rule of like trash talk, right? You know, I've talked some trash in my day.
So
you need to talk trash even when you're losing, because as soon as you like, if you're kind of being a front runner and trash talking, as soon as you stop talking, the other team knows it, and then the momentum's it just changes. You know, let's break down this fight. Florida just wiped everybody, and now they're going to move to the point. Oh, actually, you know, Crawley and Nas here. Maybe you can wait for your teammates to come back from spawn.
There's only 1 tick.
Get the Kariko TP.
That's the problem.
Yeah, it's only 1 tick though. That's
die. Not enough time for like a Suzu, or maybe just CJ wasn't available for that one. Well, ladies and gentlemen, a very one-sided affair here on Kings Row. The Florida Mayhem switch gears, I guess it's safe to say. Checkmate comes in the lineup, reinvigorates them, and they absolutely steamroll the Valiant. Wings in?
Yeah, it's like you know, the Valiant won the round at the first map, right? It was like a standing 8 count, and the Mayhem just got up, and then in round 2, the Mayhem came out and Tombstone pile drove them into the ground. As this one was all Mayhem. I mean, obviously, like Checkmate comes in for Sauna, but like I really don't believe like that's the thing that really kind of like turns this all around. I think Checkmate had a phenomenal map, but I really think they just look so much more organized, Valiant, in map number 1. I wonder like how they kind of get back to that through the rest of the series. Obviously, you can have Merit here on the Ash and protect him really well. Shambali will be really interesting on what we see.
Yeah, look, I think we'll probably see a little bit of a similar flavor, right, to what we just saw on Kings Road. So keep your eyes peeled for that one, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely momentum favoring the Florida Mayhem right now. But this is, well, as we've seen today, anything could happen here at the Overwatch League Spring Stage Qualifiers for the Western region. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more. Hope everybody's been able to seek out treatment for the whiplash you've suffered over the first couple maps of this series. A very one-sided Kings Row. And most of the blame falls on the Valiant there. They struggle to stay in step with what the Mayhem are executing. And the question for our next map is, will it be Shambali Monastery or a shambolic affair for this Valiant team who need to, I don't know, pull up their socks a little bit and show us what they've got on these escort payload type game modes, Matt. It was brutal to see on Kings.
I imagine, like, for all your one-liners, right? Do you bring, like, the stands that when they do like live music and people like have all the music sheets there? Do you have one up and just flip through the pages of which ones you've used?
I'm actually just using the space on your forehead and the telestrator to put them there for the time being.
Oh, then you may have room for a line or two.
They've still got you up there. I'm looking at you pick your nose while you think you're off camera. It's beautiful.
I'm not doing that, so you clearly
just clearing it out. It's okay. Like, I get it, man. I get it. We need that clear earway.
I was like, whoa. I was like, can he see me? I was like, that's like, yeah. It was like, I'm just sitting here watching the game. It'd be super weird for you to just watch me stare at my screen. But once you said that, I was like,
weird or devoted to the pairing chemistry. It's really up to interpretation. Florida Mayhem, you'll start on defense here. Will be Merit on the Hanzo, so definitely see a little bit of a different flavor here, but there's still a threat, right, of this Kiriko Tracer setup, which is really becoming emblematic of this play style, this composition, and it seems that the team that has the better pairing there tends to prevail. It takes so much pressure off the rest of their team if you're able to get a Kiriko or Tracer kill early.
Yeah, the Hanzo's good here because, like, there's verticality, but it's not very like natural on the defense, right? Like on Kings Row, like you can access it really easy and safely as like Ashe, but here on Shambali, not the same as
close. Seeker not finding connection there, but getting some information as he switches over to the Hanzo, sends the Sonic.
Valiant play way more brawly here with the Baptiste in the mix. They want to drag these fights out, but I mean, dude, Checkmate and Chorong were so good on Kings Row with the Tracer and the Kiriko. Like, how do you stop them? And that's a massive bio grenade, but it's actually Seeker who gets the first pick.
Yeah, Seeker able to find Checkmate, just one of those Hanzo things that tends to happen here. Rupal just really trying to keep someone topped up as much as possible. A defensive bio grenade employed there. Going forward, that's going to become less and less effective an approach for runners, but for now, still gives you good healing. So okay, some free pushing.
Bio grenade at the start. I mean, he got like 4 players on the Valiant. They need to use their immortality field straight away, but Seeker just hits a nice start. Is a nice shot. Is Checkmate now goes over to Echo here, Mitch, where it seems like they really like the Echo against some of these comps. They ran that on Nepal.
I think they really want to pressure the Ramatra down if they can, right? But Seeker's just turning up again. This Hanzo looking pretty darn good. Someone being forced away. Seeker has to deal with this Echo threat for the time being. Decent shots. I've got to admit, Checkmate's forced to abscond here as Crow is able to find someone. And the Valiant are well and truly on the way. This is much better from them.
It's almost like you don't really need to... So the Echo obviously is just going to try and like burn down the Ramatra. Seeker doesn't necessarily even need to like really kill the Echo. Like if you just put a shot with the Hanzo in the Echo, it's going to be so weak with Echo's HP pool that gonna have to back up or go and hide. I mean, look how far Checkmate's been out of the fight.
Yeah, what is going on here with Checkmate? He wants like an insta-kill with some of these sticky mines, but he can't do it to Baptiste. He'll just force an immortality field. Trying to find Seeker now, takes a shot. Gonna need the E coming in from someone here as well. Annihilation's popped and Crow, he slaps him back to spawn. The Annihilation being used here though by someone, so some degree of investment in this fight. Rupal also parted with his ultimate, but point was already taken here, of course, by the Valiant, so they're gonna have that front spawn. Florida have to re-establish here.
Yeah, and you're also not going to have that ability to collapse in the same way that the Florida Mayhem just did, right? Like, Checkmate's not going to go on that long flank and be able to like come from one side and then someone run up the middle there with an Annihilation. Where, let's see how they play this from the front. As pretty good first push though from the Valiant, right? Not really a ton of defense from the Florida Mayhem. They're able to take checkpoint A with relative ease.
It's 3 kills from Seeker. That just sets them up. The rest of them really don't have to do too much outside of that. Florida have to spend pretty big to get back in the game. And there it is, another one. Checkmate again tries to descend on Seeker. Not finding the same degree of success as he did on the Tracer. Hanzo causing problems, but at least that one's traded here. Seeker eventually is down, but look how much you commit for it. Look how much space you give up. Florida have to go all the way around to get back in a position to defend.
Is it worth?
No. No way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so, especially when you like make it around that first corner. Oh, someone's actually trying to get out. He's going to get slowed here as well. That's going to be Cry using Nemesis form. He's got the Annihilation.
He soaks a lot of damage.
He needs it.
He soaked I mean, Ayako, Katsuna Rush was popped there. Cry was going to get healed. I think Regenerative Burst also popped at the time for CJ. Held onto that for the burst damage.
You're gonna have beat in Amp Matrix and your Annihilation here for the Valiant. So this is gonna be Craw using the Annihilation. That's gonna be Sound Barrier. You're in a fantastic spot to take checkpoint B as well with should be a good amount of time.
This setup is not working. Checkmate, no final blows yet. Really, barely been able to leave a scratch. Someone is doing most of the damage here, as you sort of may expect him fighting in that neutral. But that Kitsune Rush finds very little value. Nos forces cooldowns out of someone by throwing up that ice wall. It's really Florida getting out of position early, overcommitting to dive on Seeker, and then taking ages to come back together as a whole unit.
It's, if you're not getting these fast kills with the Echo, I think I mean, really, if they're going to play the May comp, right, with that Baptiste in the mix, if you don't get fast kills in general and take fast fights, you're going to be in a really rough spot, as that is Checkmate using the duplicate and just getting ripped out of it instantly.
Again, the only times that the Mayhem are really able to find a foothold come off the back of someone's very powerful ultimate ability, right? Just purely by definition. Annihilation allows you to take a ton of space. And so that's the only time there's been a breathing opportunity for the Mayhem. But we're going to come back to the same problem in a moment here. The bonus, I guess, is that the Valiant don't really have any of these key ultimates online at the moment, but nor to Florida. We saw Checkmate's duplicate match get shut down instantly.
A little bit of a better spot, though, for Checkmate. Like, you see him glide above that choke there, can just kind of, like, fire down. Probably a little bit better of a spot than just running in directly at the opposing team. Do you have a nano here for RuPaul? Oh, you don't need it there, as that is a nice dragon that comes through from Merit.
Yeah, a little bit too late, of course, on that immortality field from CJ. And yeah, the positioning's better for Checkmate, but that tends to happen as you start to get beaten back onto your own half of the map. It starts to become a little more defender-favored, so the Mayhem need to make use of that advantage for another 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think, though, like, you weren't expecting a ton out of the Valiant in that fight, right? I mean, they had nothing to use, like... Yeah, just if we can get a little bit of progress, we can get a pick, force some ultimates out, great. Like, they ended up using the dragon there during that fight. So Valiant come back with a dragon of their own in Blizzard, which could open things up.
Okay, Dragon to try and section off, I think, Chorong for the rest of his team, but we forget, of course, that he has a mobility cooldown to close that gap again. Someone got nano boosted there during the Nemesis. He's able to build up another Annihilation, but opts not to use it quite yet. And Matrix is a little bit scary. Someone needs to sidestep that and wait for a chance to fight out of line of sight of that ability. Still hasn't gone for the Annihilation. He may well transition into it here if he takes enough damage, and yep, he does indeed. He's going to need a bit of help, and he's getting it from RuPaul across the map. The shield thrown up by Crowy to try and stop the healing coming his way, but eventually someone does get topped off. Crowy eventually brought down, and again, another fight. The Mayhem win on the, I guess, on the rhythm of this Ramatra ultimate.
Yeah, now is Crowy using his Annihilation as well. He actually was like in power blocking. I thought he was just gonna like hold it to be able to get some healing, because they'd ended up using a immortality field to keep him alive, and maybe they were gonna try and like boost up his health pool before he kind of started to go down and do some damage. But he moved out a block, pushed up a little bit, and got taken out instantly. As Seeker now makes a swap over to Cassidy. So this tells you that they're pretty bothered by the Echo.
Yeah, something a little bit extra to stave off this airborne pressure. Offensive body grenade on Crowy here. Doesn't force immortality field until now, and that's Seeker from the backline is able to find two quick and crucial kills. Chorong and someone, the real fulcrums of this team comp for the Mayhem, get absolutely ruined, and Seeker's taking him to Red Ranch. That's 3 on the run as Checkmate falls.
Yeah, some nice shots here by Seeker to open things up. I wonder if we see a swap here at the end. Yeah, from Checkmate, it's going to be over to Tracer. It's coming down to the wire. Still one of the better pushes we've seen on Shambhala Monastery. Be CJ getting an Amp Matrix here, Mitch. Potentially drop it around this corner and try and push it over the line for the Valiant.
Seeker just has to be careful as he peeks around this corner. There's pressure coming his way now with Checkmate back on the Tracer. Here it is. Someone runs him into the ground. It's going to be Chorong, obviously, with that kill credit. Once more, the Ramatra really setting the tone, setting the tempo for the Florida Mayhem. They hold off the Valiant before the end of the map, and with the stagger kill on Lyre, unlikely there'll be a proper full cohort of Los Angeles to finish the map.
No, it'll be stopped here. Yep, nobody's sneaking around. So Florida Mayhem, they hold on defense, but I mean, they hold from getting, the map fully completed by the Valiant. I mean, you came through at the end there, but with the Valiant pushed it almost to the distance. So pretty awesome offense for the LA Valiant.
Seeker again. Look, accounting for a whopping 10 of 14 of his team's final blows right now. Like a lot of that obviously happened when he was on the Hanzo. The Cassidy switch, though, also seems to have yielded some pretty good results. Merit and Someone have 8 final blows apiece, and that's almost the entirety of Florida Mayhem. So you can really see whether the balance of power is centered in that sort of Ramatra composition. Someone really getting a lot done and being backed up heavily by Rupal in some of those situations. So now the focus is much less on this checkmate Chorong duo and much more on the front and center brawl that the Mayhem has been trying to conduct defensively.
Yeah, and I wonder if you're the Florida Mayhem and you actually see that they're going to be running like a Sojourn here, not the Hanzo, if you actually swap off this Echo and maybe go back to Tracer. It seemed like once they kind of saw the Cassidy in play, they went and swapped from the Echo to the Tracer, as the Echo's really good, against the Hanzo, right? A little bit harder to hit in the sky.
Yeah, well, at least that's what we thought, right? It's very, very hard for...
Yeah.
And that's why maybe Checkmate is opting to play there without like a hard pocket from a Mercy, because, hey, I've got decent mobility, self-sufficient to some degree. I don't know if the Mayhem scouted Krawi's positioning out here, but it's been spotted. And there's only one shield here, so an off angle was pretty scary stuff, but Seeker's able to find a railgun and just bore a steaming hole through Checkmate's face. That is disgusting.
Yeah, it's the railgun shot much easier to line up onto the Echo than to have to kind of shoot those Hanzo arrows in the sky. And yeah, that's going to be the swap right away. Checkmate over to Tracer. I think this is the right call. Checkmate and Chorong were so good on King's Row in combination with each other. So I think you run that back, but this is the Valiant getting some really nice time in the bank, just burning clock here.
A really Havana-esque sort of spawn hold is paying out beautifully. I mean, the reality is that Nos and Krawi are taking a lot of attention away from Seeker, who has a lot of space and a great sideline here to punish from these longer distances. Krawi might have overstayed his welcome here. Getting topped up, though, he's able to back away.
Yeah, I mean, CJ's got an Ant Matrix. He's going to use it straight away. I did not love the chase around that corner. So look at this. They go for a chase again. They get a nano onto someone. Merit takes out Crawley as now someone can push up with Nemesis form in the benefits of the nano boost.
Yeah, someone go kill is the name of the game. You saw Rupal get himself into a nice little position, not only being able to nano someone without obstruction, but hitting a 2-player biotic grenade on Nos and Krawi, and that really seals the deal.
Yeah, so now they'll get the payload moving, but you're still going to have probably 2 more fights here if you're the Valiant. If you come back fast, I mean, playing that Lucio, you should be able to get everybody back in the mix rather quickly. As Seeker will have Overclock and Nas will have a Blizzard, so definitely a fight you can win. You win that one, you start to get the clock down to about 130-ish. You can take another fight after that. Like, Valiant putting together a pretty good D.
Flyer. Strafing run there, Checkmate keeping him honest at the very least. Pulse bomb in hand. Checkmate would like to approach the backline unfettered right now, but he's been kept in check for the time being. And here comes Seeker. It's a power play. Got to be popping that overclock. Checkmate takes a glancing blow. It's Merit frozen up right now by Nos's Blizzard, and Seeker has a great vantage point, but can he make use of it? The answer is no. It's going to be a sleep dart straight from Rupal, taking Seeker out of the fight. He's able to slide away to safety, and now with the sound barrier in play, there's a chance to reposition, but all the focus is now on these front lines. Both from Archers going for the ultimates here. Crowy takes a pulse bomb, but is able to shrug it off, and that Ant Matrix is going to give the Mayhem pause for thought.
Yeah, and it was actually a Maywall from Nas that blocked off the Florida Mayhem from pushing in on the Crawley. There's going to be someone with the Nemesis form and Nano yet again.
Absolutely zero subtlety to the game plan right now for the Mayhem. Brute force, the only answer by the looks. Nanobus over towards someone, set him up to do the work, and he is counting for 12 of his team's 27 final blows. Very much in the center of the action, almost 40% of his team's damage on this Ramatra.
But I still feel like if you're the Valiant, you know how far you've pushed that payload towards the end. This is really just about burning as much clock as possible. Just do not let them steamroll through this second checkpoint. And I think this is where they can win the game. This second checkpoint, this kind of
it's hard
switchback where you're going to go up and the payload turns the corner, then turns the corner again, like a little bit of an S movement. This is the hardest part of the map to push.
And it's something that the Mayhem couldn't benefit from because they were caught so egregiously out of position that the Valiant just steamrolled through this part of the map. Now on defense, they can make use of it. in that sense, but losing Nos here ain't ideal. They're going to go for a Dragon Strike now. There could be a problem for CJ. He's going to be forced to back away. Someone dives deep for this kill here. Wants to put some pressure on Krawi, but he's coming out second best on the damage trade here, and he might have line of sight to a healer presently. Seeker's been able to find Merit. Pulse Bomb for Checkmate could be a difference maker if he can stick it to one of these supports, but he's struggling to find a target that'll hold still long enough for him to get on him. Now it's going to be a regenerative burst there for CJ, but it's not enough to keep him alive under the scrutiny of Checkmate. Recall forced here, very messy fight, but Krawi now wants to push up. He's out of Nemesis form for the time being and doesn't have Annihilation on deck.
No, and you've lost your largest source of healing, right, with CJ. I mean, he did a tremendous job trying to live for as long as possible, but now that he's back in the fight, Valiant, they push up, they get control of the payload again. It'll be an overclock here. That's actually Merit with the benefits of the nano boost actually finds him.
Yeah, well, didn't have to be a headshot there for Merit. What a great connection nonetheless. 2 kills for him, and now we're starting to make it rain. Los Angeles Valiant get dragged down and off the cart.
Yeah, so they ended up having to invest in nano boost to get it going again there for the Mayhem, but the Valiant, they'll come back. Sound Barrier, Annihilation, Ant Matrix, Blizzard should be able to get a hold here. I think if you're the Mayhem, if you get this checkpoint right here in this fight, you feel pretty good about getting the map win.
The worst may be over for the Mayhem, or at least in this phase of the map. Checkmate wants to line this Pulse Bomb up here. Needs to find a target that can't just shrug it off. Seeker might be the one. Slide away is going to be forced. Checkmate getting harassed here for Liar. Has to double back and pick up the mini. Ant Matrix in play here for CJ. Blizzard being committed now. Florida Mayhem are going to have to give it up. Someone forced back here is going to be a body grenade on someone and is kept alive. RuPaul is killing it. 1 death for him. And he keeps someone alive under all of that pressure. What a big play. Now they're going to fight through the sound barrier though. Immortality field from CJ is out of the picture. Pulse Bomb is a little bit wide of the mark here. But again, both Remarchers dueling it out on the cart. Someone wants to push up though.
Yeah, you're going to have this nano boost here from RuPaul, and you're going to have an overclock from Merit. So look to see if they kind of combine those and try and get the payload over the finish line here on checkpoint B with that.
And for Merit, overclock is in play. Seeker out of the picture, and that's going to be another 2-piece here for Merit to open things right up. Maybe a little bit of a slower fight win than you were looking for the Florida Mayhem, but it's still convincing, and a map completion still absolutely on the cards.
It just shows you how much they trust Merit to be able to land those shots, right? That you invest a nano boost onto the Sojourn, you double that with the overclock, and he comes through, picks up a few kills there as you see the box of victory here at the end. So you probably have like 2 fights that you know, for the Florida Mayhem to get it over the line. Valiant, you have this Ant Matrix, you can maybe surprise them a little bit, right? You just used it in that previous fight. CJ's been able to build it up pretty fast. Use it around this corner.
Florida need to do something they haven't done much on this attacking side, is find a kill without the backup of like a Ramatra ultimate or a nano boost. They haven't really been able to find these free kills, these early picks. Yeah. They've been very hard to come by. Seeker, however, generated many of those on the Valiant's attack, which is what gave them such a decent time into this second phase, last phase of the map. There it is, Krawi gets rid of Merit.
I mean, that's a huge pick-off, right? You saw how important Merit was in the previous fight. Not going to be able to go in with him down. Seeker will build up towards an overclock. So that'll be probably the biggest ultimate, really, from both teams here in this next fight. Is if you're able to get this overclock down, right? You know, maybe get a disruptor shot over there in the corner. Yeah, you slow some players down. You consider popping this.
What? Oh, checkmate! Oh, he fell into the disruptor shot. He couldn't get away. It could have been a May wall that prevented him from backing up, or yeah, he popped out into it. Either way, that's disastrous, and it goes from bad to worse here for the Florida Mayhem. Seeker's able to connect that first shot here with the overclock, and he's happy to throw another disruptor down to prevent any extra progress. The Mayhem are down to 24 seconds.
I wonder if you actually needed to push up and, you know, get that kill with the overclock. It's going to make them wait a little bit longer, but it's not really going to change the game state. I'd love to have that ultimate here. There'll be 4 ultimates here for the Valiants trying to get a second map win.
It's going to be a map finish in overtime. Potentially more than one fight here. Nanobu's on towards someone again. Dispense with the subtleties and just go for gold. Blizzard in play for Nos here. Someone not bothered though. He's able to back around the corner and break that line of sight. Krawi needs to try and hold his ground here. Both Ramatras holding onto those annihilations, but Krawi never had a chance to use it. He's going to have to hold on to that for one more fight here. And I guess the Valiant really just don't want to stagger at all. Losing Laia there could hurt them. The Mayhem come back in, fully loaded, minus RuPaul here. Chorong is going to have to boost him back into the fight. At least he thought about it, Matt. And he's going to go get him.
No, he's going to go get him. It's actually going to be RuPaul actually switching over to the Kariko here. So it's going to be able to TP to Chorong. You're going to get both of these players back in the fight.
Mera with an overclock, looking for a decent vantage point now. The pressure is going to be on. Sound barrier is available for Chong, and he lets it go now. Everyone going to be benefiting from that for the time being. Here it goes. Someone gets rid of Nos in a huge way, but it's going to be traded out here. The Romacha goes down for the Florida Mayhem. Mera has to make it happen for his team now. Seeker gets rid of Chong, and that's absolutely devastating. Who is going to stand up for Florida? The question is, the answer is no one. The Los Angeles Valiant able to stave them off right at the end of the map. You talked about getting through that third stage. They had plenty of time to work with. Well, but it's real treacherous, that last bend, and, well, the Mayhem got brought to a screeching halt.
Yeah, we saw it from Merit's POV a little bit, but when he turned that corner up on that like right-hand side, it's like a little bit of an elevated high ground. You had the amp matrix set up there from CJ, and Seeker able to just shoot directly across the point. And it's not like Merit can just jump around the corner and start fighting that, right? He's going into 2 players with an amp matrix there. And someone actually gets, killed from those players off on the side. It's very difficult to challenge that.
See some moments here. This is towards the conclusion of the Valiant's sort of offense. Merit definitely having his time in the sun. Eclipsed somewhat, though, I have to say, by Seeker on the other side of the map here. Being able to prevent the Valiant from finishing the map was a pretty big deal, but they got pushed to the very brink here, and we're continuing to learn this same lesson about Shambali Monastery, Matt. It's not the kind of map you're really aiming to complete. Just get a good stretch with good time, and you feel pretty good about coming around on defense. Nicely done by the Valiant here, really putting the Mayhem to bed. And Florida have got to be kicking themselves after that. They let a big opportunity go begging.
Yeah, you did mention it, kind of thinking about the beginning of the map and kind of like how it progressed. Like, Florida was really only winning those fights like with the Annihilation plus Nano combo and then like Overclock Nano boost. That when they really didn't have that kind of like extra ultimate, the Nano boost to kind of throw on top of some of the other stuff, they weren't able to get it going.
New Queen Street coming up next. A chance for the Valiant to finally get on the board with a win against the top team in the form of the Mayhem. Stick around, this one could still go either way. Here it is. Which one of these cables do we need to disconnect? Yeah, I'd say bring Dicko mode
Hey, they should
in.
plug it back in.
Make
They
it
should plug it
happen.
back in.
I need a candle summoning Circo for Albert Dicko mode. Yeah. Post haste.
They should go make all those cables are plugged into the right spot. don't be unplugging anything.
Well,
at this point,
burn the bingo cards because nothing that happened today has been featured on any of those. They are absolutely obsolete. We're writing a new, I guess we're writing a new story here in the Overwatch League. And right now, it's the Valiant looking to pen their first chapter as a team with a W in their column for this season. And they're looking really good doing it, right? We spent a lot of time, I think, early on focusing on Seeker and what he was able to do in the first couple of maps. But, the focus really started to shift now as much of the action was occurring in the front line with less about this Tracer Kiriko setup. Seeker still had a great map though, Matt. But I'm really enjoying what we're seeing from the entirety of the Valiant right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they've map 2, chuck that one out. But they were awesome in map 1 and 3. New Queen Street here. You can play you can play the Sojourn here with the Mei like they've been doing, and I think it really kind of gives Florida some problems. Man, these first 2 games have been crazy. You get a Valiant win here. What could possibly go on in the third series to top it?
We can't lose really. The only possibility is that the third series ends up being like a one-sided affair. But I'm not going to breathe that any further into existence because there's definitely a match of the week coming up after this.
Houston emergency signs Jake, and then the Rain bring back Daco for a one-off. We just get a little Daco Jake at the end of the day.
Could have picked anybody. Could have picked absolutely anybody, Matthew. New Queen Street coming up next in this series, and yeah, if you're a fan of good Overwatch, you are eating good today, ladies and gentlemen. You're eating good.
Where is this Valiant the other games though? It's clearly there somewhere, right?
What do they look like against a more standard composition or against Winston comps, right? If we look at let's say a series, let's say they played against someone like the Outlaws, right? They're dealing with Fearless and a very different dynamic from that team. There might just be a few things that are really lining up today for the Florida Mayhem and rather for the Valiant. And Jake pointed that out on the desk. He's like, yeah, this is a clash of individual styles. Now, maybe we thought that the Mayhem would be edging them out in that sort of mirror match. That's not the case at all. But there's always a question of going forward, how does the Valiant look on a myriad of different styles, not just this one, but hey, for now, they get to play what they're good at, and they're making it look fantastic.
Yeah, I don't know what the answer is for Florida because they tried some different stuff, right? They tried to, play around with the Echo. They've tried to, have Checkmate play the Tracer a little bit. We saw there at the end, they actually even kind of went Mei, so we'll see what the Florida Mayhem have in store here. This is the composition they're hovering now. That would be pretty awesome probably on the live patch. Maybe we actually see it here. I think still probably could be strong, just not as strong, right, as Junker Queen just got some major buffs.
Oh. Yeah, yep. She's pretty good on live right now.
Do you agree with, yeah, I would say she's pretty good.
Yep. Here, though, again, we've seen plenty of teams sort of go for that. For the first time now, we're going to see the Mayhem play a Sombra-based composition in this series. And it's an interesting choice, right? Because you put someone like Merit who can really, feature big on the scoreboard in terms of just, raw output of damage. Now moving into a bit more of a utility-focused role. Let's see how this Junker Queen rush does against the Valiant. Really just sticking to their guns, sticking to what they've been enjoying, what they're good at. It is going to be the Ramattra setup with a Sojourn backup.
But it's kind of similar in the sense that, the Florida Mayhem, right? They want these fights to go fast and fast, right? They, playing the Sombra with the Tracer, Junker Queen, you want to just get in the opposing team's face and, be able to just burn players down fast. And they tried that with a few different variations with compositions, and that's what the Valiant have been good at, staving off, right? So it's an interesting look here.
A great early force of that immortality field there from CJ. I think Checkmate almost one-clipped the guy, and yet he doesn't have any layers of defense for that second foray led by Merit. So great setup into that fight for Florida. It's really just Checkmate forcing the key cooldown. They bide their time and come back and hit him hard.
So this is what do you decide to make a change here for the Valiant? Do you want to play Mei maybe with this? Do you want to play I think if the map kind of geography was different, I think you can probably play some Ashe here, right? The Dynamite on.
How do you feel playing Mei against the Sombra?
I mean, it's not awesome. Even, you know, historically, it hasn't been great. But if you're just looking for survivability, right, and just to drag these fights out, May is kind of like one of the best at that. I keep going for the hacks on CJ, though. Yeah.
Can he force another key cooldown? Yep, Immortality feels out, but that window is used to find Chorong. So, at the end of the day, it's the Valiant with a 2-player lead here. Checkmate looking for something on the exit, perhaps. He's getting pretty low on those blinks, but would love to maybe, link up with Merit a little bit. I think he notes Merit sort of on the causeway there. Has the translocate out there. A bit of progress able to be made here by the Valiant.
You know, we talked a lot about, you know, Seeker today, really, for the Valiant, but for me, I think the support play has been awesome from CJ and Liar. Liar able to really kind of like peel for CJ and also kind of help Seeker as well, and then CJ building up these amp matrices so fast, contributing pretty well in terms of kills. I think it's been a really good day for the backline.
Oh,
that's
my
huge.
Goodness, straight down the tube. Someone gives him nowhere to go. That looked like a scene out of Snowpiercer for a moment there.
Yeah. Yeah, that looks like something they would clip for like the, you know, the hero release trailer to show off a cool move you could pull off, and doesn't really line up like that. But
it was effortless, man.
Yeah, someone.
He just like sidesteps that the amp matrix and then just goes straight up the guts.
Yeah, I think they were just surprised that he was just going to come right up to the high ground and make that play.
He's absolutely dirty. Someone using that as his own personal luge. And he had Razor Blade strapped to him. Pulse Bomb there, no attach. A lot of pressure though being put on Liar. Not enough to force out a key cooldown as of yet. But a slim lead for the Florida Mayhem off the back of someone's previous heroics. Chorong Sound Barrier in play, both Lucios have. His ultimate's online. And a great offensive biotic grenade that's going to force that Immortality field, and it's not enough to keep Seeker alive. Dirty stuff from RuPaul.
Yeah, it's interesting that RuPaul goes over to the Ana now, so a little bit of a change up here. The Ana, just the biotic grenades, have been very effective, and we've seen what they've done with the nano boost. Is now you get a nano here onto someone. There's some melees there to finish some players off. That'll get the bot moving again. Chance to take the checkpoint here as well.
Yeah, RuPaul's getting my blood running here, man. That fantastic offensive Bionade on Krawi. Someone just swan dives into the Annihilation knowing he's got a free kill. He just hits that Carnage and there's nothing really that Krawi could do at all. Shuts down that Kira Matra ultimate. Big elimination. And we're talking about the support play. Another headliner moment for RuPaul here. 57 plays 36 in meterage.
So you do have an overclock here for the Valiant if you feel like you need it. Try and push them back a little bit. Looks like Florida, they kind of like back up here a little bit, Mitch. Somebody there is quite low, but not going to get in the line of sight. I think you just have a better angle to get these biotic grenades off. That's going to be 4 players antied.
My goodness. May as well have CJ and Lai switch off of supports if they were able to, because there's no healing allowed here. Whether it's the Rampage or a biotic grenade, the Valiant are getting absolutely swept aside by those big ultimates. A little bit of an awkward fight, though, as it played out for the Florida Mayhem. Not enough for them to really progress with, but they're already setting up for their next engagement. That's what this Rush Cop wants to do. They switch over to the Winston here, and they're going to capitalize on an EMP now.
I was going to say, you're going to have the follow-up, but right around the corner, you got someone there with Chorong. You just get that one kill there on the CJ, and then you get back towards the bot and clean up Nas. I know that's good enough to get a fight win as a hack goes down there on the Cry. He's going to have to back up, so this dive, aggressive play from Florida Mayhem paying off.
So this is where we get to put them Valiant through their paces now. That's the question. How do they go against like a Winston Sombra setup? They're very good with this Ramatra-based brawl, but they haven't seen this from the Mayhem yet this series. Now, don't use the last fight as a litmus test because it was off the back of an EMP. Seeker does a great job of just ruining Merit's day. So chance here for the Valiant to push back.
Yes, you know, you have this pulse bomb still for Nas. I mean, maybe you're able to kind of find one of the supports here, possibly. The amp matrix, I think, almost going to be used like, CJ uses the amp matrix, but he gets taken out instantly as that's a nano on top of someone already so good on the Winston. And once gets the nano boost, I mean, almost impossible to deal with. Is they've really found success. Florida switching over to this Ana, getting huge value out of the nano boost.
Yeah, and another biotic grenade onto Krawi. who's just switched over now towards the Junker Queen. Now, this is a counter comp we've seen some teams play, and now it solidifies the idea that the Valiant really prefer not to play this Winston composition. They're playing something that is ostensibly pretty hostile to it. The Junker Queen could be annoying for Winston to deal with if she's able to land those knives here. The Valiant doing whatever they can to avoid playing a mirror.
Pulse bomb for checkmate. Lurking around is, I think you needed to go to this Kariko maybe a little bit earlier. So, oh yeah, just didn't get there in time to maybe use the stick. But I think the Valiant needed to go to the Kariko earlier because they were running what, like the Junker Queen with the Ana, and they were just not gonna. They knew they weren't gonna run the Kariko for the cleanse, right? So you were gonna get high value out of the Biotic Grenade and Rampage every single time.
Yeah, and that's, that has given them value to the tune of this 77 meter total right now. Zika living dangerously there. Checkmate almost strafes him down. Pulse bomb here, everyone's grouping up. This could be absolutely perfect. The EMP, though, don't need much more to follow it up than that, and yet still someone fancies a bit of argy-bargy. Primal Rage gets popped here. You definitely have to wonder if that was exactly necessary, but it makes a statement. No doubt about it.
Super necessary.
I mean, he is out for blood. He is absolutely out for blood now.
I mean, you got a sound barrier coming up. I think anything you get off of this is like just a luxury at this point. As EMP, it is a fantastic ultimate in terms of getting fight wins, and especially when you can force the fights inside that close quarters.
Sound barrier was out there. That's an interesting choice, I suppose. I guess concern about CJ not being able to use Suzu. The Valiant go for a power play here. Apropos of not a whole lot. I don't think the Mayhem really postured that aggressively here. The Valiant just decide, hey, it's time to go. It's time to win a fight. It's time to stop the bleed. But there's still a long way behind, man.
Yeah, and for the Valiant, you're going to end up with this Rampage coming up shortly, but Chorong's going to have that sound barrier, so maybe you can find a way, put enough pressure down onto someone that doesn't have Primal Rage, no Nano. You can force them to use Beat a little bit early and then get higher value out of it, but I imagine, Florida going to be extremely disciplined holding onto this sound barrier up until Cry uses that Rampage.
It's going to be a crucial answer to their Junker Queen ult. Checkmate 7-1, someone 9-2 right now. I think an excellent map. He's definitely been a centerpiece for a lot of the strategies here for the main. He gets a nano boost once more. He's looking for Seeker. And opts instead to stop this, I guess, this barrier from moving back here. Some concerns perhaps about the Kitsune Rush in play, so the Mayhem disengage very quickly. They're going to be able to come back in with a sound barrier.
I mean, you also have a ton of time here, for the Florida Mayhem, right? You're up by like 50 meters. You don't have to just jump in straight away. Oh! That's going to be the Rampage right after the sound barrier.
Yeah, came on in and it wasn't quite enough to take the Mayhem down. The timing was good for Chorong there. I wondered if he was using it prematurely, not in response to the Rampage, but Krawi goes for it straight away. And that big ultimate is gone. Obviously, Kiriko, we saw the Kitsune Rush used just prior here, so not much left in the tank for the Valiant, and there's 27 seconds on the clock.
And they're going to run into another EMP as Merit has gotten just insane value out of this Sombra ultimate. Expect a huge one here, followed up by the dive from someone in Checkmate to close out this map.
Average of 3 players hacked per EMP. Merit is getting it done on this Sombra. It doesn't have to be flashy. It just has to work. 98 meters on the clock. That is what the Valiant are contending with here. A lot of spy checking going on. You can see Seeker constantly spraying. Lie attack though. Look at Checkmate. He's here to capitalize. Great Suzu use there from CJ, but it's not enough to keep Liar alive. That sound barrier's gone by the wayside. No chance to build that up. Speed boost also off the table, and here's the EMP. Seeker's going to get dragged off his horse one way or another. Krawi desperately trying to move the bot forward here, but there's not a darn thing he can do. And finally, the Mayhem move back to a conventional composition, and they wipe the floor with the Valiant in map number 4.
I mean, this one was all Florida Mayhem. I mean, they pushed all the right buttons in terms of comm switches. The dive just proved to be so just overpowering, especially with Merit on the Sombra, that the Valiant had no response, which game 5 here becomes just an absolute toss-up. This play was wild. I mean,
oh my
gets the health pack and then just, they line it up with the EMP as well.
Yeah, I've seen the large Hadron Collider. That's a large Himbo Collider. Someone just lining them up and knocking them down. Really lovely play. I just love that it happens on a dime. Someone sees an opportunity to really get an effective ultimate there. Fantastic play. Look, I've got to say, Merit and Checkmate only dying once apiece. They're opposite numbers. Seeker and Nos dying 7 times each. So Florida Mayhem really able to declaw the Valiant sort of early in a lot of these fights, prevent them from having a chance to come back. And this is why we said at the top of the game, hey, the Mayhem, I mean, someone is a prolific Winston player. Perhaps it puts Merit in a position where he can't be as much of a high flyer, but he still had a really impressive scoreline on that Sombra. And one question remains. Do the Mayhem just run this back in their next map, or do the Valiant have a chance as we go to Lijiang Tower to sneak this one away? It's the Valiant and Mayhem, ladies and gentlemen, going to a map 5. You best not miss it. blow for blow all the way through this series until Lijiang Tower, our terminus here in this matchup between the Valiant and the Mayhem. And for Valiant fans, perhaps some concerns growing coming out of New Queen Street, Matthew. We see that classic, with air quotes, Winston Sombra-based composition for the Mayhem, and the Valiant do not have an answer. They do not mirror it. They are unable to counter it. They are left watching as the map gets snatched away from them.
But we did have the Valiant win the first control map that we saw today, which was a lot of just like brawly rush style compositions, which is something we frequently see on Lijiang Tower. So not out of the equation. The Valiant come up clutch here.
On Ryan. Put him on Ryan. Let's run it back. Those were the days.
Yeah, those were the days. Yeah.
But he MTV'd
sure.
Mag into the next dimension on Lijiang Tower. It was incredible. I never forget it.
Yeah, a checkmate coming into play, tank here would be the next dimension, I feel like.
An alternate universe, to be fair.
Moving into a crazy timeline. So I think they're gonna go more like rush style comps, right? That's what the Valiant were, successful with. Florida, quite interesting enough. Like there's a possibility they play some more dive, as Seeker reminded them not to get nervous. Map 5 against the Valiant. You know who turns up here, game 5. It's the LA Valiant.
Yeah, they're here, all ready to inflict some psychological harm upon the Mayhem. Who don't bother really entering match chat here. Okay, so it's going to be a Winston setup. No Sombra here. It's going to be Genji, Sojourn for the Florida Mayhem. Again, still looking to leverage Rupal on this Ana.
I feel like this is a little bit more comfortable, though, for the Valiant in terms of, playing it with this type of paces. For the Florida Mayhem, obviously having the Winston in play, being able to kind of break some of these sim turrets is going to be helpful and effective, but breaking through that front line of the Rhine in the May is going to be tough.
How's this supposed to work out for the Florida Mayhem, Matt? They are trying to play a Winston setup into an absolutely brawl composition, one that we noticed pretty optimized for these sort of close quarter maps.
Well, I mean, that's kind of the scary part about the final map being like Lijiang Tower, right? Like, I think if you are Florida, you would have felt much better going into this final map. Let's say if it was like Ilios, right? With a lot of points that are centered more around like dive, aggressive, high mobility compositions. Where Lijiang Tower, you don't really need that in a lot of spots.
Is this a key weakness being exposed here for the Mayhem? When they have to play these brawl comps, they are not able to get the better of the Valiant in this series so far. Okay, Nano, onto someone here. CJ, look at his repositioning. This guy is absolutely hair-raising. It's, what doesn't go well?
I like it.
It doesn't go well. If we're going to have a results-based analysis of that play outside of aesthetics, it doesn't score very highly.
It was a kind of cool maneuver, though, right? Like where Florida, they got really aggressive. They started to push in, and they decided to try and TP out. So they've used all their mobility, drop an amp matrix, then kind of fire back at them, where Florida would have had no mobility to kind of get out of harm's way. Just does not work out for the Valiant there, and Seeker going to move off of the sim, going to go and match Merit on the Sojourn.
Big fan of that, though, I won't lie. Regardless of the outcome, someone dives on in here, wants to pressure Liar. Now CJ Immortality Field going to be deployed, and it's time to go for the Flailing Fist. Sound barrier forced out of the Valiant. Someone, for the most part, happy with that, but obviously very pleased to dive back in after that Immortality Field expires, or they move away from it. That is dirty stuff. Someone stamps his authority here on the map. Now the Mayhem draw even.
Yeah, and this is probably worst case for the Valiant, right? Florida gets control of the point. They are not going to play further back onto the point. They're actually going to play close up. Seeker actually goes back to the sim, and I wonder if this is to actually just get them onto the point to force this positioning.
They are trying to force a close fight here. Dragonblade for checkmate, though. He's looking for some opportunity here. Blizzard in play, not able to find someone inside that Blizzard, but checkmate is far from done. Liar accosting him at the back of the point. The May also could be an issue, but checkmate is slick. Lovely. It's going to be 2 kills for him if Merit didn't swoop in and steal it. And this Winston composition is starting to find some traction now that the Mayhem control the point.
Yeah, so they try and get that sound barrier down to keep someone alive through the Blizzard, but they weren't able to do so. And
what is
now
this?
Just one fight really potentially here. So it's going to be Nas going over to Sombra. So you're going to have the Sombra with the Reinhardt in the mix. This is really interesting.
Krawi needs to get a fantastic shatter here. Virtually free, of course. No real shields to block it outside of the bubble. That's been used just now, and someone now wants to go aggressive. He will get caught inside that shatter, but it's too late. CJ and Seeker already getting absolutely decimated. As the Valiant were forced to play from the outsides of the map, and on the outside is where they'll stay.
Yeah, when the Valiant had control of the point and you were getting those brawly type of style of play, that's when they were actually looking the best. But once Florida Mayhem got the point, there was no looking back. I mean, just the level of pace and aggression they're able to force on them, the Valiant could not match there.
Absolutely brutal stuff for Los Angeles. And just looking at the comps at the start of the round, we thought, hang on, Winston comp is going to struggle. If the Ryan comp can play the point, they can TP there. Felt like the Mayhem really had to slowly scale up their amount of control on towards the point, give up some early percentage, like 40 odd, right? 47 maybe. But when they had control, it was impossible to wrest it back from them. And now we're going to a Reinhardt-based setup here. Krawi looks like he's not looking to reciprocate, but this might be it. This might be the end of the road for the Valiant. They need to step up.
But this is where you think the Valiant can actually like win in this kind of like mirror matchup, right? This is where they've been pretty successful throughout this series in terms of these brawly types of comps.
Merritt tried to cook there, but Noss is going to put that one on freeze. Now going to push up here. Wall thrown up. I'm going to make that healing a little bit harder to come, but somehow Seeker finds himself in the front line of the Mayhem. Chorong is able to punish him for that, but the momentum really favors the Valiant here as they take control of this left side of the map. They will have the point to start again. It's coming up to the Mayhem again to unravel this particular sweater.
Yeah, I mean, I'll love to hear the desk after this game, but I think some of these like brawly rush style comps, they look to be a little bit of an issue here for the Florida Mayhem. You know, the Valiant sit at 0-4, right? And they're actually beating them in this mirror pretty handily throughout the series. So something to look out for the Florida Mayhem for at least the rest of this stage.
Maywall gives the Mayhem time to back away from the Ant Matrix thrown in front of him. Big shadow, that was 4 players getting caught by someone there, and the charge follow-up deals with Laia handily. Mira can't hold his ground against Noss, but there's no one else to cover Noss's back. So the Mayhem will move into control now, crucially starting to crest into the support ultimates.
Yeah, it's a huge shatter there from someone that kind of sets all of that up, where for the Valiant, you do end up having this Blizzard as someone just kind of peeking around his shield, going to give some good intel on what's to come.
They're going to push straight away. Yeah, Fire Strike came through. Merritt's able to clean up Seeker. Wall thrown up by the Mayhem. They thought they caught Krawi, but he's able to somehow sneak his way through. Had the WD-40 on hand, apparently. Someone here, Fire Strike. Blizzard going to be in play. Krawi's not going to be able to get away from that one. And Laia looked like he tried to sneak for a back cap. Going to get shut down by Rupal on the way through.
Yeah, Blizzard from both sides, and Chorong able to actually hold on a sound barrier here for when we have the Annihilation plus sound barrier, maybe 3 combo that coming in here for the Valiant. But look at this, someone at the door, Fire Strikes around the point. Yep, another TP. Shatter in play.
Someone takes the TP back to the point now. Shatter is good, he whips it around. Immortality Field desperately deployed by CJ just in time. Sound barrier now going to be here for both teams, but Kramer goes for the Annihilation. Immortality Field's now both out of the picture. Noss forced into an ice block. CJ trying to get above the situation, and he is able to stay alive through it all. The Annihilation for Krawi eventually takes hold. Someone dragged down. The rest of the Mayhem soon follow.
Yeah, you have to use a lot of your ultimates there for the Valiant, but you come out on top, you hold on to an Amp Matrix here, so you can maybe get this Amp Matrix, burn down that Reinhardt. It's kind of what pretty effective at doing that, right? Where the Reinhardt has just going to be that shield for the whole team. Let's see, it looks like they're going to move up, maybe try and take this platform on the staircase here.
A lot of turret value there for Seeker. Okay, Amp Matrix thrown up. Wall also a little premature, perhaps. Actually gives the Mayhem those couple of seconds to back away. They're happy to hand over some free percentage here to the Valiant while they regroup. They avoid that potentially devastating Ant Matrix. They have one of their own.
And that's pretty decent, though, for the Mayhem, right? The Valiant trying to use that Amp Matrix, catch somebody off guard. As RuPaul gets low, he's going to have to use his own Amp Matrix and Immortality Field. So the push comes in from the Valiant.
Love the way he's using his Amp Matrix. They want to healing even at close range. I think he wanted to play an off angle there, but the Valiant sniffed it out pretty quickly. Unfortunately for them, they're soon snuffed out as the response from the rest of the Mayhem. They were on top of RuPaul instantly, but they've got to cap the point back. Now the Valiant have moved into the lead. Noss is being brought down, so a quick cleanup will be in play. The Florida Mayhem head into what may be a last fight with some big ones on board. Sound barrier is going to be there. There's a wall as well for Merritt to throw down. This is scary for the Valiant.
Yeah, I mean, this is not good at all. It's going to be 80% and counting here for the Mayhem. They're going to have a Blizzard here. It's interesting, though, Mitch, that they're not playing close up. That's when they were getting these really good holds.
Needle point, Laia left behind a little bit here. Rejoining the rest of his compatriots, but the Blizzard could be a problem. Wall's going to be thrown up here, and CJ's going to be caught in trying to bound on out of it, using the exo boots to get to safety, and Merritt's been picked up. A later sound barrier in play here, unclear if someone able to find any value with the shatter, but CJ's been brought down. The Baptiste is off the field for the Valiant. Sound barrier, though, keeps them fighting, even with that one player down. Now the Mayhem trying to circle around the outside, but it's scary. Laia posturing, looking for an environmental kill. The Mayhem have to make their last fight happen from here, and in they dive.
Yeah, you're gonna have a TP here onto the points here for the Valiant, and you're gonna get it very close to this Annihilation. Probably needs to get it off. He's gonna get it off on the point. They lose Seeker.
Not a good start to the fight. Krawi needs to find some value here, but immediately someone is holding the door, slams it in his face. Ice Block has to be used there for Nos, and Laya is already out of the picture. The M Matrix to the high ground was big from RuPaul, and there's someone getting rid of Nos. CJ will be swatted aside, and the Florida Mayhem able to brave the storm of blows from the Valiant, should I say. And just the stagger is going to be left now for Los Angeles. They came close, but close don't cut it in the Overwatch League.
Man, Florida Mayhem, I mean, you get a win here today, but that is just too close for comfort there against the Valiant. As the Valiant, they came in, and in those like brawly comps, they put up a great fight. It's just, you know, when those dives and when they were able to play aggressive, the Florida Mayhem, those are the types of maps that they took real advantage of, that, you know, what we all kind of perceive to be a little bit of a skill gap between these teams.
I think one of the most impressive parts, you know, at least if we're talking about the Florida Mayhem here, is how many different compositions they're able to show us, right? At times, maybe their brawl comp looked dubious when compared to what the Valiant were able to show, but as the series goes on, right, we're able to see more from someone. It doesn't really matter what tank he's on. He's already famed for that flexibility, but when we finally got to see that Winston the Sombra comp, what we expect from most teams, that's when the gap really started to widen.
But if you're the Mayhem and you expect to be a team that kind of competes for the top, right? Like, you're gonna have to play some of these like brawlier, you know, Ramatra, Reinhardt type of comps, which I mean, getting taken the distance there by the Valiant, it definitely makes you worry a little bit.
So a lot of the time, the strategy for the Mayhem really centered around enabling someone, and on top of all the resources someone's getting, his incredible game sense really allows him to pull off some moments like that. An undeniable player of the match here for the Florida Mayhem. I gotta say, man, without RuPaul backing him up, like, it's much harder to get away with this stuff. He's kind of like the bass player that gets to be the front man in this band, really, you know, propelled into center stage to be able to make some of these plays. And someone had to be pretty adaptive in that last map, right? Started on the Winston, they're able to unravel that Ryan Symmetra composition, and then switch to play Ryan himself and win it out in the brawl.
Yeah, and I do think that someone's like versatility just pays off so much, especially now here in Overwatch 2, being able to kind of go from Winston to Junker Queen to Ramatra. I mean, look at just on the Winston, just absolutely dominated.
Yeah, again, like we're seeing, you know, like a tank player with north of 12 final blows per 10. It's got a lot to do with obviously being the frequent recipient of the nano boost. And there was maybe a couple team fights where someone was padding the stats a little bit there. Maybe that little primal rage on
maybe a little bit.
You know, still though, very impressive stuff from the Mayhem. But look, there's been good things said about this Valiant team. They really never give up. They're giving their all and they're getting much, much better. So that first win, surely not too far away. But right now, it's all about the Mayhem. We're going to head to a quick break. When we return, we'll have our knuckleheads on the desk, break it down, share some thought. You heard me. Yeah, you heard me. See you guys in a moment.
welcome back to the desk. Love the show. Get together with your friends and host a watch party, everybody. You guys better love the show and better love your friends. Check out the screen, or what was it? Sorry, I missed the last line.
QR code.
QR code.
Scan it. Find out more.
That's
Right there,
great.
it's on the screen.
You're doing great, Danny. Keep
Zoe,
it up, buddy.
please come back.
I was so bad.
That's fine. Jace got me. All right, yeah. So watch party, QR code. All right, let's move on. I'll talk about this match. Valiant versus Florida Mayhem. I'm gonna be honest. I thought it was gonna be total beatdown, but it wasn't. Valiant showed up. Seeker played an amazing series.
I think the whole team came together, and I wanted to drop a little bit of insider knowledge that I've been hearing from some of the Overwatch League teams, that even the stronger teams in the league, where you know about this, Scott, where a lot of the best teams, you don't want to scrim a weak team. You want to get the best opponents you can get. But some of the stronger teams are actually still willing to practice against the Valiant, because Valiant are going hard, playing their absolute best, even when they're getting stomped, even when they're losing. So it shows that they still have that beginner's mind mentality. They're still pushing themselves to improve. And I think, for some people who might be looking at this saying, oh, is the Mayhem crumbling? This is such a bad showing from them. Really, I see this more as a positive thing for Valiant than that the Mayhem really slipped up. I think the Valiant are showing that they want to be true contenders, and they're putting the work in to get there.
Yeah, I agree. This match was a story of two tales of Florida Mayhem when they were able to not have to play that Ramatra rush. They were the stronger team. You saw this specifically on King's Row. But the Valiant, very strong when they're able to put Seeker on that hit scan. Croy's able to play that Ramatra, and they can run at the opposition. And if I'm a top-end team and I'm looking at this Florida Mayhem struggling against the Los Angeles Valiant, that's a weakness right now. And Florida Mayhem have to shore that up if they want to sort of close in on this mid-season madness, because we're going to see a lot more Ramatra rush in this tournament.
Yeah, it's pretty scary. I mean, right now, I guess you got tape, right? If you're the Florida Mayhem, you know that weakness true and true. You don't expect really to go to a map 5 versus the LA Valiant. But look, at the end of the day, I think Valiant will walk away with this one feeling pretty damn good with themselves. Seeker's hitting some mad shots on the cast, mad shots on the Sojourn. I think, like Jake said too, again, it's the whole team kind of coming together. They actually maybe hit an OP later down the line. Their Ramatra looked pretty damn solid. I'm curious what more they've got in the tank, though. When they go up against some of the top teams like Reign and Outlaws, they might not stand a chance, but if they're just taking down taking 2 Mayhem to 5 maps, that's a real good bright spot for them.
Yeah, I think that their first win is going to be so close. It's coming, Valiant.
Yeah.
I think any of the bottom teams, I would think Valiant's a clear favorite, expecting them to have a dominant win after a performance like that. And even some of these mid-table teams, I think Valiant, you just went toe-to-toe with arguably one of the top teams. I'm excited for them. I can see myself predicting Valiant in the near future.
Oh, yeah? Well, they play Atlanta tomorrow. You're going to predict
You got it?
They almost beat the Mayhem!
I wonder what comes after that.
Okay.
Let's talk then.
Well, with all things said and done, it was the Florida Mayhem looking dominant and beating the LA Valiant. Now we have an interview. That's your cue.
Thank you. Well, guys, up next, we've got a winner's interview with Checkmate. Danny's going to take it away here over on the Telestrator and let us know inside the mind of a winner.
Inside the mind of the winner. And of course, we got Checkmate for the post-match interview. Checkmate 선수, 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
All right, so this match went the distance and went all the way to map 5. I do want to ask you, we thought that it was going to be Florida Mayhem dominating the Valiant, but it clearly wasn't. So what were some of the problems that you guys had, and how were you guys able to fix it and ultimately get the win at the end? 자, 오늘 경기 일단 승리 축하드리면서 처음 경기를 들어가면서 많은 분들이 오늘 플로리다가 쉽게 승리를 거두지 않을까라고 생각을 했던 것 같아요. 하지만 오늘 경기 결과가 어떻게 끝까지 가게 됐고 발리언트도 굉장히 좋은 모습을 많이 보여줬기 때문에 일단 플로리다 쪽에서는 좀 어떤 문제점들이 경기 도중에 있었고 또 그런 문제점들을 좀 어떻게 고쳐나가셨나요?
저희 문제점은 저희가 원래 자신감 있게 각을 먹으면서 상대를 좀 정신 못 차리게 잘했었는데 대회 때는 뭔가 그게 좀 안 됐던 것 같아요. 그리고 상대팀이 좀 생각보다 잘 했던 것 같아요.
First of all, I think our opponents were surprisingly really good. That was a big factor. Not only that, I think one of our biggest fortes or strengths was that whenever we go into the matches, we're always very confident and find the right angles to get the kills. But for this match against the LA Valiant, we weren't sort of able to do that a lot, and we failed at getting those kind of kills. So I think that's why we sort of struggled. Another question for you, Checkmate, is also your team. You have been sort of being subbing in and out with Sauna. So I want to know, how do you guys decide who gets to play when? 자, 두 번째 질문으로는 이번에 체크메이 선수와 또 사우너 선수가 이번에 어떻게 보면은 계속 교체가 이루어지고 있는데 이런 교체는 좀 어떻게 이루어지나요? 뭐 항상 보면은 좀 어떻게 보면은 첫 번째 맵 이제 쟁탈전에서는 좀 사우너 선수가 좀 더 많이 들어오는 것 같고 그 뒤로는 체크메이트 선수인데 이 교체가 좀 어떻게 이루어지는지 궁금합니다.
근데 이거는 기업 비밀이라서 알려드릴 수가 없습니다. 왜냐하면 저희 전략이 들킬 수도 있기 때문에.
네.
근데 주로 쟁탈에서 많이 쓰는 것 같아요.
Okay. All right. So, Checkmate says unfortunately he can't really delve into the details because it is sort of given away strat. But yes, he does say that they are going to sort of lean into playing Sauna more during the King of the Hill maps. All right. Checkmate. I just had to say, I just had to kind of try it. I knew we were gonna say that, but yes, thank you for trying. 아마 좀 아무래도 기업 비밀일 거라고 제가 생각을 해서 물어볼까 말까 했지만 아무튼 그런 질문에서 죄송하고요. Alright, let's do one more question. I want to ask you about our next match because next match is another banger match. Atlanta Reign versus Houston. Who do you think is gonna win? 자, 다음 경기가 되게 많은 분들 기대하고 있는 경기인 것 같아요. 아틀란타 대 휴스턴 둘 다 지금 굉장히 잘하는 팀인데 두 팀 중에 좀 누가 이길 것 같으신가요?
저희가 둘 다 스크림을 해봤는데 둘 다 지금 탑 1, 탑 2를 달리고 있는 진짜 잘하는 팀들이고 아마 근데 컨디션에 좀 갈리지 않을까 싶어요. 그날 컨디션이 좀 더 좋은 팀이? 근데 그래서 제 생각은 느낌이 애틀이 이길 것 같아요.
알겠습니다. So, I mean, we as Florida Mayhem played a lot of scrims against both teams, and they are, in fact, a very good team. Probably number 1 and number 2 teams in the West right now. I think it's going to go down to how the players are feeling, their, I guess, health or like their conditions for them when they go into the match. But as of right now, I think I am leaning towards Atlanta getting the win. All right, Checkmate, thank you so much for the interview and congratulations on getting the win and hope to talk to you soon. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 체크메이트 선수 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
I just gotta say, guys, as a coach, I'm so proud of Checkmate. He's been not giving up any secrets. Danny's like, should I ask him about the subbing thing? I'm like, hey, you can try, but like a good player should never tell you any details about the game.
Who's behind the camera like,
no, don't say anything.
I respect that because usually if I ask those kind of questions, players will be like, just give me like a one word or one sentence answer. But he told me, he was like, hey, I can't talk about this, and here's why.
It's honest.
So
it's real.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, which is appreciated, right? But especially by Gunbo, who's like, do not give up. But congrats definitely to the Florida Mayhem. It's interesting. I guess, predicting Atlanta. I guess,
it's pretty basic.
Makes sense.
Everyone's going to choose Atlanta.
Yeah,
that's so true, actually. Yeah, that's crazy.
Talking about Atlanta and Florida, our favorite teams. Rep your favorite team in game with new support bundles featuring Lightweaver, Lucio, and Brig skins. It also comes with a weapon charm, all for just 350 league tokens until June 13th. So you get skins, not only that, you get weapon charms only for 350 tokens.
Not bad.
That Spark Brig looking kind of elite right there.
Dude, every Spark skin just bright pink.
Yeah, it's like
you gotta love
ultimate
it.
flash.
We love pink.
You gotta love it.
We love pink. All right, let's move on to talking about our final match of the day. It is Houston Outlaws versus Atlanta Reign, the current number 1 and number 2 in the West. This is going to be a match. I didn't say it. I didn't jinx it.
I didn't
jinx it. I mean, what are you guys expecting for this matchup?
I mean, fearless Winston, bro. Come on.
I think it's going to be close.
Now.
I mean, these are the undisputed number 1 and number 2 in the league. Even Checkmate's willing to say, the Mayhem's not in that category. Like, these are the number 1 and number 2. This is the match that I think everyone who's been following the league so far this season has been waiting for.
And Hawk in the starting lineup, that is usually the Atlanta Reign giving away their strategy in the first map. Usually when Hawk comes in to play control, he's going to play that Ramatra. Is that something that the Houston Outlaws and their Winston composition can hold up against?
Yeah, that's pretty scary. I mean, Lip and Stalker have been some of the best DPS, or the best DPS duo in the league currently. Like, there is nothing stopping them right now, and it's hard to say, how are they going to even deal with Lip Sombra? Is Sombra on the way out? Maybe, but it doesn't seem so with Lip in the field. Fearless is going to have to watch his back. It's pretty scary going up against Tracer too. Like, that guy is just, he's been on the come up for a long time.
I totally agree. That totally reminds me as well, Scott, what you just said about, is Ramattra going to become more dominant in the meta? You mentioned that about the last match. Isn't going to take over. I think this match has huge implications. I think every team in the league is going to be watching it because I don't think Houston is going to go down without a fight. I think they're going to stick with their guns on the Winston and try to make it work, whereas Atlanta probably a team who's more ready to transition to a Ramattra rush. So I think this will be a major litmus test for the future of, is Winston still the top dog? Is the meta going to shift? I think the results of this match could have profound implications there. And I want to dive a little bit deeper into that, especially this Winston comp that Houston has looked so strong on. So here we can look at the map set and we can see that starting with Antarctic Peninsula, I would say this is probably one of the ones where Winston's going to be a little bit tougher. But Hollywood, Junkertown, Esperanza, and Oasis are all, I think, very solid Winston maps. And so I think that Houston is going to be able to make the Winston work in this series, especially on map 5 Oasis. I want to focus on this because I think if Houston can make it to map 5 and take it to what I think might be a Winston mirror, I think they'll be looking really strong. So we can start by looking at just this. This is Oasis City Center, right? And this is just one of the best Winston maps in the game for elite teams who know how to maximize it because, crucially, even though you've got this Torb turret and you've got this comp that theoretically should be hard to play Winston against, right? These heroes, they should be scary, but Houston just puts on a masterclass on this point. You've got supports taking one angle, Tracer is going to clear this, play from one angle, Happy's poking from the back line, and then Fearless is able to use the cover on point to constantly contest the point and play safe, charge up a nano boost before the first fight. So we could just roll the clip and watch how the fight kind of breaks down. And you're just going to see Houston, they're not diving in. I mean, even they hit a 4-man anti-nade, and they're not forcing any kind of play. They're very patient, and they're just looking to stall the point. So we can see, Valiant, they're trying to make some kind of move here, trying to come in from a flank, but it's so hard to get to this backline. And Fearless, look at him. He's just constantly kiting away, constantly juking. When he needs to jump, he can always fall back to his team or rely on his Sombra and Tracer to touch point for a moment. So, even again, Valiant, they're brawling, but they can't actually catch anybody. And look at Shu's ult charge. He's already 70%. And so I think right here, Valiant are going to get the first flip, but arguably this is just a minor slip up from the Outlaws to just be off point for just a second. But even at this point, it's 90 to the nano boost for Shu. Fearless jumps in right here. You try to fight him, and then the ultimate comes down. And Valiant, they just don't have any response. This is a classic Winston comp where you just delay the fight for a nano boost, and then it's easy cleanup. It's so hard to retake from here. So this is just a great Winston map, and Outlaws execute it really well. And then Oasis University, I think, is a little bit harder for Winston, but not too worried about that because Gardens is another great Winston map. We can just pause the clip right here. And so, again, I want to look at this. So we've got the supports playing very long distance away from this aggressive brawling comp. And Valiant, look at them. I mean, they're all stacked in this one tiny spot on the map. Outlaws are poking from, we've got the Echo angle, we've got Sombra shooting from point. And again, very importantly, Winston has this big piece of cover here where he doesn't have to take poke if he doesn't want to. And so the Outlaws just have this natural concave to where they're just going to do so much more poke damage. And Valiant, I mean, they're just all clustered in one tiny room. It looks really hopeless for them. So we can roll the clip here and watch how the fight breaks down. So Seeker comes up point, instantly recalls. No one can just even get out of this room. Nos builds a turret. Instantly, Pelican is going to spam it out and break it. Nade comes in. Everyone's running back in. And then Liar kind of gets left out on his own. But I don't even think this is really his fault. It's just the nature of the clip. And, Houston did mess up this fight and actually throw it away. But the map gave them the advantage. So it is a mistake. But I will say, I think for the map overall, it's not really a problem. I think Houston are going to be able to make it work. So if they can go to map 5, I'm feeling very good about Fearless. I don't predict against this guy in the Winston meta. That's why I'm calling it.
He's calling it, bro.
I'm calling it.
You're calling it. That was you.
I will stand alone.
Round of applause. No?
I will stand alone.
And you will be alone.
Yeah.
Talking about being alone, I think Jay kind of gave it away. Let's take a look at our predictions, starting with Zoe and Johnny. Who do they got?
It could be a huge
Zoe, no surprise.
Okay,
Johnny,
Rain.
okay. For me as well, I went with Atlanta Rain for the win. I think I predicted 3-0, actually.
Ooh.
I think it really depends on like the first map. Like if Houston gets the win, then I think the whole match would sort of be hugely favored towards Houston, and ride the momentum. But if Atlanta beats them and is able to beat them in the Winston comp, like in the map 1, then I think it could be a 3-0.
Honestly, I expect Atlanta to take map 1. I think it's a map that's probably going to favor their style. I think I agree, if Houston wins map 1, I think the series looks very, very good for them. I think that's not their best map. But I think going to Hollywood, going to the push map Esperanza, and going to Oasis, I think all 3 of those winnable maps for a Winston comp, and I just think Houston's the best Winston team. I think Atlanta might have more flexibility, but I still believe in this Winston meta. I think only the very best teams are going to be able to make it work, but for those very best teams, I believe in Winston, and that's why I'm predicting the Houston outcome.
There's a lot of bias going on over here.
3-2. I don't think it's going to be easy. I think this is a very, very tight match.
Yeah. It is.
2 Titans of the league.
It is. I mean, I went for the Atlanta Reign here. I also had a 3-2, but the Atlanta Reign, I think this is going to be a close one. At the end of the day, that also kind of helps, right? Stalker's Tracer has looked so clean, bro. Yeah. And the thing is, and I do want to give credit to the point with Fearless, he's a very selfless tank as well. Those stats don't really show the whole picture of like how Fearless plays the game. And like Donghack's stats, yeah, they're better on Winston, but like Fearless is just so ready to just die for the rest of his team and just like let everybody else kind of clean up. Let Perican just get in there and wreck phase, just pick up the kills. So there's a lot of credit to it, and that's why I gave it to Atlanta Reign, but I gave 3-2. But it's hard to see Atlanta Reign losing this.
Don't you dare start backtracking.
Just I'm not backtracking. I'm not backtracking. It literally says that. No, I said they win, but it's going to be close. Choices.
Winston Primal Rage. Screw your Winston Primal Rages. I don't want to see that anymore. I think Winston is falling out of the meta. But interestingly enough, I think the one thing that Atlanta is doing that not a lot of other teams are doing is playing a lot of Sombra. If I see Atlanta Reign go down playing this Sombra and sort of dying on that hill, will we start to see changes from the Atlanta Reign if they can't beat teams like the Houston Outlaws playing that Winston? But I am still going for the Atlanta Reign in this one. I think Lip Sombra is just different. He will have that pressure on Shu in this match. 3-1, Atlanta Reign.
Either way, I think this is going to be a great match. We're almost all Atlanta other than Jake, who was primarily on Houston Outlaws. Let's hear it from our casters. Mitch and Matt, who you guys got?
Yeah, I'm actually surprised you guys took the whole table until you got talking about Lip Sombra. I think that's like one of the most exciting parts of what Atlanta are offering. Still think Houston are going to win because I sick for the Winston
Hey, let's go! I got Mitch on my team.
What do you reckon, Matt?
Somebody check Jake's PayPal. The Outlaws deposit still coming through.
You know, they couldn't get him on that severance, you know what I mean? They want to pay it out, so they're just let it roll.
Money under the table.
Just bribery. It's so weird.
I love that, like, Jay, like, you know, we call Jay biased towards the Outlaws for multiple reasons, but this time he gives like a complete dissertation, like, you know, very much lays it out. And the first thing the guy's like, yeah, you're biased, bro. Don't worry about it. It looked like a discourse on Twitter with 120 characters or less, but you've got to, it was pretty compelling, you know. I mean, I felt my heart moved in the Outlaws' direction, Matt. You don't think that's going to be the case here, though?
I actually think the Outlaws can pull it out. You know, after just like, you know, giving Jinx a hard time there. I actually think this Outlaws roster is like so stacked, and maybe, you know, they want to rely a little bit more on this Winston stuff. If there's a team that, like, if they were to lose to a team, it would be like Atlanta, right? Just because Atlanta is so good. But I really believe, you know, they've just been able to kind of dominate everybody else, that they can play this to perfection and win.
The stage is set, everybody. Match of the day, match of the week, and potentially, or match of the season so far is the Houston Outlaws nipping at the heels of the Atlanta Reign in terms of that record, but no one denies that we are looking at the 2 best teams in the West. And now it's time to see what they've prepared for one another. You best believe that both Houston and Atlanta have put in the time to try and get an inside edge on one another. And it starts here, of course, on Antarctic Peninsula, seeing Lip, of course, go towards that Sombra. Very scary prospect for anybody on the wrong end of that Uzi.
Yeah, it'll be a Hawk on the Diva here as well. So I think these comps may end up looking fairly similar. It'll be Chio playing the Brig. So they'll be playing the Brig with that Ana, just trying to protect Fielder a little bit more against this really aggressive, fearless Winston.
Fearless already posturing towards the middle part of the map. Met by Stalker, hacked by Lip, but Happy's going to get the better in the Sombra matchup to start with there. And he signals that to the rest of his team. It's like, hey, we can go, Fearless. You can play a little bit more aggressively now. Atlanta really just have to concede for the time being.
And I think Happy having like a great game, you know, and just kind of like clicking on all cylinders is enormous for the Outlaws, because you kind of look at this roster and just like an all-star team all throughout, and then you're like, oh well, you know, we've seen Happy, you know, play really well sometimes, and sometimes like not, you know, kind of like living up to the hype a little bit. But when he's got it going with the rest of the players on this lineup, that's what makes it so scary trying to beat them.
Lip having to find a hack on Fearless here instantly to Suzu, and Pelican burns Lip down. The second foray that Lip makes, it's actually staved off and results in him dying. Houston already here for this Sombra. Atlanta going to have to show just a little bit more than that. And Hawk, again, as you would expect, starts to feel pressure from Happy as he steps up to the point. It's 36% and counting already.
And it's interesting because you're playing this Brig, right, to maybe play a little bit more defensive, but they haven't really been able to even get much value out of it because Fearless hasn't really been able to go in. He's been hacked, but they're picking up kills off the back of it. So Happy getting behind the enemy lines here. Let's see, maybe get a hack on the Chio. Oh, look at this. Lip has found his translocator, so Happy's not going to have that to get out of the way.
Happy might have to play a little bit slower for the time being until he has that one ready to go. Nano boost deployed, Fearless benefiting. Still, the Outlaws pretty comfortable in holding the point. The question is, where do you go from here? The Reign have backed off. They've, they respect what Fearless can do with that Nano, and here's the EMP to follow it up. The Outlaws have the questions and the answers, apparently. The Atlanta Reign, neither of those in their arsenal.
And you see Hawk actually goes over, and Hawk is going to play the Winston. So Lip in the backline takes out Shoot. This could be huge. Maybe you're able to go in. Oh, I was going to say, maybe you're able to go in on this. This fielder just gets assassinated, hacked, and just collapsed on all at the same time. They lose Hawk as well. So even when Lip is able to get one, it doesn't even matter.
That was incredibly elegant setup there. Happy goes for that hack on Fielder, and instantly there are two co-workers from the Outlaws descending on that one. Ana absolutely pumped like a pincushion. Lip forced to get out there. Dive from Fearless. He has Primal Rage, of course, on deck. Atlanta Reign need to make use of this EMP. Lip is trying to reciprocate and pressure the Ana down, but there's no one touching the point. That cannot be happening. There's a bloody EMP up your sleeve. And the Atlanta Reign just give that one up.
Oh, I mean, that is not a good start there for Atlanta, especially the Sombra from Happy and just kind of the aggression paying off so well that they actually force Hawk off of the D.Va, right? Just getting hacked constantly and pushed back. It moves away from D.Va. This will be the really telling thing, though, coming in next is looks like Stalker. Did he think well, no, we're gonna have
no one is
more,
even
maybe
looking at the point, my guy.
Close.
That is egregious.
This next round, at least, like, yeah, so I was hoping the comps would stay the same, you know, from when we went to the replay. This, I think, will be the most telling. Can Houston match them in this type of playstyle?
Yeah.
I think this is where Atlanta can really, this is where Atlanta should, open up a little bit of a gap between these teams. If they're not, that would spell a really bad day, I think, for the Atlanta Reign.
No Immortality field for the Outlaws here, but no Suzu for Atlanta, which could be scary if Shu lands one of those big old bionic grenades. Happy and Lip both chomping at the bit to disrupt the enemy tank players here, but the Atlanta Reign have to players in position on the point. Pelican, this is pretty customary to see this Echo play on control maps. Hoping to make the most of the verticality here. Fearless gets walled up, and Stalker's able to dispatch him there. Endothermic Blaster striking true. And that's the start the Atlanta Reign were looking for. Perhaps starting to answer your question, Matt, at the start of this round.
Yeah, and this is kind of what you expect when these teams move to this type of look, where Hawk can play so many of the different tanks, right? You're probably like looking at Reinhardt and Winston is the two you kind of, I mean, you know, Wrecking Ball is the ones you don't want to see him on. Everything else pretty much all-star like level. Where Fearless, you will love him on the Winston. Winston, the Reinhardt, right? And Wrecking Ball, those are the ones you want to see him being able to play, where, you know, playing in this type of setup isn't ideal.
Happy pressuring. Fielder will have a chance to use those defensive cooldowns. He doesn't want to part with him. He really holds his nerve there. Happy unable to force it out. Comes back for a second bite at the apple. Has EMP out now up as well. Been outdoing Lip so far on Sombra duty, but it's the Reign that have over half of their required capture percentage here, but that's an EMP onto 3. Still, Fielder was able to stay outside of it, deploys an Immortality field that eventually gets brought down with an offensive bionic grenade on towards Hawk. It's Fearless to be the beneficiary of the nano boost with no opportunity to use it here. Stalker pops him up on a pedestal, trying to pepper him down. Pelican, though, to the rescue.
Yeah, Pelican actually able to find that kill at the end, but from the fights previously, Mitch, where they're Happy is like trying to hack and, you know, make a play for Fielder and Chio, Pelican's kind of like lurking above as well, and it just not a great area for him to just like fly down into that hallway and be able to do something. So once you get them out in the open, that's where you start to see the Sombra and the Echo comboing for some quick kills.
Definitely a organizational score to settle here. Make no mistake. Lip now not too bothered about the annihilation for the time being, but eventually that sound barrier is going to expire. Shu's life force expired first though. Sorcerer again opens up the account for the Atlanta Reign in this fight, but they are not in control of the point presently. Lip has to translocate away with EMP in hand, but Hawk's holding it down for the team. 2 kills as a result, of course, of that annihilation. Fearless used his right at the start of the fight, could not find the same value.
Yes, you'll have a duplicate here for the Outlaws for the next fight, but really it's this EMP from Happy that needs to be good. I think if you're the Atlanta Reign, you have to have an idea that Happy has this EMP and maybe be a little bit more aggressive and go with yours first, right? With where you're at in terms of percentage on the point, you get that EMP first in a fight win, you can just secure the round there. Maybe Happy doesn't even have a great opportunity to use it.
Yeah, Lip looking for a decent chance to make it work though. Happy's more than happy to part with his early, and it's going to yield the kill on Hawk. That's a big elimination to find. Pelican duping a Baptiste here for the extra healing output means that Houston are inoculated against a lot of these disparate sources of damage from the Atlanta Reign that was so split up. It's a big investment for Houston, but they get back onto the point before Atlanta can end the round.
Yeah, I think Pelican just needed to get some health back and just turned into the first thing that he saw. The Baptiste happened to be it. That was a nice EMP from Happy, but it's Shu with a biotic grenade on a Hawk that really allows him to clean it up. They actually got like the immortality field on the both players that were hit by the EMP, so they were pretty safe, but Hawk wasn't in that immortality field and hit with a biotic grenade. They were able to burn him down.
The EMP here from Lip is frightening, especially when you don't have a Baptiste of your own to throw the immortality field on the affected targets. Blizzard thrown out here. This could be a problem for Fearless. He's going to be caught in it. Got himself a nano boost, to be fair, and it's going to be a trade of kills. Field has gone down, and this might be the chance for the Outlaws to flip the script. Stalker blown up at the start of the fight. Atlanta still haven't committed that EMP in fairness, but they're running out of opportunities to do so.
Yeah, I mean, you have this Kariko ult here for the Outlaws, and you're also going to have Annihilation for Fearless. You haven't, I mean, what, that's almost 3 fights now. We haven't seen this Lip EMP, maybe waiting for the perfect time, but it may not end up working out. Is this going to be the final fight?
He slept, he gets 3 plays with that EMP, but the follow-up just isn't there. Kitsune rushed to point by Violet. The extra healing is good. Fearless creating a lot of space with the Annihilation, but Pelican seems to be left on an island. No one there to help him now. It's about getting rid of Chio. A lot of support, though, for that Lucio here, and Fearless finds himself deep in enemy territory. Now trying to return back to the rest of his team, but Shu's been holding his own with 2, and Happy chimes in as well. The Houston Outlaws split as the 4 wins, Matthew. Still able to find success in this fight. Shu cracking heads together, and the Outlaws start with a win on Antarctic Peninsula.
I think that's probably even a better start than you could have ever imagined for the Outlaws, right? They're able to win with a Winston type of look. They're able to win on the Ramatra with the Sombras in the mix. Hawk has to move away from D.Va to play Winston on the first point. That is like, you know, for a first map of this series, obviously a lot of series left, but this is probably a best case scenario for the Outlaws in terms of how it started.
That is mental. Shu is, I mean, Fearless is having a tea party with Aslan, and Shu is just getting all of the kills in that last fight. I'm not sure how that's able to come about here.
Insane.
I mean, Pelican's a little slow to start in that last round, right? Like the Echo, not able to get value. Sleep immediately on Lip here. And those affected by the EMP aren't taken down. Shu just in the nick of time gets that defensive biotic grenade. Oh, we're eating good, ladies and gentlemen. This is some darn good Overwatch. A good start for Houston 2 to silence the doubters. Hollywood coming up next.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Turn it way up. Turn it way up. Crank that volume, turn it way up. Way up.
Despite being a composition that, according to Scott, for example, that may be falling out of fashion, it was the Atlanta Reign forced onto the Winston composition by the Houston Outlaws. And Fearless looks sublime in the pilot seat there, Matthew. A very, very, very strong start for the Houston Outlaws, winning both rounds on Antarctic Peninsula. A map that I think that I just maybe expected to go the other way just based on its setup.
I mean, it is obviously incredibly early in the season. I feel like I'm about to make like some ESPN first take hot take here.
Okay.
But I think you can make an argument that this Outlaws team is the most skilled team we've had ever in the league. I think just the players at that position, at every position across the board, just so incredibly strong that we'll see kind of how the rest of the series pans out. But I mean, Atlanta Reign has been dumpstering teams, right? And you know, the Outlaws came out in map number 1, very close, but still able to force them off of some of the compositions that you know, Atlanta's been fantastic at. I think this one will be pretty telling as well how it goes.
How do you feel about Lip in that first map? I mean, we sort of cut to a POV of Lip sort of losing out just in the Sombra roaming duels against Happy twice in a row before it even began.
Yeah, I mean, you were just waiting on that EMP. It almost seemed like you were waiting on like the perfect EMP to be able to like get off, right? And because you never like really had that, you got one at the end. It connects like 3 players, but there was like absolutely 0 follow-up. So, you know, maybe you'd like to have that back, but I don't think anyone's gonna second guess Lip in terms of like Sombra play, of like decision making, right? I mean, the guy is just incredible.
Well, it's not up to him at the end of the day. It really depends about where the rest of his team is to set up. He also got slept instantly after it, which didn't help things, but he'll be back, of course, on the Sombra. Happy going to be on the Ashe here, because we've been hearing about it a fair bit overnight, and even on the current patch, live patch, you were saying that earlier, fair bit of Ashe play going on. Donghack, of course, getting subbed in here on that Winston role, so the Atlanta Reign have a real chance to try and match what the Outlaws are capable of here, as opposed to setting their own tone. Happy hacked him, and instantly to the rescue was Chio.
Yeah, just you know, putting a little bit of pressure there on Happy. So Chio's right there.
Or Violet, rather. Violet.
I know it. Yeah, Violet there, right there to back him up. I mean, Donghack, this is not a great spot to be in, right? Inside of this corner, gets hit with a dynamite. He's gonna have to try and back out to the choke.
He's done well to get away, in fairness, but look at these ult charges ticking up. Stalker's had pretty big impact early in the round already, very close to that first pulse bomb, and Lip finally finds purchase on Happy. Spent much of the last minute or so going to work on the Ashe here, and slowly the Atlanta Reign are able to unravel that Houston Outlaws high ground comp, and making the Ashe look like more of a vulnerability than anything else.
Yeah, so you know, Donghack gets into that position there, you know, by where the gate's gonna go open up here to the streets face in just a second. And it looks kind of awkward, but it's really so you can get inside the cafe if like Lip ends up getting a hack, and then Stalker's in there as well. They almost don't even need the Winston pressure to open this up.
Lip now making the switch for a time perhaps, but still looking to leave an impact. No one really giving him any decent shots. Violet tries to cross the bridge quickly. Lip was trying to capitalize there. Stalker brought down by Happy though, so a lot of that flexibility now off the table for the Atlanta Reign. And look at this, Fearless looking to make a meal of Lip if possible. That nano boost, but again, talk about how selfless he is. He's also pretty judicious about how long to stay in these fights.
Yeah, I mean, just look at where he is playing from. It's he's gonna get the primal going. Dude, he is just insane. I mean, like,
he's
juggling Lip all the way back.
He doesn't see the humor in it, but my goodness.
No, dude, if I was that good and like could primal juggle people like across the map, I would just be laughing hysterically the entire time. I mean, that is such a crazy play to be able to make.
It'd be like me picking a fight with Israel Adesanya. That would be his POV. Absolutely brutal.
He'd
I like my face as it is, yo. I'm gonna keep it out of reach. Goodness. Great start here.
Fielder takes some shots there from Shu, I think. Shu's been putting down some damage here on the Ash, on the Ana.
Dynamite there. Happy can't detonate it, so time for the rain to disperse before it blows up. Yeah, Shu, you can see a lot of pressure. He's actually trying to shoot at Fielder.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Yeah, from a distance, it's like there's just constant damage going down on Fielder, and it's like, well, it's not happy. It's just Shu at range.
Violet very clever. He gets away. Donghack's obviously trying to knock him back into the rest of the Atlanta Rain. Violet eventually succumbs. That's a big ultimate spent for that pick. The Outlaws have a chance to respond here. Bob's in play. Nano Boost also is up for Shu here if they want to facilitate more of this fearless aggression. He looks to peel for the time being. Try and get Donghack away from his back line. Works for the most part. He's happy got a Nano, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they trying to keep him alive, right? I think that's really what it's about is... Excuse me?
Okay. That's normal and based.
Yeah, Lib actually switches away from the Widow, goes over to the Sombra, which is like, it's a little bit harder, like, trying to, like, access the high ground, right? Like, the Widow trying to, like, play for picks, like, outrange the Ashe. You're gonna have to set up some really good dives on the high ground, though, to try and make a play for Happy.
You really feel like Houston is starting to ease in now to this high ground position. Fearless playing quite far forward. Donghack gonna try and go in here. EMP looks like that was just meant for Pelican. It's enough to secure the individual kill, but Happy trades off from the high ground. Lip was not ready for that at all. Happy has been on fire so far, defensively.
And we got a Nano here on the Donghack as they actually want to try and fight this off of the back of that EMP. As Happy gets really low, it's going to be Violet popping the rally.
Yeah, gets inside the rally just in time. I thought he was dead to rights there. Stalker definitely had him in his sights. The Outlaws again able to hold on. This is big. That EMP now is gone. I mean, you really expect whenever Lip fires it off, there's going to be an instant fight win. That just has not been the case so far in this series, and that's telling more than anything.
Yeah, it's not like a great trade of ultimates for the Atlanta Rain either, right? Nano plus EMP, and you got them to use Rally, right? I mean, not ideal as you see how difficult it's been to break this high ground.
Happy 4-1 right now. Very hard to touch. About a quarter of his damage coming from those dynamites. So even against a pretty mobile opposition, he's getting value. Big sleep on Lip. Shu just bloody handed himself there. I mean, that is filthy. Nothing Lip could really do about that one there either. He's trying again to start off these fights by getting a good hack on the Ana, but he's biting off a lot more than he can chew.
Yeah, they're trying to access this up here, but they've just had no way to do it greatly. Like, you wouldn't play an Ashe either. Like, I actually think the right move would potentially been that Widow. Is there's a kill Shu on the fielder. We've been talking about it, putting down some damage. The right thing, maybe is that Widow. Like, you're not gonna play you're not gonna play Genji here, right? Like, is it like a Hanzo? It just doesn't seem like it's working out with the Sombra. The only time they were able to get a kill and really start to get the payload moving is when they just hacked Pelican on the payload and then just burned him down. But that's not going to dislodge some of these players up from the high ground.
Look at his patience. Okay, no connect there on the sleep dart. A little bit erratic there as Donghack is a little bit hard to track, of course, during Primal. But what does he get from here? The surprise factor is all but expired. 5 seconds away from the next sleep dart, so that's definitely something that Shu's been tracking here. Violet goes down to a pulse bomb, though. Eventually brought to his knees. Shu can't hand up either. Stalker getting it done. Pelican gonna be nanoed himself here, but he's a little bit of a lack of targets for him until he's able to get a big stick on Fielder. But his opposite number is running rampant over the Outlaws here. The Atlanta Rain have bought themselves some more time, but it feels less like a map continuation and more like a stay of execution. They are under the gun right now.
Yeah, as the Outlaws, they've invested in this. You see how low Donghack and Shio are. That's actually Fearless with the Primal as the Outlaws want to keep this going as they may be able to get a hold.
Unbelievable. Violet hangs in there. The EMP for Lip again after the bell.
I think it was, I think they wanted Donghack to touch, but he got slept on the high ground, which, I mean, that is a pretty difficult sleep to hit, right? It's almost like vertical looking up and connecting on that sleep right as the Winston turns the corner.
That's devastating for Atlanta. They are, I mean, this feels uncharacteristic from this team. Speaks volumes about just how much pressure they're suffering. Shu needs to have a quick shower because that was, I mean, I'm sure the stench is probably a bit much for his teammates to deal with. That was absolutely pusillanimous performance on the Ashe. All right, get your hydration, sir. You deserved it. We picked this up. Look, we picked this up. It's a very close game. The Houston Outlaws, though, now resetting our expectations somewhat with that staunch hold on the second part of the map, showing us that they are the super team in the West.
Well, let's see what they do on offense here, right? Let's take a look at a replay. Here's... This has to be the sleep. Yeah, oh, he just jumps up. Because, like that sleep is really difficult to hit. Because, like, typically when you would see it, like, on live, right? Like, the Winston is almost, like, fully around the corner. So, like, the momentum kind of carries him, like, back onto the payload, right? Like, would be kind of falling off. But Donghack wasn't using leap, wasn't really going forward, kind of, like, sideways almost there.
Lip doesn't reveal himself before EMP, because why would you? But he can't contest the cart from that position. Everything hinges on Donghack being able to touch. The Outlaws maybe knew it. Brutal stuff, Matthew. So, one checkpoint in about 116 meters. That's all the Atlanta Rain come away with. And again, we talk about this Winston mirror. It's going to continue to play out. Happy, though, will go back to the Ash, having a fantastic defensive round.
What do you think about the Ash on offense? I don't know if I love it as much as like the one on defense.
Do you notice he's trying to use his dynamite here to force Chio out of position, out of that little back corner? Theoretically, maybe trying to drive a wedge between those playing in the cafe and those playing at the back of the point, right? Hey, I mean, you can't argue with these results. Fearless able to turn Stalker into a pancake, and Lip's going to have to translocate on out of there. Getting spotted here is some free spy checking from Violet. Means he can try and get some information about the Sombra's positioning. Fearless is going to be more than happy to recommit to this. He gets topped up instantly, and that's already one tick now for the Outlaws.
Yeah, and you see, remember when the Atlanta Rain were on offense, right? You're just kind of like waiting around this like EMP and these hacks up on the high ground. Fearless just taking control of the cafe really himself, as puts that Winston bubble down. Fielder can't get any healing out, right? Not able to kind of shoot through that. He has to walk out. Fearless takes him out. So, man, this has been a statement game thus far here from the Outlaws.
Donghack again was at the mercy of Shu. Another big sleep dart to set that up, and Pelican just comes through. More like a stalk than a Pelican, delivers the baby, and it's what sends Donghack packing. 4 minutes 52 on the clock. This is not a drill. This is the Outlaws evicting the Atlanta Rain from that first part of Hollywood.
And they have high ground control. Like, they have full high ground control here. Happy takes out Fielder. Is things starting to get ugly.
In midair was Fielder, knocked away there. It was just an easy shot for Happy. Sokka's gonna have to drop off the high ground here. Blinks into the wall. Interesting pulse bomb. What a stunner! He just turns back 180s, drops a pulse bomb on both supports as they were, okay, maybe inadvisably trying to take the lift as they held hands and sang Kumbaya, but still, it's a great way to relieve some pressure on Atlanta.
I mean, that is a huge fight win and a big pulse bomb. Let's see this from...
He knows it's coming.
Oh, just right onto the lift, yeah. That is massive.
And that's obviously, you know, we've seen Hollywood for many years, but that's a moment of vulnerability for sure. For supports if you're trying to climb up, or anyone really. Atlanta holding further forward means it's harder.
Do you nano Fearless? Let him just like dominate high ground here?
You can say let him cook, it's okay. It's not overused yet. Yes, you absolutely do. He's aware of the sleep dart cooldown. I think to some degree that misses from Fielder. Uncharacteristic for someone who's incredibly good at connecting those, but the hack forces Fearless back to the high ground. And the question is, with that space created, what can the rest of your team do? Finally going to go for the rally. Fearless living dangerously here from the high ground, but it's going to be Donghack finding Shu inside this primal rage. Brief stun as a pulse bomb connects with Chio here, but Atlanta look to be brawling this fight out favorably.
Yeah, as Atlanta will come out on top in this one as Donghack used his primal rage, able to pick up a kill or two, and just displacement with that is you saw Fearless as soon as the hack came in. Seemed like everybody trying to focus him down for the Rain. And now the Rain have something going here, Mitch. I know they got another pulse bomb from Stalker and EMP here. You can use Bob to maybe just like push the car, like maybe try and get Bob up on the high ground and see what they try and do with this for the Outlaws.
And no, look, no Sombra for Houston means it's harder to put that pressure on Donghack that Fearless is suffering, just like this situation. Lip's able just to be a bystander there, hack Fearless while he's on the lift, and there's not really anything you can do, especially if the Outlaws and you're filtering out of that closed room. You can barely get line of sight on the guy. Might be a weakness that the Ash does bring in, and you ask the question, like, how does it look on attack? Well, you start to see it play out. If Atlanta hold forward like this and deny high ground from Houston, very hard for the Outlaws to leverage Ash's strengths.
Yeah, you don't have like that huge, what should be a fight-winning ultimate like an EMP, right? For the Outlaws, maybe you can build some of these support ultimates and you use them to kind of like break this high ground and get those fight wins,
as a
right?
player is great. Some teams can only get 5, so it can be very effective in moments like that. But
you've been saving that one.
The AOE, I mean, I don't know. Could have been off the cuff. You'll never know.
Cook.
You'll never know. All right, Pelican knows able to find Fielder. Big pulse bomb here means that life gets a bit more dangerous for Donghak. He can only really get packs or health packs across the map. He's able to pick up a Mega here. The Atlanta Reign, though, definitely getting forced back.
This is what could be bad, though, for Atlanta, right? You see Happy setting up on the high ground here. You can't really kind of challenge this because you also need to respect and challenge the payload as Shu actually gets hacked. They get a Nano here on the Violet. This could be Nano Rally.
Okay, Happy under pressure here. Donghak heads upstairs. Will be accosted by Fearless briefly and forced to back away, but Stalker is holding his own in the meantime. Getting Violet out of the picture is a big deal, especially with Rally in play at the time. Happy hack should be flattened here. Fearless able to trade, but it's a sleep dart now. And we're heading now down into, some pretty dangerous territory.
This one's not over.
Yeah.
Fearless has Primal, and you still have Shu and Pelican alive. You're going to lose Fielder here. You got Donghak really low. He actually has to pop Primal. So now this fight probably comes to an end, but just with a few more players alive, they force out that Primal Rage.
You stay a little bit longer, though, and you're still not able to force Lip to part with that EMP. So you're running headlong into that ultimate. Something the Outlaws haven't been able to use pretty much at all here on Hollywood. So very good looks for Atlanta. Switching in, of course, to their player mostly tasked with Winston duties, and Donghak's really held his own. I'd say Lip has definitely made it an asymmetric matchup between the Winstons just because of what Sombra can offer you. And again, does the perfect EMP exist? Probably not, but Lip will take what he can get here.
They get a hack on the Fearless. It's just going to deny him jumping in at just this moment. Is going to wait for that hack to wear off. Fearless gets on, gets a touch, going to go back, try and get some health. Is he Happy just desperately trying to get control of some of that high ground.
Okay, Fearless still got hacked there somehow, but goes into the Primal pretty much straight away. It's Pelican that goes down. Lip knew he could dispatch the Tracer after the EMP came in. Yeah, Bob, I mean, where's the value there? Rally in play right now for Chio. That's expired here, but it's enough time for the Atlanta Reign to take care of Shu, and here comes Stalker, who's had such a good round so far. Fearless starting to run out of juice, and Violet's going to be surrounded by all of his assailants right now. I've got to say, Stalker at 11-5 in this round has been a highlight for me from the Atlanta Reign, and the rest of his team clean it up. It's going to be an even series here as Atlanta show that they can give as good as they get when it comes to the Winston.
Yeah, I think really, Donghak obviously played well on the Winston, but this one, Stalker just on the Tracer just takes over in the second part of the map. Outlaws had a lot of time there, Mitch, to take the lead, and it looked like for a little bit they were just going to steamroll on through, but that double pulse bomb up the elevator really changed the momentum.
Yeah, Stalker stepping up here in a big way. Even some of these individual pulse bombs came at very crucial moment. The attachment rate very, very solid over the course of the map here. And look, Lip, on the Sombra making a difference, but much of it came from manual hacks. He gets like 1.75 average players hacked per EMP, but he's more than happy to use that just to blow up, the Houston Tracer Pelican instantly. So you can see what the game plan is here. It's changed a little bit. Lip is settling for less than perfect EMPs, and it pays off in a big way. Kudos to the Atlanta Reign. They can hang with the Outlaws, and we knew that from the start. Let's see how Junkertown plays out after the break. thing, ladies and gentlemen, about seeing these two teams in full flight is that on any map, at any moment, any one of these 10 players can take the game over. And this time it was Stalker's turn, leading the Atlanta Reign to a hard-fought victory on Hollywood, evening up the series, Matthew.
Yeah, and it's Stalker's probably the one in the lobby. Like, obviously, like, I think everybody like knows how great he is, specifically on Tracer, but he's like the one in the lobby. I know probably Dunghack as well, probably the most to prove. And those two players come up clutch for the Atlanta Reign to take map number 2. It was not looking good for a period of time there, and then they just hunker down on defense through that streets phase where now we move over to Junkertown, where a lot of just kind of like comps. I mean, you talk about like map specific types of like comps. Like Junkertown was really kind of like the first map where we saw that at a hyper level, right? Where you just see comps here that you may not see anywhere else.
You're talking about pirate ship, and I'm here for it. Yeah, of course. And the unique topography, I guess, of this map really forces some particular compositions. The best part about that is that it's often comps we don't sort of see on other maps. This is no different, right? Hawk gets subbed in here for the Atlanta Reign over Donghack, so, you know, okay, yeah, it's likely we see non-Winston-based compositions. D.Va, probably the hero that Hawk really rose to prominence on. You know, a lot of those sort of, as we named it back in the day, flex tanks, Hawk was really masterful at. We've seen plenty of teams try to go with the D.Va on maps like this. Sometimes the play can be a little bit slower, and I'm very interested, Matt, to see how it plays up against Houston in their classic Winston Sombra setup.
Yeah, for a second there, I thought, you know, maybe we see a little bit of the happy Widowmaker, but the Sombra was so effective against Hawk in map number 1, right? Where they were able to just kind of like constantly hack Hawk, like eventually to the point that he actually switched off of it and went over the Winston. Oh, here we go.
He knows. So again, I guess it's he's waiting for a call that Lip has shown himself. Okay, it got cancelled. Interesting.
I wonder if Lip, like, you know, after a while has an idea that he's being baby camped.
Yeah, I mean, they don't like, see Happy at all. Maybe his spidey senses start tingling. Either way, good decision. Violet, yeah, eventually can't hold up in the front line. That pressure from Hawk, too much to deal with, and the damage on Fearless Pelican. Oh yeah, they're headed for the hills.
Yeah, as they have to run, it'll be Shu falling as well as... Yeah, I think Lip just kind of has to have like a little bit of a clock in his head. Okay, nobody on my team has been hacked. You know, we're kind of like all brawling here in the front line, you know, fighting back and forth. There's probably, you know, Happy behind enemy lines, like lurking my translocator, right? And then he actually just destroys it and ends up just, you know, playing around the rest of his team. So you ended up having that first fight where Happy just didn't really contribute at all to the Outlaws.
Yeah, baited, kept out of position for a long time. Lip able to have a huge impact. That first EMP for him, right around the corner. Bionade here, offensive, connects with 2. That's going to get Happy to pull the plug.
Yes, don't have anything to cleanse that Bionic grenade, so you have to back up just a little bit here. Looks like Lip maybe, you know, throwing this translocator up, getting a big EMP. That's what we're looking for here. Actually not even going to use it, and they're just going to burn down Pelican straight away.
Got no need, gives himself at least a way to get out. The trade is pretty good though. The Outlaws are there. It's going to be Shu nanoing Fearless, and that nano carries him into Primal Rage, which he just pops instantly here. Not a great selection of targets. Stalker can mostly just kite back. Chio though, not nearly as mobile. We can pressure pretty heavily here, and look who we found. It's Fielder, who nanos Chio to keep him up. Self-destruct here from Hawk, but no one's going to be really there to see the fallout. A Stalker makes short work of the rest of the Outlaws.
Yes, you have to back up. I mean, being able to keep Chio alive with that nano, and then also being able to use the rally. I mean, that is enormous because they're looking like the Outlaws, you know, get a few kills early, and then they're able to get things rolling. This will be a big test. Pelican with a blade. If you don't get any value out of this blade here, I mean, really both DPS for the Outlaws have not contributed a ton.
All right, Pelican dives in, staying pretty close to notice to Fearless until he sees Lip, forces that translocate away. Yes, a lot of space has been created, but only a player gap of 1 here. So maybe more needs to be done. Lip again's able to pull on out. Stalker a little low, but has the mobility, and the Outlaws are finding it hard to keep Atlanta under their thumb right now. Hawk was hacked for a time, so it's forced to be a spectator in this fight for a moment, and Pelican finally runs Stalker down.
I was just going to say, it seems like they've had no answer for Stalker, but Pelican gets Stalker in Lip. basically instantly tries to go for Chio in the backline, but not able to stay alive. But this should open it up, though, for the Outlaws to take that first checkpoint.
Yeah. Again, great little two-piece there by Pelican. Ostensibly solo, right? Able to take down the Tracer. Obviously, you know, eventually gets gooned by the brick setup. Fearless goes in. They don't have to use a nano boost there for Houston as they clean up the fight. It's going to be important coming into this next phase of the map where Fearless is really going to value that durability.
You just need to cycle these effectively, though, for the Outlaws, right? I mean, you're probably going to end up like with 4 ultimates pretty much for this next fight. Do you EMP and then just kind of like send players up to the high ground, get kills off of that? What you don't want to see them do is like EMP, nano, send Fearless up, right? You know, then end up, you know, having to use a primal, right? Just kind of like burn through a lot of these here.
I thought
he was going to use it, and actually Lip just went around the box. Yeah.
Lip's able to get away. They only catch Hawk, who's completely unbothered by it. Not a great EMP from Houston.
God, that was so weird. Like, did you see like Happy like kind of like jump and move to the side like he was going to EMP? And it looked like he was calling for it, and then because Lip got behind the cover, they like, yeah, it was just so like disjointed.
I think Happy fired some shots coming out of Cloak, right? Before he went for the EMP.
Yeah, maybe that's exactly what happened, right? Like, kind of like even gave Lip a little bit of a warning, like, hey, it's coming.
I mean, if anybody's going to take advantage of that advance notice, it is Lip. And he does. 1:40 on the clock here. Shu trying to get some heads turned in his direction. That Bio doesn't quite connect, but Lip had nowhere to go there. Nano held from 2 fights ago, now deployed on towards Fearless, but Hawk's to get one of his own, and he gives the same treatment to the Outlaws. Shu is absolutely ripped to shreds by him there. Pulse Bomb, Fearless going to charge straight into it. Yes, he's hit by the Bio nade and the sleep, but he withstands all of it. Somebody woke him up, and now this is dangerous. But Violet's gone down elsewhere here. Hawk's been able to find huge impact throughout the course of this fight. And he just pushes the Outlaws back, says, I don't need to extend for this. You guys are already running.
Yeah, they're not really punishing Hawk at all. I mean, he has been able to do whatever he wants on the Diva on this map, unlike map number 1. Now Atlanta Reign, they have that high ground. Stalker with a pulse bomb. Oh, I thought he was going to land it right on top of Violet's head.
He's able to shield bash away. No stick on that pulse. Hawk here just happened to try and keep the hatches battened of the Outlaws. Eventually they surge ahead though. Hawk gonna be slept. Turns around again, wants to force Happy back. EMP, what a connection! What a play! 4 players called with that one, and Stalker takes liberties as Pelican does not have the mobility available. Violet here. Pressure on Lip, but the Outlaws are limping away from this fight.
I mean, the combination of like EMPs with biotic grenades, that's going to be an EMP from Happy there as you have Fearless on the inside with Happy. I mean, could you have not gotten like another fight maybe if you're the Outlaws?
Potentially. The stagger was brutal though. Even Lip is like 1v1ing Violet to make it so he can't escape. He wants to hold them in position. Willing to take quite a risk in order to do so. Lip sets his translocator up there towards that high ground. Happy does not have that EMP available. This is disastrous for the Outlaws. It needs to be Pelican with a huge drop here to turn the fight around.
For both teams.
Translocator taken down there. Lip obviously aware of that. It wasn't in any danger at the time, but Fearless is able to ruin him. Nano boost on the Winston. Nothing subtle about it, but it's about effectiveness, not flair. Diving now over towards Chio. He's in no man's land for the time being, though. Wants to interact with Stalker somewhat as he mans that gantry. 4 players on the cart moving on in. Violet eventually deals with Stalker.
Kill.
Nipping at the heels, but he lingered a little too long here, Matt. The Atlanta Reign are going to look to try and make something happen here as Pelican's been taken down by Lip. What a huge kill. Hawk on the cart. Primal Rage in the backline there for Fearless. EMP for 3. Violet's cut down instantly midway through the rally. And now Chio stands tall on the cart. Fearless gets slapped senseless. And the Atlanta Reign put a stop to the Outlaws outside of the last phase of the map.
Bro, I think you actually would have been able to come back as like a full team and get that EMP off if you're the Outlaws. Like, you end up using it in that close quarters there. Maybe you thought you were going to get staggered out for like even a little bit longer and you weren't going to be able to get back as a full squad, but they make it back with what seems like ample time, right? I know Happy's the one who actually able to get the touch, so it feels like he may have kind of like burn that ultimate there, which, you know, you have an EMP towards the end, or maybe for that first fight it goes a little bit faster, you get a full team wipe, right? Probably would have been in a much better spot.
I gotta say, someone I'm really keeping an eye on at the moment is Hawk. His play has looked pretty close to flawless. He's going up against, obviously, Happy on that Sombra, who's definitely looking to try and make his day hard. But this is Lip, that first kill right to start off the fight. This is so big. You're kidding me. No hack, no problem. One clipping Pelican.
Just clips him. I mean, Pelican also probably doesn't even expect, typically you would expect a hack, right? And then maybe Pelican's able to get out of the way or put some shots, but just the Sombra erupting out of nowhere and what kills you. I mean, we have it in slow-mo, but that kill happens so fast that you just don't expect it.
Every EMP, Lip is getting more than 3 players caught. 3.5% efficiency on that, so each time he drops it, it's getting a ton of value. Even for such a fast-moving, mobile composition as the Outlaws, they have to group up, and Lip is finding them at that apex point.
So Lip now, just kind of stalking, looking around. They know exactly where Happy is. What do you think about the Kariko edition here for the Outlaws? They, interesting enough, don't want to have to play the Brigitte again.
Maybe they feel like it gives them more of an answer against Lip, but I fail to see how that is the case. She's pretty vulnerable.
The cleanse, potentially? Biotic grenades coming through constantly? Yeah, there's...
You lose out so much free healing against the D.Va. Every time you see a D.Va as the Brick just whip shot him, get that extra healing. It's really quite nice to get those Inspire procs that way. Oh god, that's not good. Fielder dumps one on Pelican there. Stalker will be punished, hanging around the water tower, but the Atlanta Reign show no signs of stopping right now. Fielder has a safe spot, and he's working quickly towards that Nano, as is Shu. So the question is, where does Fearless go? How does he find value here? He needs to strike gold.
Oh, they get a hack on a Hawk, and then they actually use the Nano. That's a nice whip shot, just knocking Fearless off course.
Another one!
Yeah, that's absolutely nothing there with the Nano boost. You're probably trying to get Fearless into the back line, but that Violet with a headshot on the Lip, that's one way to deal with a Sombra.
Look, either a whip shot or it was a short jump from Fearless. Him feeling like he couldn't really fully engage there. Either way, both signs are very good for the Atlanta Reign. Building up these key ultimates now. That Nano got 0 value. Nada. Zilch. None.
They're just baiting them in here.
Oh, the shield Love that. Hey, look, obviously a great Nano target if she's going to get pressured. But the way Chio used his shield was cutting off the hack constantly from Happy. I mean, Happy would have had to EMP to get the hack there. Chio did a bunch of things in a few seconds. The shield bashed away with the bomb. Everything was perfect. You can't run away from the EMP, as I said, but still it's big. You create a lot of space, got a lot of time for your team. A bit of an underwhelming EMP follow-up for Atlanta, though. And they're going to be slowed down once more. 1:43 on the clock.
At what point do you start to get worried here if you're the Atlanta Reign, right? You just use this EMP 1:35 on the clock.
Now,
if you don't get anything with this pulse bomb, I think you're probably in a little bit of panic mode, right? You can Nano Hawk, but it's not as strong as nanoing the Winston and then or having a primal even after.
Yeah, Lip is 1:40 per EMP, so has time probably to build one more here if things go right. There it is. They find what they needed to. Yeah, Fearless gets plucked away. Not able to be
healed.
Why
didn't he He could have primal, right?
I think it was just an oversight. He probably thought he would be topped up enough to deal with that. Unclear.
Or maybe he gets the effect of the Nano, maybe, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Shu without a Nano here, so maybe the case, but the Atlanta Reign do get to that first checkpoint here. Fearless, maybe the Nano came too late as well, and we just lost it. I didn't quite see who the recipient of that was.
The Nano actually, they ended up Nanoing Pelican after.
Okay. Yeah, so timing wasn't there.
It had to have been I mean, this is just a murder going on inside there. It had to have been Hawk maybe putting pressure on the Shu up on the high ground and didn't have LOS of Fearless to get the Nano onto him, and maybe Fearless wasn't aware of it because he was just inside his bubble and I think waiting for something, right? Otherwise, he obviously would have popped primal.
Erring on that side is probably correct there. Fearless maybe just getting a bit unfortunate in that moment, but it hurts, Matt. That is going to sting.
Yeah. Because you were in a spot where you might have been able to get a hold on point 1, right? You were just worried about that Stalker Pulse Bomb where the Winston lives on through it. You feel pretty good about holding that.
You had some big ults, so now you're running into another Lip EMP, and Fearless looking charred, black and burned. Going to be a trade at the very least, so Lip is out of the picture, but dealing with Fearless is a big deal. And yet, the Atlanta Reign not really ready to push up. The Kitsune Rush was used, and that's enough really to ward the Atlanta Reign for the time being.
Yeah, you don't want to push in. You know, the Tracer can put down tons of damage, and especially with a Sombra that you hack Hawk with that Kitsune Rush, you can get him demeched in what feels like a half of a second. As EMP here for Happy. He's going to pop it, going to connect with both supports.
Yeah, focus was good there on towards Chio. No firing before EMP popped, just went for it straight away. Just really paves the way for Pelican to stick an easy pulse to Fielder. And that fight's going to be all said and done. Minute 43 here to work with. Let's cast our eyes back to the top of the screen here as Atlanta Reign have a power play opportunity here despite losing that EMP, seeing the Kitsune Rush come down and not having any follow-up mechanism. Still a big opportunity here to do some damage.
Happy. Lip gets rid of these translocate. No, they like just ran right by each other.
Definitely saw each other there.
Just in case.
Yeah.
Translocator down here. Happy under pressure at the same time. And they have to Nano Happy because he lost his Translocator. Or perhaps for another reason. But either way, he needed that Nano in a big way. He would have just blown up. Chill Bash there. Eventually, Happy's able to get away, but has to make it very clear where he's throwing that Translocator. It's not punished at the very least. Stalker playing from the periphery here. Fielder has a pretty nice, pretty safe angle and a Nano boost to deploy. Everyone trying to play from, I guess, yeah, the edges of the fight here. Nano not an option right now. Fielder hacked. Needs to find a way to deploy before he gets potentially taken down. And the prescient bubble timing from Fearless prevents him from getting slept there. Here's the Kitsune Rush, Matt.
Yeah, this Kitsune Rush could be huge. It's actually the Nano that goes on to Lip here as all they deal with Fearless yet again, but it's going to be an EMP that comes through. Or actually just a hack there from Happy. He's going to have the EMP here in a sec.
He's got to use it. He's got to find a way to get some value out of it, but they've already lost Pelican, and Happy followed soon after. Shu, despondent, drops down to the low ground and knows that this one is already chalked. The Atlanta Reign edge ahead in this series. Another very competitive Junkertown. And the Reign come out on top.
It's just those small plays. You know, on point one, being able to keep Fearless alive, potentially, you know, with that Nano, and then he would have had a Primal to just use right after that. And then there towards the end, when Lip actually destroys the Translocator there, if Happy, they have to use the Nano on a Happy. They don't have it for Fearless to keep that payload contested.
Yeah, real back and forth stuff here. I mean, we kind of throw back here. This is Chio just going absolutely wild. Happy you see getting slept there after deploying the EMP, and it's an easy scoop up for Stalker. Look like for both teams, they definitely had some struggles outside this first checkpoint.
Yeah, and you know, this is one I think probably the Outlaws would love to have back as well. Like this EMP, this is kind of what we're talking about right here. 17 seconds to go, right? Happy gets away. He's still able to, you know, get to the payload. Is bringing it back towards everybody.
Mechanically, that is incredible, right?
Yeah.
He has to break up the hack coming in as well. Otherwise, he can't sort of, you know, do anything about that. He can't shield bash away. Beautiful stuff there from the Atlanta Reign. Chio with some slick moves as we head into a break. Esperanza is up next. And a chance for the Outlaws to keep it tight and force a map 5. Not a lot being kept in reserve by the Houston Outlaws and the Atlanta Reign as our top of the table tussle is ticking all the boxes so far, Matt. What a Junkertown matchup. We didn't even get to see the whole map. Didn't matter. I was loving it.
No. Crazy series thus far, man. I was laughing about like whatever's going on with the lighting in Lip's room. It's going wild. It's like it's like he trains himself in like like one of those rooms that you would see in like a fighting movie where it's just one light bulb flickering above.
Oh, it's like an Ozark, right? Where Marty gets like tortured, you know what I mean? Like this is how Lip keeps his mental absolutely unbreakable.
It's that room, but just with an Atlanta Reign backdrop.
Yeah, it's just like Seek and Destroy by Metallica being blasted in the background like at full speed, and Lip is just unperturbed. It's also the best way to play Overwatch as well. Just flood yourself with stimulation so that all of a sudden 10 ultimates in a team fight feels like nothing. I respect it.
Yeah, for sure. We have Donghack coming in here for the Atlanta Reign, so probably going to see some more like Winston-based setups here coming in for Esperanza. But this series has delivered. I could totally see this, looking forward to like mid-season madness, right? Like this could totally be something that ends up being like a finals there, right? Like another rematch of this series. I mean, these two teams seem to be just on another level right now.
Look, if you're hoping to see the Western region put a strong foot forward, internationally throughout the year, like you're very, very happy to see either of these teams flying the flag, or both, as it may be the case here. Really impressive stuff from both sides. We've seen, obviously, Atlanta are making substitutions at the tank position, right? Both Donghack and Hawk bring a very different flavor to this team, but both of them have been fantastic. Donghack obviously playing Winston into, a Winston mirror where he has a Sombra, his opponents have an Ashe, so it requires it's asymmetrical in some senses, but he was doing a fantastic job, really knew when to go aggressive and had a really good awareness of what was going on around him. Esperanza here, map number 4, and it's a must-win for the Outlaws, man.
And to give like an idea, Atlanta Reign came into the series, Mitch, without dropping a map. They dropped the first one, and then just kind of like battle through, win the next two. I mean, you win this one, Atlanta, you move to 5-0, a 15-1 map record.
I believe they had
that is just filthy.
Did they not have the longest map winning streak coming into an early season, I want to say?
I mean, do they? I feel like, there's some San Francisco shop teams that just won like an infinite amount of games in a row, it felt like.
Could be spreading misinformation on the internet, but they didn't all have like clean sweep series as well. Either way, I digress.
It's a Custa stat. I agree. That makes sense.
I mean,
I like it.
I believe we learned that from Maven. Well, that's a clean stat.
Yep. My old
never lost a map.
Just making up stats. Yeah. Now my new one's making up stats.
Well, the more things change, the more they stay the same. I've got a lot more hair than Clint, though. I'll take that one.
Hey, bro, your hair keeps moving back. The hairline keeps going further back.
It is a distinguished forehead. I definitely don't have to moisturize my forehead yet, so I'm in good shape.
It's creeping.
Again, that's that feeling for the Houston Outlaws, though. Again, they're looking down this map, and it's with grim conviction. They know they must win here to force a map 5. A map 5 that Jake said could fit their style really quite well. But the Atlanta Reign can bring Donghack in and play the Winston mirror quite happily.
I think this is such like an important start for this map for the Outlaws, right? You lose 2 in a row, 2 pretty close maps, very kind of like back and forth. Maybe it's just one play here or there that decides it. Atlanta gets the cart first here and starts like moving it forward. And that is just a little bit of a blow to the confidence here. Is the only difference we're going to see Violet actually go back and play the brig.
Okay. There it is. Lip just descends on Shu. I mean, Donghack wasn't far behind. Maybe biting off a bit more than he could chew there, as he did get traded out. Without a Winston, what does that mean for Atlanta? They don't seem too bothered right now. The bot's not really moving either, so they have some time to coalesce somewhat and await the arrival of their main tank. Recall here.
So if you can't keep Shu alive with the brig, why not run like the Lucio? Or even kind of like the Kariko, right?
Unclear. I feel like Atlanta definitely fancy having the Lucio here. Gives them the ability just to, again, go up tempo when they want to. Maybe collapse on backline a bit more effectively as well. They have a lead here already, so they definitely have the advantage. Even after losing Donghack in their previous fight, the trade favored them.
Yeah, and you're just, I mean, this neutral, you're just allowing everybody to just farm up towards this EMP, right?
It's going to get messy.
Yeah, you got Fielder with a nano boost a little bit before, probably just about the same time here as Shu by the time things kicks off. But man, yeah, not even through the first choke, and it just ultimates all over the place. And that'll be Lip actually using that EMP. And I remember we were talking about in the beginning of the series, him just kind of holding on to it so long. That time used it early and gets a kill on a Pelican.
Yeah, use it straight away. Happy did as well, in fairness, but I think it gave enough time for that nano boost to come online for Fielder. So impossible for the Outlaws to make a pick as a result of that EMP. It in fact comes a little bit later. Again, Shu, ever the smooth criminal, is able to find Stalker pressuring down. And it's a trade of Winston's here. So favoring the Outlaws slightly, and they're trying to make up for lost ground now while they can.
Yeah, they're going to start to get the push bot moving the opposite direction. Not a ton here, earned in terms of, barrier progress by the Atlanta Reign.
Oh, Lip hacked by Pelican had to recall there.
Yeah, not able to kind of collapse on him.
Fielder was watching over him anyway, but still. Like an opportunity goes begging there for the Outlaws, and again, it's the Reign who want to start the fight on their own terms. Sound barrier here for Chio. Fielder definitely suffering the scrutiny of Pelican for the time being, but has evaded it for the most part. Donghack elsewhere, no subtlety about his approach. Runs straight down, gets rid of Violet here in the Atlanta Reign. She'll be back in the driver's seat. Not much Fearless can really do here to salvage it. And a bit of an inauspicious beginning here to the Outlaws, as this is their campaign to stay in the series.
I feel like most of Houston kind of did their job there, though, Mitch. Like, sound barrier comes through for the Atlanta Reign. They push on up, and it's just like a 1v1 between, like, Fielder and Pelican for a little bit, and Fielder just able to keep himself alive, where the Outlaws, like, they actually end up living through a lot of the sound barrier and the pressure, but they just didn't get that kill on the Fielder.
That was so dangerous for Lip. He translocated basically right back where he was, but no one from the Outlaws expected this translocator to be behind them, so nobody turns around. So Lip translocates all of 1 foot to the right and still gets away with it, gets an EMP, gets a kill, and gets away with that one there as well. Absolutely ridiculous as Happy translocates close to the action as well, and he's in trouble.
Yes, the thing's starting to kind of, go in favor of the Atlanta Reign in a big way, as Stalker will have a pulse bomb coming up next. You're just really trying to... Oh, wait, what? That must have been maybe like a whip shot and then a right click there from Fearless, finishing off Lip. I mean, that is huge. That could be an opening.
And you nano Donghack in response, plus trade. You get an honor kill for your troubles here. Pelican is getting the bot back to parity by the looks of things. So even though there's some ultimates exchange, some kills go down in this fight, definitely favoring the Outlaws here. Donghack, just wait for the hack to expire. He can jump back to the rest of his team here and establish the neutral ground again.
But still, you get that pick here just because you're in this like neutral game, right? Where Fielder's been, every time I feel like we've gone to Fielder, he's been up on this bridge, being able to just live forever. As you don't dislodge him from there, he's able to just heal everybody up. That's going to be the nano boost used on the Violet. Look at this, Donghack can just go back to the rest of the team. I feel like getting that nano out is a pretty big win.
Yeah, you can't use it offensively. It was only Donghack putting pressure there on Violet. I guess that's the fault of the Outlaws for allowing that to happen and being forced to par with that ultimate, but they might have found an opportunity there on Chio, but Fielder to the rescue. Constantly, Fielder's been piddling back in step with Chio, topping him up. Chio would have died with beat, essentially, in that fight, but now he lives. He has a chance to use it. The backline of the Atlanta Reign firing on all cylinders, and now the rest of the team starting to get their hands dirty. Pelican torn limb from limb by Stalker. Donghack inside this primal here can go basically wherever he wants. Chaos zone in the race for the Outlaws, but it's an EMP now from both Happy and Lip. Again, the Atlanta Reign edge them out in effectiveness.
Man, and in the survivability and just having the ultimate of sound barrier, I feel like you've just gotten so much more value out of the sound barrier than you would out of the rally. I think Violet, though, for Houston, is a pretty good, secondary nano target, right? You can nano Fearless or you can nano Violet, if they kind of dive on in. But you have not gotten any bot progress at all, really, for the Outlaws. 18 meters, you're down by, more than 50 at this moment, halfway through the game. They need a big turn of events here.
Yeah, look, having lost that checkpoint, that really hurts when the Outlaws have to fight from such a huge deficit. I don't think the numbers favor the team this far behind this part of the round. So the odds are against Houston here. We know what they're like. Donghack gets himself a nano, but great sleep there. Good recovery from Shu. He's able just to hop, skip, and jump away for the time being. Back to the high ground goes Donghak, maybe putting himself in a position to peel back as the momentum now starts to shift in the Outlaws' favor. Great awareness though from Donghak. Looks like he's able to transition into a kill on Violent and hang about. The Outlaws here have made a misstep.
Backline. Yeah, I mean, that's the entire backline completely gone there for Houston. Is now they have the rest of the team has to like just hightail it out of there. Is what looked like was going to be just beneficial. Maybe the Outlaws getting the ball in the right direction ends up turning out to be nothing. And look at this Lip just stalking the back line.
Not guaranteeing an insta kill here. Donghak needs to turn up. Shu, Hack, but Violet was there with the rally. So force that support ultimate here. Donghak's able to get away, but for how long is the question?
He's not going to get away for long, yeah.
Still, the Atlanta Reign pushing all the while. Now to 93 and counting. And I'm sorry, Matt, but are the Atlanta Reign better in the Houston in the Winston comp than Houston are?
I mean, look, this is a pretty dominant showing on this map from the Atlanta Reign. I don't know if I'd go that far. I mean, I think actually just the way that they're playing this with the Lucio in the mix, I think it's just a little bit better than the kind of version that we're seeing here from the Outlaws. But yeah, I think you're seeing a little bit of having the Lucio in the mix, obviously a huge benefit. And then I also think, Lip has really come alive on the Sombra, really just putting his imprint on the game.
Nice moment there from Happy and Pelican, rendezvousing in the vicinity of a very scared fielder after the EMP. So they do secure that kill, but the Reign fire back quickly as per usual. Primal Rage here for Fearless now expiring. Donghak also popped his. Will be Stalker lingering with that Pulse Bomb in the back pocket. A lot of key ultimates for both sides here. The Sound Barrier, the EMP, those are big and hit both backliners for it. Yeah, you're going to come up with the goods.
Yeah, and you have a nano boost here onto Fearless, but still you lose the whole backline, right? I mean, what do you do when you don't have that backline? Maybe, yeah, you have to use the nano maybe to just kind of keep Fearless up and keep yourself in the fight. But once you lose both supports, the other team's still rolling. You're in a tough spot. Is Fearless gonna be able to make it out? I mean, yeah, it has to use a bubble to do so, but so weak.
90 seconds left. The issue for Houston, they cannot keep Shu alive. Out of their 20 total deaths, Shu accounts for 6 of them, which is a pretty significant amount. He's being dove very effectively by Atlanta. Constantly being scrutinized. Fielder with only 4. Chio not dying at all, mind you. So maybe the Lucio pick instead of the Brig is kind of one you highlighted earlier. Maybe the better option. Shu under a decent amount of pressure now as Donghak simply wants to hold the line. We see the dive in from Fearless now. Pulse Bomb not connecting. Fearless able to find his Corey before he's traded out here. So no wisdom for the Houston Outlaws. Initiator maybe not necessary though because the fight is all well and truly underway. Violet's in trouble though. What a biotic grenade connection. And still with the Winston slept, Donghak isn't able to help Stalker find the instant kill. Eventually, Violet collapses though with 49 seconds left in the round. Yes, the Outlaws are absconding with the bot, but eventually that's going to swing back the other way.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting the bot a little bit further away, so maybe you're denying some progress here for the Atlanta Reign. But it feels like the damage is done, Mitch. Yeah, I mean, what, you got 60 meters you got to make up. You're going to have to use some of these big key ultimates, even to just stop the bot just moving further into your own direction. Atlanta Reign really just kind of showing how dominant they are.
The EMP at least is what the Outlaws needed to make happen, and they get hand Chio his first death. Good start. Going to take a lot more than that. They are a long way behind. Donghak knows that the fight is pretty much over. He recommits here. It'll be rather harebrained, and he's going into the backline. He's going with the Primal. Stalker gets rid of Pelican here, and even Underman, the Atlanta Reign want to commit to this fight. Confidence, yes. Arrogance, who knows? Stalker's able to find 2, so it don't matter. He's able to deliver when it counts. Now looks to wrap around the backside. Shu completely unaware, able to sidestep the pulse at the very least here, but we're in overtime. Happy got the nano here. So desperate are the Outlaws to try and keep their Sombra alive, but he's just going to back away. The bot is under Atlanta Range control. Someone had to come up and touch it. It's going to be Pelican here, forced to recall. Happy going to get taken down by Stalker, and it's only Fearless to step up now. Pelican had to blink in that direction. Shu has no help. He's on an island, and Stalker makes a meal of him. Donghak will be traded as he often is in these fights, but Fearless is running out of teammates to keep him standing. Primal Rage is going to expire soon. He's hacked, forced away, boot back. Stalker finds the kill. Great Pulse Bomb connection on Chio, but it's going to take more than that here. Lip seals the deal with Violet, and now Pelican only blink away. The Atlanta Reign silence the Houston Outlaws. The upstart challenger to their throne is sent packing.
Oh, what a series there. The Outlaws come out, they win map number 1, and after that, the Atlanta Reign clutch up. Some nice substitutions, rotating in Donghak and Hawk, to play the kind of tanks that they're the best at. But really, Lip, Stalker, the backline, I mean, just Atlanta Reign, just a full team effort today.
It's really easy to get excited about teams that can get a ton of value out of players that are on their bench. Even having players on their bench is a great start, right? But, when we see someone like Donghak get subbed in, play the Winston, play it, against the composition that we ostensibly think, hey, Houston, definitely that's where they can sort of scrape out or eke out an advantage. Donghak can turn up. He's very aggressive, right? Yeah, there's plenty of deaths, but he's doing his job. More than trading up his own life and giving a lot of room to the rest of the Atlanta Reign to do their thing. Stalker popping off, but, Donghak really paves the way for him there.
I would be shocked if we don't see this match again down the road. I feel like these two teams, there's more to this that has to be decided. I feel like there's more to this story, as player of the match today will be Stalker, where you have some fantastic players in the servers, some that we're seeing, how can they kind of like prove themselves at this type of level. But man, there's one thing we all knew about Stalker, one of the best, if not the best tracer we got. Up there with the likes of Proper, and he showed it today. It felt like that pole swap right there turned the whole series on its head.
Yeah, we saw the Outlaws that they preferred to play the Ashe composition on that map, and maybe they got punished a bit there for not playing the Sombra. Stalker really able to exploit the fact that, no Sombra was going to turn up and hack him and make it impossible for him to escape. Fantastic showing here. Again, sub 4 deaths per 10. Again, a lot of back and forth brawls, on these maps. So no individual player is probably going to come out with a very clean stat sheet. It doesn't tell much of the story here, but Stalker arguably a cut above the rest. Back to the drawing board for the Houston Outlaws. There's probably a huge gulf between these two teams and the rest of the league right now, but there's no way, Matt, Houston are going to be satisfied with that.
I don't think it's a loss where the Outlaws, you're like, okay, let's go back and just redo everything we've done. I think you show that you can kind of go toe-to-toe with this team, right? They hand them a map loss. Hollywood extremely close down to the wire, right? Junkertown, you look at a few decisions here or there. Really, Esperanto is the only one that kind of got a little bit ugly in terms of results. So I don't think it's a whole go back to the drawing board here for the Outlaws. I think you just got to own in on some decision making, maybe look at running that Lucio, putting Violet back on that for some of these maps, and I think you're in a good spot to make this an even closer series.
I love that point. Shu, huge playmaker, right, for the Houston Outlaws, getting dove time and time again, and there's not enough protection from Violet Brig to keep him standing. What a day of games it's been, everybody. We're far from done, though. We're going to break it down, of course, with our peanut gallery on the desk. There's much to be said about this match and much... Oh, that's right. We're in the same room now.
Yeah, mate, you can't say that.
Peanut gallery?
You guys have,
that's all right.
Yeah, you guys have the numbers advantage.
Yeah. We can take you 3-on-1.
I'll go for the legs, you guys go for the upper half.
He can handle me on his own just quietly, but that's fine. Look, seriously, especially for Jake, we thought that the Winston composition would be kind of like the edge for Houston. Doesn't seem like that was the case at all.
I agree. I think that's exactly why Atlanta were able to make this series so dominant. I would say it's a dominant series. Yeah. I agree though with what Matt said. I really like this point that I don't think this is back to the drawing board for Houston. I don't think having the closest series anybody has had so far with Atlanta is back to the drawing board. I just think Atlanta, they're the stronger team, right? Even on the Winston comp. I think that's where we've seen that Atlanta is the real question now is, can anybody take them? I think the answer right now is no. This meta, the answer is no. Is this just going to be our Mid-Season Madness champion? We need someone else to rise, or maybe Houston to sort of play a little bit better. But I think what we got in our interview from Checkmate, the previous match, is very true. I think this match comes down to condition. It comes down to those individual plays. That was a slugfest.
No, I honestly think if this match goes again in the near future, I think Houston also has a really good chance of winning. Like Checkmate said, it really comes down to condition, how the players are feeling. And honestly, it was a 3-1, but it did not even feel like a 3-1.
They had me in the first half. In the first half, I was like, ooh, this is not looking good for Atlanta. But honestly, that pulse bomb by Stalker on that elevator, taking out both backliners, that really reset everything. And then all of a sudden, they could exploit that happy Ashe. All of a sudden, they could play their own tempo. And from there, it started to snowball. Also, Lip was not very strong in the front half of this series playing this Sombra. He held EMPs for an incredibly long time. The follow-up wasn't there when he was dropping it. So Atlanta Reign did start slow, but once they had their tempo, Houston Outlaws couldn't keep up.
I mean, and also I think talking about Atlanta Reign, I think it really goes to show like how good this whole team is, right? Like we talk about them being flexible, but it's not only flexible. Like I think the only thing that I was very worried about for this matchup was Donghak's Winston. Like can he hold his own against the best Winston player who is Fearless? And of course, Fearless looked a lot better, but I think he definitely held his own, and it really helped out Atlanta Reign in the end.
Yeah, overall, Atlanta Reign was the stronger team, but I have to agree. I think Donghak is not a weakness for this team. Right. I mean, if anything, he looks like a strength. His Winston looks great. He's proving that they can run these comps. I think the only question for Atlanta is sort of when you have Hawk in, are you fully committed to playing the off tanks? Could you get exploited on certain maps? But I think Atlanta, they have such a good read on the meta, and their individual players are so good that I don't think they're going to be caught flat-footed very easily.
And Jake brought this up when we first saw the first map with Antarctic Peninsula. What happened was they had Hawkin, and then in the first round he has to switch Winston. Yeah. That's bad news. At that point, you've had an issue, and Hawk versus Fearless Winston, it's not going to be close. Yeah.
I mean, also, we're talking about a lot of things, but the support, I guess, battle was crazy, too. And we have a post-match interview with Chio from Atlanta Reign, their god tank player. So I'm going to move. Chio? Chio. Oh, no, the tank. No, support. That's it.
Yo, Chio's improving.
Chio, I'm sorry. It just slipped.
Looks like a tank.
Support. Healer. God healer. Alright. 치오 선수 죄송합니다. 제가 말을 하다가 탱커라고 말했는데 죄송합니다. 일단 사과를 드리면서 I mean, this was a big dub for the Atlanta Reign. This was a very fun match to watch. I mean, it was definitely hyped up for a really good reason. You guys were going. It was #1 team in the West going up against #2 in the West. How did you guys plan for this match? What was like the game plan going into this match against Houston Outlaws? 자, 오늘 승리를 축하드리면서 정말 굉장히 재밌는 경기였다고 저는 생각을 합니다. 그리고 일단 우리 지금 서부 쪽에서 1, 2위를 다투는 두 팀의 경기였기 때문에 치어 선수 오늘 휴스턴과의 경기 좀 어떻게 준비를 하셨나요?
우선은 저희가 이제 휴스턴이랑 대회가 있다 보니까 상대도 안 했고 연습으로. 그리고 뭔가 휴스턴이 일단 잘한다는 팀인 걸 아니까 많이 걱정을 했지만 그냥 저희가 더 잘하니까 그냥 저희 잘하는 대로 하자, 저희가 하던 대로 하자 이렇게 해서 그냥 아무런 준비 없이 했습니다.
아무런 준비가 없었다. Honestly, there weren't a lot of prep work that went into this match. You know, we know that Houston are a good team, but honestly, we are better than Houston. So we just went in how we regularly practice, nothing out of the ordinary, and knowing that we are a better team, you know, we didn't have to have any special plans against Houston Outlaws, and we just went in and we got the win. I do also want to ask you about that last map because in my personal perspective, I guess, your Lucio on Esperanza was a very clutch pick because it was sort of a mirror match. I think Houston had Brig instead of Lucio. How did you guys come up with, I guess, you on Lucio? Was that sort of planned or was that like, did you guys figure that out as you guys went on? 자, 두 번째 질문으로는 이제 마지막 맵이었던 에스페란자에서 이제 치오 선수의 루시우가 제가 봤을 때는 굉장히 좀 끝에 가서 승리를 이루는 데 큰 도움이 됐다고 생각을 합니다. 이제 어떻게 보면 다른 어떤 역할들은 다 비슷한 영웅들로 나왔는데 그 루시우 픽은 좀 어떻게 이루어지게 되셨나요? 원래 좀 연습이 돼 있던 건가요? 아니면 경기를 하면서 루시우를 가야겠다라는 좀 생각을 하셨나요?
우선은 그 맵에서 여러 가지 카드를 준비했었는데 그때 상대방이 이제 휴스턴이 스타일이 살짝 아예 안 싸워주고 최대한 천천히 하더라고요 게임을. 그래서 이거는 그냥 루시우를 들고 억지로 싸워야겠다. 그냥 루시우 들고 억지로 싸우자 해서 루시우 들고 템포를 좀 많이 올렸던 것 같아요.
All right. I mean, going into Esperanza, we actually have had a lot of cards up our sleeves, and definitely Lucio was one of them. But as the match progressed, we sort of found out that Houston didn't really want to pick fights, and they were sort of backing up and playing slow. So we thought that. Our team thought that, you know, it would be better to just have me on Lucio and just go right in and initiate the fight and sort of control the tempo. And I think that's why we landed on Lucio as one of our picks. All right, Chio, that is it for the questions. Thank you so much for your time. And again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 승리 축하드리면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Interesting, giving us a bit of juice there on the Lucio. I like it.
I like it. I think it fits push very well. I think just the ability to reset quickly, especially once Atlanta got a lead, they were playing so scrappy. I don't know, you know, if you guys are watching the objective bar, it was, you know, Pelican and Happy were constantly pulling the bot away from Atlanta, but Atlanta just lets it happen and then brawls it out. trades kills both ways. I mean, it's a knockdown drag out, but in the end, you're in the lead. You don't need to make more progress. You just need to make sure that the team that's behind never gets the chance to like properly regroup, properly take and snowball fights and come back. And so they did that really well. So being able to just be a little more scrappy with the Lucio, I think played really well in Esperanza.
Yeah, honestly, I was also really happy with some of the looks that we saw from the Houston Outlaws as well. As much as we can sort of talk about the woes of their loss in this match, they still were very, very competitive. I think they're firmly number 2 in my eyes in this region. And with just a few tweaks, they can take it to Atlanta Reign. As Matt said, we will see these teams again, maybe in the mid-season madness in Korea, and it'll be close no matter what happens.
Before we move on, I want to quickly apologize to Houston Outlaws for saying that you guys are going to lose 3-0. You guys definitely aren't. You guys definitely did it. And I think Houston Outlaws are a great team.
Are people getting mad at you on Twitter again, Danny? No, ignore them. Ignore the Houston Outlaws fans.
It's my first time getting the Houston hate, and it's kind of scary.
Guys, we need the Houston fans to stand down. Danny's living his truth out here. We got to support him and love him.
I mean, anyways, we had 3 great matches. So let's take a look at our schedule and our scores of today. Of course, we had the first match was Eternal versus Spitfire. Spitfire won 3-0. Valiant versus Mayhem. This was a very close one and was very surprising. But, you know, of course, Valiant lost 2-3 against Florida Mayhem. Last one was fought out between the 2 Goliaths, I guess you could say, Outlaws versus Reign. The end result was Atlanta taking the win 3-1 against Houston Outlaws.
Danny, you know, this is my first time back on the desk, but it wouldn't be me on the desk if I wasn't smug about getting it right. Ha-ha! 3-1 Atlanta Reign! Woo! Ha-ha-ha! I'm back. Maybe this is why Zoe is so mean to me.
I can't say anything because I would have been so much worse if I would have been.
You guys have no idea what happened in the green room.
With the first map, Jake was Smug City.
Oh, boy.
Before even we got into the green room, it was like screaming in the green room. I mean,
it was a tragedy. It's a tragedy. I got to root for my friends. You know, I want them to win.
Yeah. All right. I mean, talking about best things that happened in the green room, let's talk about best of the day. What was your favorite moments? Let's start with myself. This was a great, I guess, best of the day for me. As soon as I saw it, I was like, I want this. It's Seeker from Los Angeles Valiant on Cassidy, getting 3K, just boom, boom, bam. 3 shots to the Rumatra, gets a kill, another one.
That kill.
And then there comes another one. I think this one was like a you don't see the
look at this. Through the
dragon. Yeah.
Don't need to see.
The read.
Don't need to see. He already knew it.
He saw the vectors. He didn't see the player. He saw the vectors. He saw the movement, read it, felt it.
I mean, we talk about this guy being so good, and I think he definitely is one of like the rookie players that we have to watch out. I'm excited to see more from Seeker.
All right. Yeah, definitely. For me, it's got to be Stalker's pulse bomb on the elevator. I just wanted to highlight this play because I just love how it's a very high percentage play, right? Even though Stalker actually doesn't stick the bomb, the fact that it's on the elevator, I've been in this situation many times, it's like you don't want to jump. Even if you do just jump off the elevator as Houston, you might just die anyway, right? Because you're just in this terrible position getting caught and flanked. And it's very hard to even recognize that that's where the bomb is based on the timing. So just beautiful timing, beautiful high percentage play from Stalker. And as you said, Scott, this reset the Outlaws, stopped their momentum on a map that it looked like they were going to win and maybe go up 2-0.
Stalker continues to impress me. Like literally every single match that he plays for this Atlanta Reign, some people were questioning the signing of like, does he have the chops to hang with the best? In space, absolutely.
All right, Danny, true or not true, I have been singing Stalker's praises since day one. Everyone talks about Lip, and I love Lip. Lip's insanely good, but Stalker is like also on that level, and I just want people to see it and real. I think now they do. I think after this game, there's no more denying it.
Guys,
but I've been saying it since day one.
He's not lying.
Yeah, he's not lying. He ain't lying. You know what?
It's crazy.
As we get to my best of the day, I threw this earlier, and Winston Primal Rage. Yeah, you know, Fearless. I'm sorry, I wasn't familiar with your
game.
With your game. You know, we know how great you are. I'll never doubt you again. Run the clip. Jake was freaking out when this happened, as we all were in this green room.
Anybody who's not freaking out, I mean, you don't have a heart. You don't love Overwatch if you're not freaking out.
How did we do this?
Look at this. It's like, look where we started. We started on second point defense, and Fearless says, no, you'll be going where I want you to go.
All the way back.
He got so much healing there as well. He hit him like 6 or 7 times in that Primal Rage, just pushing him around. Any other Winston player would have dropped him ages ago or given up. They wouldn't have followed this through to the end. But Fearless is different.
He's just...
Fearless is him.
We're not like him.
No.
We're different. Like, what... He's not like us. I don't know. That was disgusting. I wanted this.
That's why
this so bad. And Scott just instantly snapped it up.
I was there first. I was like, best of the day. I was screaming running around the room.
This one hurt me, honestly.
That's why we call him the best monkey for a good reason. Right?
Yeah.
And anyways, those were our best of the days. But we've got so much more coming up, starting tonight with APAC region. We got some Eastern matches happening. First match, Dallas Fuel versus Seoul Dynasty, followed up by Seoul Inferno going up against Guangzhou Charge. Inferno Guangzhou Charge is going to be a good one.
Yeah, honestly, this is the first time Infernal's going up against either of the Joes, and that's really going to tell us how strong this team is.
And of course, tomorrow we got Justice against Shock. Ooh, Eternal versus Excelsior, and Valiant versus Atlanta Reign. Finally, we get to see Shock again. I feel like it's been forever ago.
It has been too long. I hope they've retooled and come back stronger. I don't know if Justice is going to be like the true test of this team, but I hope they look really good. Like, you know, I think fans of this franchise want to see a lot from them.
This is one of those matches where it's not about Shock winning, it's about how do they look as they win, right? Because, you know, and if they lose, then we have even more questions for the San Francisco Shock.
I got a lot of questions if they lose. I got problems, not questions. We got problems. Shock, you need this stuff.
Well, problems or questions, whatever you guys have, I mean, that's all going to be tomorrow. So everybody, thank you so much for tuning in. Costa, thank you so much for joining on our post show. Are you coming back tomorrow?
I think I'm coming back tomorrow as well. You can't get rid of me that easy.
Nice! Or not. I don't know.
Together.
Anyways, guys, thank you guys so much for tuning in. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You're coming?
I'm coming.
Now you